A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, here in Vietnam, and very good morning on this delegate who join us on Zoom from China, Singapore, and Germany in the event Second Solar Wind Congress Vietnam. My name is Tigun. You can call me Eric. I'm very happy and honored to be the host today. It's my pleasure to represent the organizer. I would like to say thank you very much for your presence. I would like to take a little bit of time to give all of you guys a short introduction about our event content today. Ladies and gentlemen, a high-level solar conference, Solar Wind Vietnam, was celebrated successfully in Vietnam in November 6, 2019, Ho Chi Minh City, for the understanding of spreading Southeast Asia country in renewable energy constructions. According to the figure released by Ministry of Industry and Trade, there will be varying decrease of the power shortage from 2019 to 2025. And the more serious shortage will be concentrated in the dry season from 2020 to 2023, with production shortage ranging from 1.5 billion kilowatt to 5 billion kilowatt. And to address the challenge, Vietnam is going to change its power supply from the following respect. Firstly, replace the fuel oil with the LNG in some fire-power plants. The secondly, sign a power purchase contract with Laos for power importing. Thirdly, develop a 96 watt of solar power and 12 watt of the wind power with isn't in original power development plan. For investors, EPC, developers, energy consultancies, manufacturers, and any institute active in developing their business in Vietnam renewable market and continue the success of solar wind contract Vietnam to 2019. And today, we celebrate the second solar wind contract Vietnam to 2021. Today, we will provide all of you guys a bad chance in on round in the very near future. That is the reason all of us to be here. Please get a big applause again. And now, I would like to invite all of you guys, we move to the second opening address. With the second opening address, we are very honored to have our Deputy General from Electricity and Renewable Energy Authority, Ministry of Industry and Trade Vietnam. Please give a big applause to welcome us, say, Mr. Bùi Quốc Hùng. A big applause.
Xin kính thưa các quý vị đại biểu cùng các quý khách mời kính mến. Tôi là Bùi Quốc Hùng, Phó Cục trưởng Cục Điện lực và Năng lượng tái tạo Bộ Công Thương. Hôm nay xin thay mặt Cục Điện lực Năng lượng tái tạo Bộ Công Thương, Vietnam Power Business và Energy Board, nhà tổ chức sự kiện ngày hôm nay, xin nhiệt liệt chào mừng quý vị đã về dự hội thảo ngày hôm nay. Chúng tôi rất vui mừng vì sự có mặt và tham dự đông đủ của các quý vị trong sự kiện Hội nghị Năng lượng Mặt trời và Năng lượng gió năm 2021 tại Việt Nam. Sự có mặt của các quý vị thấy những cái kỳ vọng về những lợi ích và những ý nghĩa thiết thực mà sự kiện này có thể mang tới cho tất cả chúng ta. Thưa tất cả các quý vị, hội nghị lần này sẽ tập trung vào việc đưa tới cho những thành viên tham dự những hiểu biết sâu sắc và toàn diện về thị trường mới nổi ở trong khu vực. Sự kiện này cũng cung cấp một diễn đàn, một nền tảng để hỗ trợ cho các hoạt động nghiên cứu thị trường, trao đổi thông tin và hợp tác kinh doanh. Như chúng ta đã biết, Việt Nam là một trong những quốc gia có tốc độ tăng trưởng GDP cao nhất trong khu vực. Nếu trước khi có dịch Covid thì tăng trưởng GDP của Việt Nam ở trong khoảng từ 6 đến 7%. Và năng lượng điện là một trong những thành tố quan trọng cho các hoạt động phát triển kinh tế và công nghiệp. Trong những năm gần đây, thị trường năng lượng tái tạo tại Việt Nam đã được phát triển nhanh chóng nhờ những chính sách khuyến khích phát triển năng lượng tái tạo của chính phủ cũng như của Bộ Công Thương. Như quý vị đã biết thì đến nay, đến hết năm 2020, trên toàn bộ Việt Nam đã tổng công suất lắp đặt hệ thống điện mặt trời trên mặt đất nối lưới có khoảng 9.500 MW peak, và hệ thống điện mặt trời trên mái nhà cũng có khoảng 9.600 MW peak đã được lắp đặt và đi vào vận hành. Tổng cộng công suất cho hai hệ thống điện mặt trời cả trên mặt đất và trên mái nhà vào khoảng 16.000 MW tính đến thời điểm hiện nay. Đối với các cái dự án điện gió thì hiện nay Tập đoàn Điện lực Việt Nam đã ký 113 hợp đồng mua bán điện trong 113 dự án với tổng công suất khoảng 6.038 MW, và dự kiến đến hết năm nay theo cái quyết định 39 thì sẽ có khoảng 87 dự án điện gió với khoảng công suất là 4.432 MW sẽ được đưa vào vận hành. Tuy nhiên cũng sẽ còn một số những cái dự án sẽ chưa kịp đưa vào trong cái giai đoạn này với khoảng hơn 1.000 MW. Kính thưa các quý vị, thì hiện nay Bộ Công Thương cũng đang soạn thảo lấy ý kiến để trình Thủ tướng Chính phủ ban hành quy hoạch tổng sơ đồ 8. Thì theo tính toán của chúng tôi thì hiện nay đối với điện mặt trời thì đã có 175 dự án đã được phê duyệt bổ sung quy hoạch với tổng công suất khoảng 19.000 MW, và còn lại khoảng 380 dự án với tổng công suất là 35.000 MW hiện nay đang đề nghị. Về điện gió thì hiện nay đã có 188 dự án đã được bổ sung đưa vào quy hoạch với tổng công suất khoảng 11.800 MW, và cũng còn một số lượng rất lớn khoảng 400 dự án với tổng công suất 100.000 MW đã được đệ trình và hiện nay chưa được bổ sung vào quy hoạch. Như vậy trong cái thời gian thời gian tới, cùng với các cam kết của Chính phủ Việt Nam với thế giới về việc phát triển phát thải CO2 cũng như chống biến đổi khí hậu, đặc biệt là thực hiện triển khai nghị quyết 55 của Bộ Chính trị, cái nghị quyết 140 của Chính phủ về phát triển năng lượng tái tạo, có lẽ Việt Nam cũng sẽ cần phải phát triển những cái năng lượng tái tạo, năng lượng mới. Tuy nhiên trong quá trình phát triển vừa qua thì cũng còn có một số những cái khó khăn, những cái tồn tại vướng mắc, như là vì nó phát triển nhanh cho nên một số đường dây truyền tải đã không truyền tải được hết công suất phát từ các cái dự án điện mặt trời, cũng như do ảnh hưởng nặng của cái dịch Covid-19. Vì vậy mà cái tốc độ tăng trưởng phụ tải nó giảm đáng kể so với cái tính toán dự báo. Vì vậy mà một số cái dự án năng lượng tái tạo cũng có thể bị ảnh hưởng. Thưa tất cả các quý vị, thì hiện nay thị trường điện vẫn đang lại rất nhiều những cơ hội, cũng như là cũng sẽ còn gặp rất nhiều các cái rủi ro, thách thức về kỹ thuật, về tài chính. Đây là lý do vì sao mà chúng ta có mặt trong sự kiện ngày hôm nay để cùng xem xét cách thức tối ưu hóa các khả năng tiềm ẩn của thị trường, cũng như tìm ra những cái giải pháp khắc phục và để phát triển thị trường này ở Việt Nam. Chúng tôi cảm thấy rất vinh dự và tự hào hãnh diện vì sự có mặt của rất nhiều các chuyên gia ở các đơn vị có năng lực trong lĩnh vực năng lượng tái tạo cùng tham dự sự kiện lần này. Họ sẽ chia sẻ những hiểu biết của họ về các khía cạnh phát triển năng lượng mặt trời, năng lượng gió, bao gồm về tư tài chính, về đầu tư, về công nghệ, về phát triển dự án, về phân tích thị trường. Chúng tôi cũng hy vọng rằng Với sự kiện lần này sẽ cung cấp được những thông tin cần thiết tới các thành viên tham dự và hỗ trợ cho quá trình chuẩn bị và thực hiện các dự án năng lượng tái tạo trong tương lai tại Việt Nam. Xin chân thành cảm ơn sự hiện diện của tất cả quý vị trong hội nghị về hôm nay. Tôi hy vọng chúng ta sẽ cùng đóng góp vào những thành công của sự kiện cũng như vào sự phát triển của thị trường năng lượng của Việt Nam trong tương lai. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
Xin được cảm ơn ông Bùi Quốc Hùng và cảm ơn ông Bùi Thanh Sân Khấu ạ. Thank you, Mr. Bùi Quốc Hùng, very much for your indeed sharing. We believe that with all his sharing, all of you guys see we have a lot of useful information. Thank you again. Please move to the center of the stage. Và thưa quý vị, thay cho lời cảm ơn sự có mặt của Mr. Hùng trong sự kiện ngày hôm nay, in order to impress our deep gratitude and thank you very much for your taking time off to join us, we would like to invite Ms. Jessica, our one-off organizer for our special event, to deliver the flower to him. Ms. Jessica, can you would you say a big applause for our beautiful organizer? Thank you. So we had a photo together. Please move to the center of the stage. Can you move to the center? Dạ xin mời Mr. Hùng cùng với Jessica sẽ di chuyển lại giữa sân khấu ạ. A big applause again. Chúng ta dành trọng ở đây thật lớn nữa thưa quý vị. Thank you. In order to get a success for our today conference, we would like to take this opportunity to represent the organizer to say thank you very much to all the sponsors. And right now, we would like to welcome on stage, and one of our sponsors will give a short speech to all the audience here. Right now, please welcome to the stage Mr. Koo Yong-hyun, Senior Director of Sales Marketing from China Solar. Excuse me, everybody, please give a applause to welcome Mr. Koo. We would like to invite Mr. Koo, our sponsor, to the stage to give a short speech. Give it a second. He will prepare the preparation for the speech to everybody here this morning. Once again, our organizer would like to invite to the stage Mr. Koo Jun-hyun, Senior Director of Sales and Marketing. We take a little bit time because he joined us on Zoom. In order to get a success for our today conference, we would like to take this opportunity to represent the organizer to say thank you very much to all the sponsors. And right now, we would like to welcome on stage, and one of our sponsors will give a short speech to all the audience here. Right now, please welcome to the stage Mr. Koo Yong-hyun, Senior Director of Sales Marketing from China Solar. Excuse me, everybody, please give a applause to welcome Mr. Koo. We would like to invite Mr. Koo, our sponsor, to the stage to give a short speech. Give it a second. He will prepare the preparation for the speech to everybody here this morning. Once again, our organizer would like to invite to the stage Mr. Koo Jun-hyun, Senior Director of Sales and Marketing.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all the speakers that are attending in this event. My name is Koo Jun-hyun. I'm working for Trina Solar, and I'm responsible for the Asia Pacific sales and based in Singapore as well as in China. It is my great honor to be invited by the event organizers to deliver this short speech to all of you. And I was really wishing that I can be present myself physically in this exciting event myself. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions on this event of travel, that's the reason that I probably have to dial in from Singapore. Right. So if you look at the growth of solar developments and renewable energies in Vietnam for the last 2 years that we have observed, there's a significant growth in 2019 as well as 2020. We are seeing that there's strong tractions and also experience gain by the, all of you here who is the expert in this area. In terms of taking the advantage of the renewable energies policy and gaining a lot more so-called experience and so-called building up the experience of putting up the solar power plants as well as wind. So in my context here, I probably will put a lot more focus in the solar energies. And if you look at the last year, 2020, as what has been the important message that was. So there was a lot of message coming through in terms of asking me try to turn on my video, but actually I think it has been blocked by the organizer. So let me do the voice message here. Has been delivered by the distinguished guest from MIT a little while ago. Right, I think there would be more than 10 gigawatts of solar installation that was happening in last year, in 2020. And we're also seeing that in 2019, there was a pickup of 4.5 gigawatts. So for the last 2 years, 2019 and 2020, we're seeing that a significant growth of solar installation and adoptions in Vietnam. I think that's, thank you to all the customers. I'm very sure some of Trina's customers are also sitting in this event here and enjoying the message over here. Right, so let me proceed. So if you know Trina Solar, Trina Solar is this company established in 1997, and we are solar PV module manufacturers. At the same time, we're also providing a tracker solutions to our customers globally. Until today, we have shipped more than 50 gigawatts of module globally. In Asia Pacific for last year, and we did more than 2 gigawatts of modules for these regions. In terms of the production capacity that Trina has in 2021 for this year, we plan to continue to expand our production capacity to around 50 gigawatts in total. So, in terms of the technology that Trina is adopting, we are providing high efficiency of monopoly technologies of products.
Close to 150 megawatt, and we have a strong pipeline for wind in 300 megawatt, and for solar it's around 200 megawatt coming in future. So I'm in Vietnam for last 2 years with GEC. Overall, I have 13 years experience in renewable energy.
How about KTG Energy, Mr. Eaton? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ethan Fan, and I'm the CEO of KTG Energy. So KTG Energy is a subsidiary of KTG Group, which has been established in 1994. And after 26 years of establishment, we are now specialized in the electrical industrial parks and the renewable energy sector. KTG Energy, we started doing rooftop solar since Phase 1, and up until now we have nearly 40 megawatt peaks under management. Yeah, thank you. Marcus?
Thank you, Doug. Hello everyone, my name is Marcus Giles and I work for CME Solar. CME started in about 2018. We currently operate 2 solar farms in the south, generating about 140 megawatt peaks, with about 250 megawatt peaks under development in wind projects in the centre of the country. We also have numerous rooftop solar customers as well.
So we still have another panelist who's not on the list, but he won't join by Zoom call. Am I right, Jessica? Can we connect with Mr. Joey from Suntech? Well, it's COVID-19, so it happens all the time.
Mr. Joey from Suntec for his introduction about himself and Suntec.
Yes, hello everyone.
Hello, Mr. Joey.
Yes. Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, we're really glad to be invited to this great event. And my name is Joey, from Suntec Power, the general manager of the Asia Pacific region. Suntec is one of the earliest big module manufacturers we founded in 2001. As of this year, we like 20 years dedicated to the module and R&D production, and also for Vietnam market, we actually started since 2019. As of today, we already supplied over 150 roofs and also several big solar farms. So Suntec is one of the tier one company, and as of today, we already delivered over 25 giga, close to 30 giga this year, and it's a great honor to be invited here. So hope this show could be a very successful one, and very glad to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for your introduction. So before when we come into our panel discussion, I just want to brief you some information about the solar market in Vietnam. So just in 2020, we have added about 3.5 gigawatt of solar fan into the grid. Together with more than 9 gigawatt of solar rooftop just achieved the COD just right before the January the 1st of 2021. So as Mr. Hung has said that has mentioned that sometime even during the holiday time, the generation or the generation capacity of solar has outreached even the peak demand of around Vietnam. And currently, as my number in January 2021, the generation capacity of solar has applied for more than 20%. Exactly, it's the 23% of generation capacity in the whole country. So, what do you think? What are the key drivers that lead to that success in the solar booming in Vietnam? I believe 2020 is the solar Vietnam in 2020 is the hottest market in the world with more than 12, even 13 gigawatt of solar has been added. So what do you think about the key drivers? I'm wondering whether I can ask Marcus, you volunteer.
I guess yes, I have the microphone, so I suppose I can start.
Okay.
I think it's fairly clear for all of us that the key drivers have really been the last FIT that expired on the 31st of December. To have a figure of 23%, did you say, of the overall mix now coming from rooftop is quite incredible over such a short period of time. There's no doubt that myself and everybody here on this panel experienced quite a boom last year. Typical of any market that is new and booming in its first life cycle. It was a little bit like a gold rush, and of course that is causing some issues down the track, but certainly a very successful period, I think, driven by the MOIT's last feed-in tariff.
So, how about your assessment, Mr. Jitas?
Yeah, the key element is the FIT, but with that we see that a surplus growth in rooftop segment, but we don't see that much impact onto the utility scale, because 2020 for utility scale projects it's like it's a roller coaster. So due to this drive, what happened for the rooftop segment and the policy what they have it from MOIT, the impact for the utility segment is like power reduction, and that is the key factor impacting towards the utility scale projects. So with how long this will go on, nobody knows it. So another parameter what we need to look at is like all these rooftop segment what we have it 9 gigawatt, whether how EBN will have to regulate it and control that similar way what they do it in the utility scale.
So I may ask this question to Mr. Fat from SB Group, and then it will be Mr. Joey from Suntech.
Our colleague gave a very good view from a existing player in the market. I think from an SP view, we entered the market back in November last year. And basically, we think that in addition to the very attractive tariff for last year, we also think that the economies of scale is key in this market as well. Because if you look at, if you are a developer, you budget a large number of solar panels, then certainly that would drive down the cost, and therefore it makes it even more attractive. And so I think that if Vietnam, keep growing at this rate, then certainly, not only, even though the new fit can be a little bit lower, but then if the economy of scale is there, then certainly I think it's still attractive to investors as well. Another thing that I think importantly that if you look at the whole development process, especially during the let's say licensing and then also the land clearance and relocation, I think that last year we see a lot of landlords have been quite let's say it was quite convenient for investors to do a very fast implementation. But then I guess that when the first let's say low-hanging fruit already happened, then I think that next year or this year, then it could take a little bit more time for all of the land clearance and relocation. So we hope that things will stabilize a bit.
How about you, Mr. Joey?
Yes. Yeah, can you hear me? Yes.
Okay, so I just repeat the question a little bit. What do you think are the key driver to the booming in the solar market in Vietnam in 2020?
Yeah, first of all, I have to say the key driver is that because of the fit, still the feed-in tariff from the Vietnam. Because at that time I remember the fit in Vietnam could be one of the best, in the world actually. If you looking at it based on the E-ratings in this region, in this market. So that's why the key region, the key issue is the fit plus a deadline of the grid connection, which make this last 1 year, so like similar like a golden rush. Okay? So that's why this creates the market big booming. But frankly speaking, I would suggest maybe one is the fit, to be let's say the policy of that grid connection deadline can be slightly extension or expandable, to ensure the project can be sustainably to be developed. I think it would be better or even helps to the market. And also maybe all of our guests or our customers maybe didn't realize that Vietnam last year already the third largest solar market in the world. So that's why this makes even make the whole, I would say, push the whole BOS cost pushed up quite a lot. So that's why I would say it's also not so good to the investors. So that's why I think maybe for the future I would say maybe to be the sustainable policy, and I think it could be helps to the market growth and also the investors as well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I believe several of you, or maybe all of you, have developed several projects here in Vietnam, and of course you have suffered from some issue and some concern and some difficulties. So can you share some experience of during your development process, that the difficulties that you have faced, together with things like what do you expect to the obstacle to be uplifted in 2021 for the future projects? Shamas?
Sure, thank you. I think there was a huge development which happened, and I will speak largely for the rooftop solar segment. 9.3 gigawatts got developed. Obviously, it's because of the FIT and because of the EPC prices going down. The panel prices are going down, so it's still attractive. But nobody was expecting this much to be developed, so it came as a surprise to everybody, despite multiple challenges faced by all developers like us, right? I mean, rooftop solar is, the main driver is it should be on the roofs of factories and warehouses and, you know, and commercial establishments. That's the key driver and advantage of rooftop solar. But we saw many mini solar farms also got built, which was a surprise. Of course, you know, the limitation of 1.25 megawatt per connection point, that is a challenge. But despite those challenges, a lot of projects got developed. There is, as a foreign developer, you know, one needs IRC for each project. That's the challenge. So there are a few challenges, of course, you know, because the timing was also short, the deadline was short till 31st December when I had to build the projects, and the regulation just came in April last year. So there was a huge rush for suppliers, contractors, talent, but which was exciting. I mean, even during COVID times, we all were busy, which I think we need to be thankful for that.
Okay, so before talking about the difficulties, I think we have to admit that, like Mr. Samresh said, a lot of good things come to us in this market. We have a good policy, we have a very good EPC price and a good input. But anyway, we face some difficulties. First is, I think there are a lot of information out there, some very fancy proposal with a crazy offer, and also some very cheap quotation, and some come out a good consequence, but some come out with bad consequences. So that's a very bad thing for some real investor who finish the project, and it's affect our customer mindset. Yeah, so I will spend another point for someone else.
I see Mr. Ethan has already had his mic, so just go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dirk, and thank you, Samresh and Fu as well. So I think looking at last year from 2019 compared to 2020, I think the FIT declined slightly because in 2019 the FIT was a bit higher than 2020, but 2020 rooftop solar sort of boom because the regulations is a bit more clear for the investor. But also, like Samresh mentions, there were a lot of mini farms has been built. So that's why the market boomed so much in 2020. But I still think some of the challenges still remain because the solar market in Vietnam is still young. So for example, some of the law or incentives are still a bit unclear. For example, the VAT refund incentive or the tax incentive, or also the 1 megawatt peaks per entity as well, regulations. And I think in 2021, what will change is that I think the law will be a bit more clear for the investors, but also there'll be classifications for developers who build on the industrial roof comparing to investors who build on mini agricultural farms as well. I think there'll be a clear distinctions on that in 2021.
Wow, it's such a very comprehensive answer. So it will be really difficult for you, Marcus, to give your thought on it.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. I will try. So I really do agree with what Fu was saying with regard to one of the challenges we faced last year was around the fact that the market was so buoyant and there was so much activity and so much money flying around that there were a lot of offers from providers that were not necessarily doable, I suppose. So we picked up a few clients through last year where there had been some providers that had offered terms that were not realistic and they were not able to fulfill their contracts, usually due to a capital problem. So this is something I suppose is really around an uncertain market and a new market, and I think that with the pausing in the FIT and the reintroduction in the next month or so will start to shake out some of the uncertainty from some of the players in the market. And that brings me to the second thing, which is obviously the stability that's required to move forward from here on in. That's certainly something that we're looking forward to with the announcement of the next FIT.
So listening to all of your answer remind me back into 2017 when the Decision 11 on solar was released, and there also the price is really high, especially for rooftop at 9.35%. However, the people say that the condition, and there are a lot of it's not really good. The market condition is not really good. There are a lot of obstacles or barriers that not only in the technical perspective but also a financial perspective, like supporting mechanism was net energy metering that cannot pay the tax, or they cannot apply for industrial or commercial customer because of the terms of EU tariff that they apply for. But the bright future will come. So we all know that the potential for solar development in Vietnam is still there. There are a lot of industrial parks that still haven't got the rooftop system on their roof together, on their tenants, together with a lot of solar projects solar and wind projects has been added to the master plan and yet to be built. So what is your expectation for 2021 for solar development? And we all know that the FIT2 has ended for solar utility scale, but there are some news saying that there will be FIT3 for rooftop, together with the two mechanisms for utility scale, like DPPA, the Direct Power Purchase Agreement pilot programs, together with competitive bidding. So what is your expectation for solar development in 2021? And can you just say some numbers or things like that? Shabazz, can you go first? Oh, Mr. Fu?
Look, I'll quickly field that one. Certainly from us, we know that through the last 2 years, the high FIT has created an oversupply of renewable in the grid at the moment. So hence the need to start to throttle the input from various sources, and that's what the next FIT is designed to achieve. From us, I think the perspective would be so much more selling down directly to the customers. So the changing of the model away from the profiteering, I suppose, that would come from selling area to sell to EVN as much as possible, to what we believe is a more sustainable solution of consuming the electricity that's generated on the rooftop. And we would hope that there is potentially some kind of an incentive for off-takers moving forward. I think it's the natural extension for us to get people incentivized to start consuming renewable energy as opposed to energy from the grid.
So we'll go from left to right. Want to go? Ethan?
So I think in 2021 I'm gonna focus a lot in self-consumptions as well. So choosing customers with reliable consumptions, that's the first thing, but also also their credit is also very important. So for me next year is going to be focusing mainly on self-consumptions but not too much on FIT. But I think the FIT should also be a factor to consider, because there is definitely going to be some excess during public holidays or during weekends to compensate for it.
Yeah, if you look at mostly the solar market in Asia Pacific region, the FIT was we talk about FIT, but in the later stages, it slowly moved from FIT to DPPA or on the auction scheme. If you look at in the Asia Pacific region, so what I feel is like for Vietnam, yeah, there will be an FIT3 for rooftop and for utility scale projects, but the other options coming up is direct PPA. So most of the investors, whether it's a foreign investors or local investors, they try to opt for direct PPA or with the auction auction methodology, especially for utility scale. But in case of rooftop segment, yeah, FIT3, there may be chance that there will be an FIT3. But one thing the government should put into the policy is basically, yeah. So the thing is the zero export control. So self-utilization is an important thing. So that will make all these warehouses, industrial zones, and then we can limit these mini solar farms coming up like a sea of mini solar farms. So that may be the thing which can happen in 2021 for the solar. And another thing is, if you look at it on the other segment, like floating solar, will be another segment which may rise up, and there are a lot of pilot projects which we have done, and that will be another segment which will be expanding in apart from the utility and the rooftop segment.
So it will be self-consumption together with FIT3 for solar rooftop and floating solar for utility scale. How do you think, Samrash, whether it's the development trend in 2021?
Yeah, sure. I think I agree. So we would be, continuing to focus on the self-consumption clients. Anyways, last year as well, around half of our projects were self-consumption, and that, as I said, is the real driver for an advantage for rooftop solar. In terms of potential and the FIT3, which probably would come, people ask whether is it a death knell for the rooftop solar sector. Actually, it is not, because when we focus on only customers which can consume almost all the power which gets produced on their roof, only the excess, whether it's on the weekends or during dead or on holidays which get sold, will get 5.89. The rest still gets a higher tariff with the customer. And they still get a discount to EVN tariff, right? So from the demand side, yeah, there's a huge demand. According to our estimates, around 18 gigawatts of real rooftop solar can be developed on industrial premises in Vietnam alone, of which only 1.5 to 2 gigawatts has been developed. Potential is huge. From the supply side, the prices are going down. So, there is a demand supply, it is commercially viable, you don't need incentives from the government, but what you need is a clear regulation, and then that will happen.
Mr. Fu? I do agree with these ones here about we all hope the policy come out soon. But before that, I think everyone know government and authority need time to do assessment, inspection, and come out with some report to control the market with quality. So so we have to understand how the government meanwhile. The second thing I want to go specific in rooftop solar. I think all the gentlemen here already choose the most delicious cake, private PPA, right? But I believe in 2021 and maybe upcoming next year we can decorate in that cake more a bit more thing like for example like ESS, electric storage system, and another solution. And I have one opinion about mini farm, which is agricultural down there, and up there is a structure with the rooftop. I think this is not bad idea to do in Vietnam and also in the world. For example, like Singapore, most of their food is import. So this model, they really care and they are trying to apply. Our company also trying to apply to Vietnam this model, but we are still finding the best way and legally to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Fan?
I think I would say a certain practical current situation we are in now. There is nothing new that there is a big issue with curtailment, not only at the solar farm, wind farm level, but also I think at the rooftop level as well. Even for those you sell to C&I and a certain portion sells to the grid. And so certainly the curtailment issue is a, let's say, unpredictable, very volatile variable in this whole equation. And actually we commissioned a consultancy to do a curtailment study to analyze various scenarios, in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and even 10 years. And so when I asked them which kind of scenario that you can provide, then they asked me back. So from what they did earlier at the consultancy for the curtailment, they say that for example, Japanese investor, they would ask us to do like 20 scenario, and then for Korean, they would ask us to do like 10 scenario, and then he asked me, how many scenario that I want to run. And so this gives you a very good picture of how complex this whole curtailment would play in this whole, let's say, renewable energy development. And certainly, I would say that, there is no doubt that C&I would certainly become a key part of this renewable energy play. And integrated energy solution, Singapore, we focus a lot on these C&I clients. And so we not only look at the solar rooftop, solar farm for DBPA, but also we look at various energy needs itself. So for example, lots of, let's say about 40% of the energy used in building or in industrial usually come from the aircon. And so we also have different kind of solutions to do that. So I think that in the sense that going forward, it's all about how you integrate all of these solutions in a way that would be optimal for your energy use. And that's how you create value for CNI.
Thank you. So, Mr. Joey, so you have a few minutes before the Q&A. Can you share your expectation for development trend in solar market in Vietnam in 2021?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Mr. Du. Expectation, I would say, is three level. One point is regarding the macro economy for Vietnam, for sure. It's a very big market, and it's for the C&I market, corresponding C&I market, going to be another booming year for sure. And I trust that because of the new fit, slightly lower than before, I think it's going to be bring some new trend. One trend is there will be more and more overseas investors, like our guys from Sembcorp and also from European developer. They're going to come into Vietnam market. The key reason behind this, I think, is still in terms of financing costs and everything, because it could be competitive compared to maybe from some local financing parties. So it's still going to be bring down the LCOE to ensure fully match with the fit. Another thing is I trust that the self-consuming is going to be also a very good, big booming. Similar like other market like Malaysia happening now, net metering, and also Thailand. Very similar like other such as Asian market. So this is going to be further booming for the C&I installation. And from the system level, I trust that because of fit, it's dropping. So in that case, the people or the EPC have to be more focused on how to lower down the BOS cost and how to ensure a lower LCOE from the system level. So that's why maybe the bigger size module or even some high efficiency module will be more applied in Vietnam market. And the third level will be the product, because from the module manufacturer. So I would say like sometimes we actually I would say for the product level there will be more and more special I would say application scenario have to be considered. For example, in Vietnam, if some of the roofs cannot be resisted at high weight module, then we can provide some lightweight module. So this is going to be more application scenario will be launched in Vietnam market. I trust this is going to be another trend. So this is my point of view. Thank you, Mr. Du.
Thank you. So I've heard some things. At first, we still believe the bright future will come. And for utility scale, we are expecting the new mechanism to be released. It is the DBPA pilot programs, it is the competitive biddings, it is the application of BSS together with the FAM It is the potential of developing the floating solar in Vietnam. And in terms of rooftop, it will be mostly self-consumption together with a fit of 5.83 cent sounds still reasonable. It will be the roof of the industrial park, and it will be also the advanced technology of new models with higher production together with the application of ENS energy storage system. So in the interest of time, I just wonder in the audience, do you have any question for our speaker? Yes, Mr. Van from USAID VUES. Can someone deliver the micro to Ms. Van Anh?
Thưa quý vị, sau phần chia sẻ của các chuyên gia thì chắc là quý vị sẽ có một số câu hỏi, thì quý vị nào chúng ta có hỏi vừa động giơ tay lên ạ.
Hello. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here today, and thank you so much for your presentation. As Mr. Duc already mentioned, my name is Van Anh, and I'm from the USAID VUES and Invest project. I think it's very interesting to see the booming of the renewable energy industries, particularly solar energy in Vietnam in the past few years. I know that you guys already mentioned it, but I just want to go a bit deeper into the topic of financing. I know that most of you here are more from like international investors or international developers, and GEC, you guys are already very experienced in developing renewable energy here in Vietnam. But from the financing perspective, we know that like the new feed is gonna be less incentivized, as well as the current the new competitive mechanism auction, the PPA. How do you see previously what was the challenge regarding the financing perspective in the past, and given the future of more competitive market, what areas that you see may be the areas that we need to focus on? And actually it will lead to my panel discussion later about the insights that we have from the USAID projects that we want to support more on the financing perspective. But I think your ideas right now is really, I think, very valuable to our project as well. Thank you. And any of you, if you have any insight to share.
So, gentlemen, Mr. Phan.
Yeah, I think this is quite an interesting question, especially in this market where there are a lot of, let's say, investors from Asia, but also from Europe as well. And then when we're talking about the financial structure, then certainly it depends on which country you talk about. Because if I'm come from Thailand or I'm from Singapore, then the way I bring my finance into the project is different. Because for example, for us, we usually use our balance sheet to finance the deal, and then when we complete it, certainly we will find a way to refinance it with various vehicles. And so for us, it make the project implement faster. However, in the market, usually the case there, developer coming in, and then they bring together with their own bank or their own supplier, and therefore they bring the financing with them as well. But also in the other cases, but it's more prevalent in the market where I see major EPC contractors, they do the turnkey, and then 1 or 2 years later, then the developer can make the deferred payment. And so I would say that there are a variety of options where you can be, let's say, select which work best for you, but it's there.
Yes, and I guess also from our perspective, CME's main shareholder is a joint venture sovereign wealth fund between the Vietnamese government and the Oman government. This is lucky for us in that kind of a model certainly helps a longer-term investment strategy without the requirement for huge high returns quickly. So this kind of a model from that kind of an organisation can certainly help with a slow, steady investment strategy.
Yeah, I think on financing, of course, there were a lot of challenges in farms. I would not go there, largely on the PPA, but rooftop solar, I think largely because these are long-term systems which are fairly stable, in terms of production. The local banks have stepped up and they have financed a lot of these rooftop solar projects. We've taken financing from local banks as well for the debt part. But once we have a portfolio of projects, then the international banks can come in because then there's a critical size to come.
Hope it has answered your question. And since the MCs look at me really seriously, I think we'll run out of time for this session. But we are still here until the end of the event. So if you have any further questions, you can come directly any of our discussion if you want. Okay. Then thank you very much for all the gentlemen for participating in my panelists, and thank you.
Thank you again. Because of time limited, so our speaker and our moderator cannot respond on your question. And end of the event, if you still have any questions, please make a question for our organizer. We will respond you on time. Thank you. Thank you again, our moderator, Mr. Đức Nguyễn Hải, and all the speakers. And we believe that with the sharing from our local speaker and international speaker, and all of you guys will have a lot of information and useful information for the topic, what the solar market is experiencing in the past 12 months and foresight of the future. And one of the speakers for the first session, we also have Mr. Suresh Kumar for the second panel session. And right now, we would like to invite on the audience here and the international sites. We move to the second panel session. With the second one, we would like to invite all of you. We go to the topic, what comes after FIT and next materials. With this one, we would like to invite to the stage our moderator, Mr. Indranil Sen Gupta, co-founder and CEO Intensify Company Limited. And our speaker, we have the Mr. Abhinash Goyon, Associate Director from PwC Vietnam. And next, we would like to welcome Ms. Hoàng Thị Thanh Hoa, Head of Project Management Department from B Screen Power. Next, we would like to welcome on stage Mr. Marty R. Looney, Managing Director, Marshall Clove, from renewable power, and Mr. Samret Kumar, coming with us again, Chairman and CEO of Sky Charlotte from Vietnam Capital, and Mr. Shubha Waisa, Country Director. So we have announced the speaker on the stage. Okay. Please take your seat. Before starting the topic, we would like to invite everyone, please give a big applause for our speaker with the second panel session. Thank you. So now I would like to invite Mr. Indranil Sen Gupta, co-founder and CEO of Intensify Company Limited, our moderator, will lead the second panel discussion. Please.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. We had a good session. The previous session I was listening, it was quite good and very informative. This session is a little abstract, so please, let us daydream for the time being. And we have an excellent panel here from different, aspects of renewable energy. So, as you can see, the topic is what after FIT? In reality, that's why it's a little ambiguous. We know that there can be few options, and one of the options probably, which is the rooftop, there may be another FIT. And I think Samresh can dwell into that. And in the other options where we are talking about ground-mounted solar projects, we believe that there will be no FIT. There will be either auction or DPPA. Both are work in progress, and we appreciate the fact that the government of Vietnam is sharing the drafts with all the stakeholders, so that we can give our inputs and make it improve. And in this session, I actually look forward where we can get some more inputs from you all and the panels. And I had seen Mr. Hung from MIT in the morning. I hope he takes serious notes of our discussions or daydreamings, as you may say. So to start with, okay, let me go this way. So let me ask Khun Supa to talk about his views and on what's going to be there after FIT.
Hello, yes. Actually, for my company, Super, of course, we're looking for the new feed-in tariff every time when we start investment compared to solar, right? Solar, the new, I think, feed-in tariff 3, whatever but we don't have the solar rooftop to government. We have only direct PPA to the manufacturer. That's we know from the past, and then we start with CP in Vietnam, and we're looking for the Thai group of company first, SCG, and many of Thai company that is now waiting for us to invest first. For the government, we study, but not yet in the term of investment. So for the FIT for Super, we are looking for, that's what the previous group was talking about. When they come, and then we'll talk about over cost of investment, and of course the premium that what we have to pay, and so and so. That's for the investor, it's very clear. We compare on what we invest, what we get back in return. Of course, everyone also looking for profits. If no profit, no money, no money, something like that. So for the new one, for the auction, we prepare for the newcomer of the project. Could be similar like what we did in the past, could be different, but we will say that we are looking, it could be like a discount down to 6 to somehow 7 to 6 cents something. So I think we are ready to go for that. Okay. So to make it possible, we are looking for a big project that is return of investment more interesting than for the small project like a 50 megawatt. Somehow, when they've been talking about must be the huge number. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Khun Supa. We'll come back to you once we finish with all of our inputs. Can I request Mr. Ming from AIT Corp to share with you about what is going to happen after FIT?
Thank you, sir. So I'm Ming from AIT Corporation. We are a top EPC contractor in Vietnam in electrical project from 220 kVs and down to, and we also do solar. We are developing some solar project also for the wind project. And from my point of view, after FIT, after FIT, there's some option in the markets in Vietnam that we are looking for. One option is we think about the DPPAs. The demands of the buyers is quite high now all over the world. As you know, that's in Vietnam we have renewable energy buyer alliance from those companies. That's 103. They want to buy more and more because from their rooftop solar, that's not enough energy for the solar units. This is one option for DP buyers. And as I know, the Vietnam government and MOIT is developing the pilot program for DPPIs right now. And the size something like 1,000 megawatts. That's just one option that's what we're looking for.
Thank you. I think one of the areas where probably we can be comfortably sure that there will be a fit, which is the rooftop solar. So I would like to ask Samresh, who is the expert on rooftop, to share his views with the audience and us.
Not an expert, just a participant, but thank you. I think, we've all seen the draft that, possibly there would be that fit 3 for rooftop, but effectively that's not a fit, right? Because that doesn't make it commercially attractive just for plain rooftop. But what it, positively provides is for that excess power for self-consumption clients, which we can sell back to EVN, there is a backup, right? Which is very important. So that will help focus all the participants on self-consumption clients. As I said in the previous discussion as well, from the demand side, there's a huge requirement. Corporates want clean energy. All stakeholders across the world want clean energy. More and more factories, are getting shifted to Vietnam. More industrial parks getting built. Factories have roofs. They need clean power, and it is commercially attractive to build rooftop solar. So these will get built in 2021. More self-consumption after 2021. We'll have to see what the regulations come up with. But as long as there is demand and supply and it is commercially viable, more and more development would happen.
Thank you, Samresh. I remember way back in 2018, the first time I think we were introduced to a non-fit mechanism for renewable was a presentation made by World Bank, MOIT and PwC in Hanoi, where the first time some of the options for auction mechanism was introduced to the larger audience. And so we are lucky to have Avinav from PwC, who had been part of that study, the original and the first study which introduced a non-fit mechanism both to the government of Vietnam and to the larger audience who were interested in renewable. So I would like to hear, have you updated your views, or if auction, how and when?
No, thanks Indranil, and very good morning to all of you. I'm Abhinav. I'm part of the capital projects in the infrastructure practice at PwC Vietnam. As Indranil mentioned, we've been involved very closely with the likes of the DFIs like the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank from very early days when the government of Vietnam was really thinking about how to move, where to move next. So the topic that we're discussing is not something very new for the government of Vietnam. This is what's next after FIT. The steps started for this way back in 2018 when the government was exploring what is the best mechanism for moving from an FIT to an auction-based mechanism, which is how the other markets have also evolved. The more mature markets have evolved, and auctions have proven to be quite effective way of procuring solar power in particular in some of the other geographies. Various mechanisms, the international best practices on what could be the real options for Vietnam, looking at the current regulatory framework or even the regulatory framework that existed at that point in time, what could be applied, and the MOIT and the World Bank kind of preferred two important options which were the real issues that were foreseen at that point in time and which are now real in Vietnam, as all of you developers and investors are also facing, is to how would we resolve the curtailment issues, and how do we solve the land issues and the complex land mechanisms. Given these two top concerns, a substation-based bidding model and a solar park based model, which is both ground mounted and floating solar, were considered and opted by government of Vietnam. But it hasn't been an easy journey since then, because to apply a competitive bidding mechanism, a lot of studies on the regulatory side and the legal framework of the Vietnam government that governs the energy sector needed to be studied, because this could have been done under the investment law or the bidding law or the PPP law, and which of those really allow a competitive procurement for solar power was something of high deliberation, whether to run a nationalized auction run by MOIT or EVN, or to do it more decentralized manner at the provincial level. These were all options that have been deliberated since last 3 years. I would not delve too much into what's the current situation, because I understand, given the interest in the quorum that we have here, you're all tuned in into the latest draft decisions that have been disseminated by the government. But this is fundamentally the premise in which the auctions might come in for solar procurement. They are definitely going to set in to run a pilot program, but in the manner that they are looking at it is not going location agnostic. The government is quite cognizant of the fact that the grid capacity and the evacuation of the solar power is very critical, and they are tuned in into focusing, identifying the locations where there is an available capacity, so that the competitive tendering could be run in a more effective manner without huge losses being transferred to the private sector. So I'll just take a pause again and then hand it back to the others in terms of what would be other options for FIT.
Thank you, Abhinav. May I now request, and we'll come back to you with many more questions, I'm sure. I have some for you. So may I now request Ms. Wang Thi Tan Hoa to share her views on this current subject.
Hi everyone, my name is Hoa. I'm a head of the project department from TTP Phú Yên, which one of the project company of Big Green Power Group Thailand. And Big Green Power have like 2 big projects in Vietnam with the total capacity nearly 700 megawatt peak in Dâu Tiên province and in Phú Yên province. And after the successful of the 2 projects, we keep to find or to find the opportunities for the new project, not only the solar or wind, but also on the LNG projects. And with the waiting for the new mechanisms from solar or wind, for solar is the fee in tariff 2 is invalid. And now we are waiting for the new policies to evaluate the new projects to investment. And after we read the report from MOIT to Prime Minister about the draft power mechanism, power auction mechanism, it's like can be the investor can facing a lot of difficulties with the new policies. For example, for the investor must to the total investment, it can be covered for everything like preparation in the first stage of the project, or for the land clearance, or invest for the the transmission line to the connecting point. So with the selling price announced every year from the MOIT, if it is too low, it cannot like attractive for the investors. In the second point is that the security of the land is like one of the biggest difficulties. Like the investor must to work with the landlords, the landowners for the suitable location projects, and it can be take time and miss deadline if they have the schedule from in the bidding mechanism. Yeah. And finally, for the finance, the contract PPA between the investor and the EVN is like can be much adjustment. It can be like make more clear for some definition and for example for the curtailment or the termination, and it can be very helpful for the investor when they finding the finance solution. I mean, yes, that's my point of view.
Thank you, Ms. Hua. And now I would request Mr. Murthy Arnuni from Marshall Renewable Fund to address, because you're in a very unique situation where you have a couple of projects under development and this change is happening. How do you, I mean, what sort of long-term view do you take about it?
Thanks, Indranil. My name is Murthy Arnuni from Marshall Global Renewable Power. We are an investor in sustainable energy projects, both in Europe and Asia. We're developing both utility-scale solar and wind projects. This is a solar plus wind congress, so I will talk about both. Okay, so firstly, on solar, we've heard from the previous session and from the MOIT as well, that almost 18,000 megawatt has come up in between utility scale as well as rooftop. So totally, as at the end of 2020, we have 25% of generation capacity coming from renewable energy, and during the peak production time, there is a noon time for solar. The renewable energy capacity can cover 70% of the total demand in the country. So obviously, the transmission mechanism cannot absorb all this power. So there has been a lot of curtailment. EVN has been extremely transparent about this. There was a recent report that they're expecting going forward, issuing that another 4,000 to 5,000 megawatt of wind will come up this year, because about 6,000 megawatt of wind projects, PPA has been signed. So you will probably see something like 27% of generation capacity from renewable energy by the end of this year, which means some 75% or 80% of the peak capacity at any point of time can be covered only by renewable energy. But the transmission line capacity is just not available to absorb all this capacity. So this is the backdrop, this is the reality. According to certain numbers, during the period from July to September, EVN will not be able to buy something like 180 million units of energy. That is 180 million kilowatt hours of energy that is produced by renewable energy producers, and EVN will not be able to buy. That is July to September. From October to December, EVN will not be able to buy 400 million units per month of renewable energy capacity that is produced. They will not be able to buy, which means that that is a potential loss of some, just back of the envelope calculations, about $16 million to the renewable energy sector per month during July to September, and October to December, $32 million per month of renewable energy production capacity will not be bought, and investors will not be paid. So this is the real backdrop. So investors will have to recalculate how they're going to participate in future generation capacity at the end of this year. Surely there is not going to be FID for solar utility scale. That has already been announced, because there is just not enough capacity to absorb. For wind, they may have an FID, but not sure. I believe a lot of the ministries, Ministry of Finance, EVN, are against FID for wind as well. So you might not have FID for wind, which means that it will be an auction process. As Abhinav said about auction, the process is still not finalized. But I think the next important thing for EVN and everybody to think about is what are the technologies by which the capacity which is already produced is transmitted to the from the consuming centers to the producing centers, and new technologies such as HVDC transmission lines, high-speed transmission lines for long distance to transmit power with very low losses, and battery electric storage systems to come up soon. But all these require a lot of investment. So who is going to do that investment? I think the next opportunity for renewable energy participants is in these kind of technologies for which solutions have to be found fairly quickly.
Thanks. I think the last bit which you touched is a very important point. I mean, we are talking about what is after FIT, whether it's auction or another FIT or DPPA. But at the end of the day, if there is curtailment or less dispatch, then everything goes out of the window. And where we are facing a constraint is, of course, the transmission lines, and it will take time. Either government of Vietnam or EVN does it by themselves, or even if it has to be privatized, then there has to be change in law, things like that. That's one part. And the other part, which we have not been yet talking too much, but is, in a country's grid, if the percentage of renewable energy, especially solar, goes above, let's say, 15 to 20%, there's always a chance of frequency mismatch if one of the conventional energy generation unit sort of goes down, and the whole grid can be thrown out. And for that also, I think what Murthy was talking about is storage, battery storage system may be a solution, both in terms of storage as well as tapering of the frequency mismatch. But we do not have anything in those directions yet. So I would like to understand from Khunsupa. So what are you going to do with all the big projects you have done, and how are you going to dispatch?
Okay, thank you very much, Indonesia. Actually, we have problem last year in Ninh Thuận, I think. So we have a project there, 50 megawatt, and we obstruct with the power curtailment very high, more than 50%. So we offer the governments, talk to MOIT and EVN, it's our idea to make BESS, battery energy storage system. So, but we ask them about the mechanism that will support that or not. Because if we are talking last year is 9.35, we think it's possible, but now we're talking about 7 cents or lower. I think it's very difficult. What I'm talking about is, everyone knows that the battery or BESS is a future business for renewable energy. You know why? When excess of energy in the in the power grid or excess from transmission line can be absorbed, we can put it in a battery. In Thailand, we already got the project from EGAT. Super is one of the 10 companies were selected to do the BESS. We start with 15 megawatt. How we do that? I explained a bit. So we plan for supply. EGAT have a peak time from 9 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock in the night time. So it's about nearly 12 or 13 hours. So the condition, you must supply the power to the grid, more than 95%. If you cannot do that, you have to be penalized. So we bet on this end of next year. And then we also would like to apply this in Vietnam if mechanism has been open for that. So we mix is the energy with, because it's about the cost of energy. We do for gas, because gas is a bit high. But gas, it comes from, it's the methane gas that we buy from other factory, okay, in that area. And we also have solar farm in that area already. That is only idea. So we mix with solar and gas engine, and we mix and battery. So battery negotiation is now we can sell at the 9 cents. So 9 cents is possible to do in Thailand. However, I think in next 2 years, who know, the price at the 7 or 8 cents, that could be possible to do in Vietnam. This I inspire everyone here, including in the state. if you are thinking about this, why not? We make a big volume of the battery, talking to the supplier of the, China in the world, make the price down and make like the mechanism to drive this, and then the excess of power of solar or even wind. So that's, you like have the water, you don't want to use it now, so you put in like in somehow of something, take it like battery, okay, don't use it now. I even talked to MOIT last year. So the battery of excess power, you can use this, don't waste it, okay? So this is the idea to inspire all of us. Think about it, the technology, and if it could be usable, and it's good for everyone, and it's, of course, it's about the clean energy. So you no need to make, fossil, you forget about that in the next 10 years. Everyone will come with this. But battery is not the source of energy, right? It's about some kind of the tool to obtain or to store energy. Okay, that is the idea I would like to talk, and it's a sustainable energy of the future. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and actually, battery will probably, battery storage will probably a quicker solution before the, the strengthening of the grid and the transmission line comes up. So now, let me ask, I mean, you talked about two formats of auction. One was a solar park. I think we understand that bit. And then you also talked about substation auction. So can you please explain what is the thinking behind this? I mean, how will it be operationalized on the substation auction?
Yeah. So the basic concept behind the substation-based bidding is basically to identify, in conjunction with the National Power Transmission Company and the EVN, in terms of looking at where is the available capacity in the grid, where the connections could come in. Looking at a detailed study across the province on the grid side of it, so it will be led by the Power Transmission Company in identifying those substations. And then in conjunction with the provinces, the land availability for the projects in and around a 20-kilometer radius of those substations would be identified. The ideal size based on the global best practices is to look at a 50 megawatt to a 150 megawatt per substation type of a connection to be run. That's how they are looking at the substation based this thing. To go a slightly bit deeper into how that would involve a bit of high level mechanisms as well, is that once the substation's been identified for running an auction, obviously there will be pre-quals required from the investors or the IPPs who would have already identified the parcels of land in which they are looking to develop their projects that would connect to a specific substation. And then these are run through competitive tendering, a project versus project, or an IPP versus an IPP, based on the reverse auction mechanism, where the lowest prices will be awarded the projects under the capacity that's going to get commissioned. That's the thinking behind looking at this option, so that the issues related to curtailment could be minimized to a maximum extent. And it is not shooting in the dark in terms of looking at a location agnostic auction where there's no grid capacity, land has got an issue. That's not how they want to run the auction mechanism. It's a carefully thought and a deliberated process, and the government is treading carefully into it. Detailed technical studies, VRE integration studies have been underway over the last 2 years on which are those substations where such auctions should be run. Because what will not be good for the market sentiment is to launch an underprepared, half-cooked, half-baked kind of an auction. That will be a real disaster for the market. So that's how the government has gone about it in terms of looking at the substation-based auctions. And solar park is fairly more relatively easy to understand, but the issues are more looking at in terms of who invests in the infrastructure and where does financing gets arranged for such solar park infrastructure development, because it has to be the state responsibility for developing those solar parks as compared to the private investors. I hope that answers.
Yeah, it does, but it also raises some more questions. So let me do a quick poll among the panelists here. Do you think once the auction mechanism is sort of formally rolled out, the PPA will be there any improvement in terms of bankability? You can just say yes, no, and after the auction mechanism is rolled out, do you think the PPA will become more bankable or it will remain same? So we can go one by one and just give.
I think it should be adaptable, increase just for, like what I'm talking, power curtailment is made loss for investors. The government have to compensate something, like increase.
Yeah, I hope it does, but I'm not sure it would be totally bankable from an international developer, international financiers perspective.
As you know, PPA is not considered bankable by any international bank. Local banks are comfortable with EVN and they think it's okay, but the financing becomes expensive with local banks. But a lot of capacity has come up, so I don't think there is any incentive for EVN and the MOIT or any of the ministries to think of improving the PPA. So that's a big concern which all developers have to factor into their calculations. If you're assuming that 100% of your power is going to be bought and you'll be able to pay a bank, that may not be possible for a long time to come.
Let me ask Mr. Ming.
Yeah, thank you. From my point of view, so I think that the PPA should be changed in the future to make it more suitable for which the international requirements from the financial organization. Yeah. And I think it will be a good change for other investors to come to the Vietnam power markets soon.
I would like to share about the PPA good adjustment to change in the future. For our project in Phú Yên, we have the 257 megawatt peak, and very lucky that we have a green loan from ADB with the old PPA. And but not only the PPA is the one condition for the bank evaluation, but also for the investor, maybe for guarantee, for the reputation about the projects would be like have ability to pay for the loans. So, but actually the contracts, the PPA is very important. They should change for adaptable more than for other investors, which in the local investors, they find the financing solution. Yeah, the PPAs must be like changed, and EVN and MOID should be find the way for change the form of the PPA. Thank you.
Yeah, so this one is a tough one to answer, right? And without being too speculative as well, and we are not privy to this drafting, but the latest decisions or the draft decisions that have come out in January 2021 do drop in a hint that the government is working on revision of the model PPA, which will be used for this competitive bidding and procurement. But we are not privy to what the modifications are and what are the details of that. But there is cognizance that it needs to be tweaked to make it more attractive and make it more bankable internationally. So that's a definite thinking that's existing with the government stakeholders. The second thing that has been also a revolution in that sense is that there will be specific solar deployment plans, a 5-year development plans for solar specifically that run in conjunction with the PDPs, and which will then look at a biannual solar annual deployment plans specifically at provinces, looking at the different availabilities of grid capacities based on which the auction volumes would be decided. The initial proposal was to run 1 to 1.5 gigawatt gigs of auction capacity in the pilot phase, and then run it over a period of 12 months or 18 months annually with a sizable capacity of 1.5 to 2 gigs to meet the 20 gigawatt targets by 2030. But as we all know, the FITs have attracted far more than that. So what will be the revised targets? That remains to be seen. Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, my opinion is what Mr. Murthy said is that I don't think there will be any significant changes in PPA, because while we keep on crying that it's not bankable, but everybody has bankrolled it, and especially I know what will they did a very good refinancing with ADB and with a syndicated loan. And at a very, very competitive open rate. And similar structures have also been happening. So there's really no incentive for the government to take more exposure and make it more bankable. That's my personal opinion, but we'll all be glad if there is an improvement in the bankability of the PPA for sure. Now, the other question I had for Samresh is pretty sure that rooftop will go next pay. So what are your concerns? Even if you have a fit, do you think it's going to make it easier or more difficult? And you also probably know now what is the range of fit which has been recommended. So what is your concern on that? Or you don't have any concern?
There are concerns, of course, but I would point out on the opportunities, right? Because even despite the concerns, what it would mean is from the industry participants, there would be only long-term developers who are very serious about rooftop solar, which would continue to develop. Last year, because of the fit and slight grey area, we found all kinds of participants. Some very short term, some just brokers trying, under the facade of a developer. There were a lot of regional, global, strong competitors as well, but there was a whole mix. Sometimes the quality was not so good, but because of this, it would ensure that only very serious players remain, and the construction quality, all of those would be very, very good. Over the next year or so, I think, maybe after 2 years, when the battery prices, which is expected to go down probably by 50%, that is when there would be more mass adoption of batteries wherever there is solar. Right now, it is at the cusp of being commercially attractive. But if I, as a investor or as a roof owner, when I see that in next 2 years the battery prices will go down by 50%, then I look at whether I should invest in the battery now or just wait for 2 years and then I invest. And then the returns are much higher, not only for me, but for my partners where I will invest in. But in 2 years' time, for sure, batteries will become mainstream.
Thank you. I have one last question before open the Q&A. It's not only for you but everybody. In the wind sector, while theoretically it's easier to do auction in the solar, you can do a PVC study and get a what is the irradiance and have a sense of how to do the auction. But for wind, I still don't understand how auction mechanism will come in, because each site is different from the other, even if it is like 500 meters away, depending on which part of the slope of the hill or whether it's in the valley. So how really auction mechanism will work for wind? Or we continue with the... because the point is, right now there are not enough wind masts, either with MIT or IOE, to have how to really propose auction. So that's my question.
It'll be very interesting to see how much of wind capacity actually comes up by the end of this FIT. It's 6,000 megawatt of PPA signed, but there is expectation that at least about 3,000 to 4,000 will get commissioned. But projects are facing a lot of issues because of COVID. There is supply of equipment has been difficult. But a reasonable amount of capacity will come up, and thereafter, if they're going to go for auction, I don't think the EVN or MIT will be concerned about the project-specific issues. They're only interested in the price. So the auction will be, they're talking about regional auctions such as provinces or southern region or central region. Projects from these locations which have reasonable possibility to connect will have the opportunity to participate in the auctions. But the main variables in auctions, number one is the land issues. Land is not fully secured before your auction price is known. So when the land is not secured, you don't know the price at which you're going to buy the land. So that is a big variable, especially in the southern region, like provinces like Beijing, Kamao, Songchang. Here, the land is scarce. It's very fertile land, so the landowners don't want to part with the land so easily compared to Ningtuan or Binthuan. So you really don't know the land price. But for offshore projects, nearshore projects, where the land is not an issue, so their participation in auctions will be a little bit more easier, I think. And then availability of grid is another big issue, because most of the projects, especially nearshore projects, require very long transmission lines. Sometimes the transmission lines are as long as 50 kilometers, 220 kV transmission line. So just the transmission line investment will be of the order of $40–50 million. It's a project by itself, but it has to be part of a project or a group of projects. So again, you don't know how much is going to be the cost of that before you actually commit to a price. There are a lot of variables which need to be sorted out before you can think of how the auction is going to be held and what price you're going to participate. So it's quite open at this point.
But I think in offshore the issue is much more complex, because who is going to do the initial studies like bathymetry and seismic underwater and all this stuff, because those are expensive studies. So how can you really do an auction?
Yeah, even before you participate in the auction, you need to complete all these studies. So you're going to be down like $2–3 million in all these studies, bathymetry, hydro, the UXO. You have to complete all these studies. So I think eventually only developers with deep pockets will remain in the market. So when you talk about the 38,000 megawatt of solar projects which have been submitted to MIT and similar amount of projects, wind projects submitted to MIT, I think the moment auction process starts, a lot of these things will be pretty much removed from the system.
Thank you. If we can take a couple of questions from the audience, if there is time, or we wrap it up.
Yeah, the time is limited, so we still have the 2 more panel discussion.
Yeah.
We believe that all of you guys here, we surely have a lot of questions for our speaker for a second panel discussion, but we can make a question end of the event, and our organizer will respond you. So could you end the second panel discussion? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we get a big applause for our moderator and our speaker.
Thank you everybody.
We thank you to
our excellent opinion
from Neil Sengkuta for leading successfully the second panel discussion, and thank you so much to all the speakers to give a lot of useful information and so many information to our audience today. And right now we go into the third panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, with the third panel discussion for the Second Solar Wind Conference Vietnam, we would like to introduce you the topic, framework and DPO contract for renewable project, wind power and auction and implementation in Vietnam. With this topic, we would like to welcome on stage our moderator, Mr. Phát Nguyen from Blue Circle PG, renewable energy lawyers. Can you come on stage? Mr. Phát Nguyen, our moderator. A big applause for our moderator for third panel discussion. And along with King, we would like to invite you to say the following speaker. The first one, Ms. Jennifer Oglas, from Investment Director Pacifico Energy, and Mr. Phát Nguyen from P. Acceleratory Professionals SP Group. Next, Mr. Trung Nguyễn Nam, Civil Energy Project Manager, Director EPECC3. And next, we would like to welcome on stage Mr. Long Ngân Snock, Senior Director, UBC Renewable Vietnam. Okay, take your seat. So before starting the third panel discussion, please give a big applause for our speaker and moderator. So Mr. Phát Nguyen, are you ready for your panel? Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So this is our third section, so you may very exciting for this section. We got first section on solar, second section on solar and wind. So we got this section specialized for wind, and we will see how on the wind project will running with the deadline, the October deadline. And first, I would like to show you the slide, so let us see it. So this is just the general picture for the wind power of Vietnam before we go in further. Okay, so you may see that on the policy for wind of Vietnam is start from 2011. We got the yellow here. So we got the yellow wind. We got another thing for solar and another thing as well. So the wind policy start from 2011, but the wind project market is not booming until the 2018. It's been 7 years later, and it's also have 3 year booming at the moment until now. And we got the October deadline for all the wind project to hitting. That reason why we got all the experts here who will share with us their expertise. So first, I would like them to introduce themselves, and also could you tell us what surprised you the most about the wind project, Vietnam wind project market? Thank you. So Mr. Trung, so please go first.
Hello everyone, my name is Trung from PECC3. We are one of the 4 consultants. We belong to EVN, and we have a history of more than 42 years on power network, from power plant to distribution and transmission. So I'm not the one on the engineering and designing, but from the legal department, head of legal department, and also the arbitrator of Vietnam International Arbitration Center. And I will bring to my knowledge on the contract form that may be helpful for the investor in the wind project in Vietnam in the future.
Thank you, Logan.
My name is Logan. I'm the General Director of UPC Renewables Vietnam. And we're a private developer, owner, and operator of renewable energy projects, primarily wind. We've done about 5 gigawatts of projects in development around the world over the course of our 20-year history. And in Vietnam, we've been here since 2017, developing a pipeline of projects, and we currently have 2 under construction.
Okay, so Jennifer, thank you.
My name is Jennifer Oxlade. I'm an investment director for Pacifica Energy. I'm actually relatively new to the Vietnam market. I've been here for about 2 months. Pacifica is a privately owned renewable energy developer. We primarily have developed solar PV in the past, but now have wind projects under construction and in development. We have projects across the region. We're around 10 years old, starting in Japan back in 2012, and recently expanded in the past few years into Vietnam at the end of 2017 and into South Korea as well.
And Mr. Fast, thank you.
Me again. From SP, but I think that for us it's quite different because we are in the T&D business, but also a lot on solar. And so for wind, definitely a new area for us as well. So for Vietnam market, the way we approach the market has been around acquiring the existing operational asset. And then if you look at the market, there are less than 600 projects that have been done. And so quite a limited number, but also a very good opportunity. And forward, we together with our local partner also engage in developing of new market for wind as well. So we are a little bit late for the current fit, but we target to do it for the next fit as well. So still a quite interesting market for us.
So thank you for all our distinguished speaker, and our format will be a little bit different from another section. So we the really deep knowledge sharing from each speaker, like the case study, so everyone know what's going on. With another slide. So could you show us the next slide? Oh, we got here. Okay, that's good. So this is from the Global Wind Energy Council about the current fitting of the current situation and the PDP-7 and also the target in PDP-8. So we know that the latest report from EVN to Ministry of Industry and Trade, we got 87 wind projects is running for the October deadline with over 4.4 gigawatt. Like 4.4 gigawatt is running for the October deadline. So it's like the marathon. Everybody is running. So first, we would like to hear some sharing from Mr. Chung about your experience on the project construction, especially power construction. Thank you, Mr. Chung. Okay, so we waiting for the slide from Mr. Chung. Yeah. Here we are.
Okay, please show the slide.
We are sharing the slide, so everyone just give us a minute. Here we are. Thank you.
Okay, so the topic in the beginning we have the DBO and also the framework contract to be discussed. But due to the limit of time, I should concentrate on the design, build, and operate contracts at the construction for the renewable project. Okay, so I'm sure that many of you already know about this setup in the master plan 8 that will propose and submit to the government and to the public for the comment. In this one, you might see that from MOIT, the one department called the name is Department of Bidding for Power Project will propose to be set up for future project, especially for renewable project, for the party, for the investor to do the bidding and selection. However, this one is still based on the previous scheme, and we understanding that right now the MPI, the Ministry of Planning and Investment, also has some suggestion, prepare their comment regarding whether this one suitable, or also another case that PPP law, the Public-Private Partnership law, which was approved last year, June 2020, whether it can also be considered to be incorporated in the future selection of the investor. So from my presentation, I just want to share with you some, some setup that can be applied for the contract form that I mentioned. Here you can see that with the original one, with the bidding of the investor, yet the Department of Bidding for Power Project from MOIT can select the investor for a power project, and after the selection of the investor have to do all of the selection for the designer, for the equipment, and for the construction, and later on he do himself or select the one for operation. But if the investor he come from the foreign country, or the investor more on financial side, not on the technical and operation side, then it may be more better if he can find a local or Iberian contractor to cover all of such work within the contract, the design, build, and operate contract.
Oh, so Mr. Chung, is it correct that if we say if the bidding scheme going on, maybe the auctions going on, maybe a new way of arrangement, the new way of project arrangement maybe happen like DPO or another thing?
We suggest that on this, the DPO contract have been formed and applied in somewhere in the world. For example, Philippines and other proposed by ADB. So the investor also can consider to apply this type of one to save the time, to transfer the risk, and to concentrate, to do more project, for on renewable. Yeah, this one is the different one when if we select the PPP, and for this one we have the PPP contract signing agency, and for the in this case also the PPP project company also can select the DBO contract. Okay, already we have some form of contract, and especially FIDIC and NEC, and yeah, this one I want to mention is available, and ADB also provide the guidance for certificate. Yeah, I finished my part.
So thank you, Mr. Chung. The next part, we will moving from the construction to little bit implementation from Jenny. So Jenny, could you please say your expertise to us? Thank you. And yeah, so just a minute for the slide to come in. Yes, here we are.
Okay, so I'm going to cover quite a broad, high-level topic around some of the key factors that are required for implementation of wind projects. Can't change this.
To hit it further.
So, in general, these are, as I said, it's quite broad, and there's four sort of key factors. The first being market potential in the wind resources in a country, regulatory frameworks, actually having knowledge and the technology available to be able to develop wind projects, and then finally having available capital and different funding sources and different pools of money. So in terms of the first factor, that's sort of the building block of being able to develop a wind project. So you could have amazing regulatory frameworks, lots of money available, very efficient technology, and fundamentally if the wind doesn't blow and nobody wants to buy electricity, you're not going to have a market for it. So fortunately in Vietnam that's not the case, and there's an abundance of wind resources along the coastline for onshore and offshore wind projects. There's a number of studies that have been conducted, and each of them with a varying estimation of potential, but it's always in the hundreds of gigawatts that could potentially be developed in Vietnam. And then coupled with strong growth or expected growth in energy demand over the next decade or so, and limitations on other sources of scalable power from hydro or coal, given the environmental issues.
Sorry, but when you say about the strong energy demand between now to 2030, it means 10 years from now, how we can assess that strong demand? Because at the moment in many newspapers, they say they are lacking of demand for energy development. How do you say about that?
Well, I think for example, in the power development, the revised power development plan, the expectations for the growth in the next 10 to 15 years is clear.
I see. Is this comply to the economic development of Vietnam for next 10 years?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
So while there is the resource and there will be the demand and the growth over the next 10 to 15 years, there's obviously still a limitation in certain areas based on the transmission infrastructure that's available in the country at the moment. So moving on to the next factor that's a bit more relevant in terms of this session, which is mainly on the regulatory and the frameworks that are in place. The existing frameworks for renewable energy projects for solar and for wind have obviously, it's spurred a tremendous amount of growth in solar capacity, and obviously at the end of last year there was a massive addition to, because of rooftop solar. However, wind has been slightly limited, and even the chart that was shown at the start of the session shows that the targets will not be met by the end of the FIT in October. So while there's a lot of projects that are kind of going full speed to try and construct and be developed and come online by October, it's still not going to meet the targets that were in place in the first place. I think that there's been a lot of discussion around the auctions and quite drastic lowering of the wind FIT post or from November onwards, but for wind it still poses quite, there's still several challenges in terms of the development and the implementation of wind projects. The first thing is that wind projects naturally they take a lot longer to build, and the implementation and the development and the pre-development and construction and things is a lot longer than implementation cycles at the moment currently sort of forecast for. And so when things change every 1 to 2 years and there's not that visibility on what the next FIT or what the next pricing structure might be, investors are quite cautious about how they approach their investments and how they approach the construction of projects. And obviously there's been quite a drastic drop in some of the pricing seen in the solar market and also forecasted for the wind market. And for wind there's still quite a lot, it's more technical than solar, and there is still a development of the local supply chain and local knowledge and things, and And without investors having the financial incentive to really commit to the country to start with, that is never going to really take off. And so I think another factor is the recent power development with the draft of the PDP-8. The targets for offshore wind in particular are relatively low in comparison to the potential of the country. And so I think investors are really looking for a much more solid pipeline to be able to really commit their resources and their knowledge to also help develop the resources and knowledge within Vietnam as well. And so I think that instability or uncertainty at the moment is not conducive to expanding and developing wind.
So Jenny, when you mentioned about onshore offshore wind and the transfer of technology, this means Vietnam have the huge potential not only onshore but offshore.
Yeah.
And maybe offshore wind can helping the transfer of the technology and training of the next generation of renewable energy expert in Vietnam. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that will be similar to be the long-term development for Vietnam policy.
Yeah, exactly. And at the moment, it's just not quite clear how, if that's the long-term goal, then how that really will be facilitated at the moment. So it sort of leads into the next factor, which is you need the knowledge to be able to build a wind farm and the technology that's there. And so at the moment, a lot of technology comes from outside of the country, and so obviously there's local contractors and things involved in a number of the onshore projects, but all of the turbines are imported from overseas, and a substantial amount of the equipment as well. So there isn't that supply chain that's been established, and so it means that the costs of development of wind are still currently quite high, and very high for offshore, and obviously there's not been any offshore developed so far. And so when you compare it to other markets, either with Europe or other markets in Asia, where if Taiwan, for example, where the offshore wind market has started, and there's a number of projects under construction, they're being developed, and you can see that the local supply chain is evolving, and the future projects in Taiwan, for example, they have moved to an auction mechanism where the price is much lower than the initial feed-in tariffs, and that just shows that they've given a clear kind of timeline for the supply chain development as well, which ultimately is driving the reducing costs in Europe. And so I think that with the clearer framework or the regulatory framework and clearer pricing incentives, over time those costs will come down, and the sharing of knowledge, and there'll be a development of, as you mentioned, the next generation in Vietnam. They will share that knowledge, or they will have that knowledge to be able to develop wind projects going forward. And then obviously technology as well, as globally as wind expands as a sector, the technology will evolve over time, and you can already see it even in the past few years with turbines increasing from 6-7 megawatts per turbine to now some of the largest turbines over kind of 14 megawatts per turbine. So as that technology evolves and changes as well and becomes much more efficient, the costs of building will also come down because you need less turbines to develop the same capacity, and then the efficiency will also improve, meaning that you actually generate more electricity from those turbines. And then I guess the final point is around actually having the money to be able to build and pay to implement the project. And so most projects to date have been funded by the local bank market, and that's fine. And obviously the local banks are becoming much more familiar with renewables projects and much more comfortable with lending more and more money. but it's still limited in terms of the ability to then fund the much larger projects that might, for example, the offshore projects, which will be on a much larger scale than some of the 30, 40, 50 megawatt projects, or the onshore projects at the moment. And so, as has been discussed, the unbankable PPA has meant that international capital is quite limited. Obviously, more and more international developers, including ourselves, are here and we're committed to the market, but to build billions of dollars, or projects that cost billions of dollars, we need additional debt from the international finance market. So from banks, from ECAs, and various different pools of capital. So I think that for the larger projects, there is likely to be a need to change the PPA and make it more bankable, because ultimately, while, yes, for solar and arguably onshore wind, there has been development so far, I think that to actually scale it up and for a lot of different players around the world to invest and risk their money, there needs to be a change in the risk allocation of that PPA to actually open up the sources of funding that are available for implementing wind projects. And then the final slide that I have is about our wind project and our experience in wind so far. So we are developing a 30 megawatt onshore wind project in Ventrays. Apologies for my pronunciation. And so it's expected to reach COD by October, and we will achieve the current fit. And so just in terms of trying to fit that into the four factors that I talked about, it's a region, the project is onshore, but it's very close to the coastline, so the wind is pretty reasonable for an onshore project. And and the capacity, as I said, is 30 megawatts. So the generation, the electricity generation, we're expecting to be around 95 gigawatts hours per year. So it's pretty reasonable. And then in terms of the framework, we obviously as a company have accepted the PPA, and we're comfortable with banking that, and then we will have financing from local bank market as well. As I mentioned, in terms of the technology, we're using gold wind turbines, so that's obviously imported into Vietnam. And we have a consortium of experienced local contractors for a number of the other EPC contracts as well. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Jenny, superstar. Now we will moving to Logan, another very expert on the wind project.
Sure. I think maybe we just skip my presentation, because it's like I will address a lot of the issues that Jennifer just addressed, and maybe we can just kind of talk through who is UPC and then some of the things that we see in the market, and also just to save a little bit of time. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so I introduced us briefly, but I'll introduce us a little bit more. So in Asia Pacific, UPC, we started in China in 2006, apologies, and there we've got about 800 megawatts into construction or operation. And several years ago, we sold 80% of that business to EDF, who we are a partner with still today. And then after that, we built a project in the Philippines, an 81 megawatt project. It was similar situation here. It was a feed-in tariff, a race. But there was a limited capacity, so it was even riskier, where the first 200 megawatts of wind projects would get the feed-in tariff, and the other ones would not. And the government didn't explain how to get awarded that feed-in tariff until it's finished. So it's literally a race, and whoever finishes first gets it, and the other one doesn't. So we went through that experience, and we're very kind of aware of project development risk and execution risk in Southeast Asia. And then the market in the Philippines in 2016 kind of turned down cooled off. Not much has been built there since that time. We went on to build the first wind project in Indonesia, utility scale, called Sidrap. It's 75 megawatts, and that was in 2016. And then we entered Vietnam in 2017. So at that time, we just had one person, and that was right around the time of the solar FIT being released. And it was just coincidental that we entered the market at the same time that the solar FIT was released. My thoughts about what's going on in wind now are similar to what happened to solar before. So when we first got here, there may have been, I don't know the exact figure, but something like 100 megawatts in the whole country. And I'll bet you, if you ask anyone in the whole country at that time, do you think there'll be 18 gigawatts here in 4 years? No one would have said they think it would happen, right? So a similar situation is happening in wind now, where about less than 1 year ago, there was only about 4 or 5 gigawatts of wind power on the power development plan across the whole country. And now, there's 6 gigawatts already in construction. So, if you take the approval of the 7 gigawatts from last year, many of those have started to be in construction. And if you look at the relevant timetables to how wind projects are normally developed and built in many other markets, it takes longer than, say, 14 months from the time you have government approval to the time you COD.
And also the COVID-19's affect the schedule of the wind project construction?
I think that actually the COVID-19 had kind of 2 effects. So one effect is most wind turbine manufacturers last March did not have any more capacity. They had run out of capacity and were requiring reservation payments in order to get the turbines to the country in time. And so what happened was actually many orders around the world were canceled. And so their capacity started to open up. And many of the projects here were lucky. Actually, if COVID hadn't happened, many of the projects could not be built because the turbines wouldn't be available. So it's actually enabled the market. At the same time, for our project, for example, this is a market that's only built several hundred megawatts of wind. And like we discussed, you need the relevant experience to come into the country. So that part has been much more difficult. And I would say most projects have had some delays directly or indirectly caused by COVID. Not 1 year, but some months, or just made it very complicated because the project manager's coming and then they get thrown into quarantine, and so it's much more difficult to do. But still, the projects are moving. And so what we see is a very aggressive side from the owners, the developers, but a long-term problem, like Jennifer said, is the debt. And most of the projects right now are not really doing it in a typical project financing way, although that happens. So long-term, it's great in the short term. Lots of stuff being built. Never seen any country go this fast. It's fantastic. But there's also some sort of longer-term issues about, will the debt go on forever under this PPA? And if we go into an auction-based system, we need to try and get the cost as low as possible to make sure that Vietnamese people are getting a good deal. And the way to do that, ultimately, is to make things a little bit more structured. And with that structure, some of the risks to EVN can be mitigated, and therefore the PPA can be, more, the risks can be mitigated a little bit more, and the terms can change a little bit more, the costs can come down, and things can be sustainable going forward.
Do you afraid that when so many projects, marathon twists or at the same time, is this a bubble? Maybe renewable bubble coming?
I don't think that we're going to see 6 gigawatts under construction next year at the same time, right? So most markets, at least in this area, so Thailand, many projects under construction then bust. Philippines, many projects under construction then bust. The hope is that I think there will be not nearly as many projects under construction next year, although I'm even seeing in the last 1 week some projects are starting construction now. The likelihood that they will finish, let's say for a 100 megawatt project is very difficult. So I think there will be a downturn, but the long-term trajectory in Vietnam, the fundamentals are so strong that I think it's unquestionable wind will continue to grow here.
Thank you, Logan. So we definitely need to go. And we would like to hear from Mr. Phan, our expert.
Yeah, I think our experience is a little bit different because we approach the market from a perspective there. And therefore, I think this year we had the luxury of scanning and evaluating about 1,800 megawatt of wind operational and then under construction. And I think that Jennifer and Logan have provided a very nice summary of the situation and challenges. But then I want to focus a little bit more on the key topic. I think the first question around whether there should be a net fee or should be an auction. That question I think can be quite evident if you look at India and then Taiwan recently. And therefore I think that's still a big question to ask because I guess that the wind industry start take off and then if the auction coming in. Then I think the whole market is not let at the stage where it is ready for an auction. Because for a market for wind to develop, you need a human resources, you need a kind of technology. But at the same time, you need to develop an industry in the sense that certain countries they require localization. For example, we look at a project in Taiwan, the localization requirement for offshore wind are up to 50%. So I think such a thing it need to be there. But in Vietnam, when it comes to supply chain, onshore or offshore, I don't think it's already there. And then going back, it's a double down effect when you look at from a supply chain, but also from a let's say the timeline.
Because we have the time limited, so could you finish your speaking?
Sure. So and that is a timeline for the fit, and therefore I see a very strong rep from developer who try to use any available financing resources, especially a very high rate, and then they load it into the project and try to finish before fit, and then they want to refinance. But when we as investor we come in, we look at how we can refinance with all of these situations, and then. That I think going back to your question earlier, there would be a global situation going forward.
Yes.
And
so I know that we got so many stories to share here, but the time is limited. And,
correct.
And I think we can discuss this further maybe during the lunch time or during our section outside. But thank you, Mr. Phan. We got so many things to share, and I believe we will close our section now, and thank you again for our distinguished guests, and thank you again, superstar from our star. Thank you, big thanks.
So we give a big applause for our moderator and all the speakers. We give a big applause. We would like to thank you again on our speaker. We know that all of you guys still have a lot of things to share, but because of time limited, and we have a lot of things for other panel discussion. So right now the discussion for the panel will finish. Thank you again, our moderator, Mr. Park, renewable energy laureate. Give us 1 minute to remove the chair and the table on the stage for next sharing from our speaker. As we inform with all of you, normally after each session or after each panel discussion or sharing from our speaker, we still have the question and answer for all of you guys, but because today we have a lot of things and a lot of panel discussion from our speaker, so we believe that not enough time for all of us to make the question. However, we still have a lunch break and a few time for the tea break after this discussion, and we also have the 1 hour and a half for all of you guys for the lunch break, and you can make the question for our speaker, or else we can make the question now end of this event. And so right now, we would like to invite all the audience here and the international side. We go to the sharing with Mr. Trần Đức Trung, the CEO IPC Group, HCC. He will sharing the topic to all of you, the rise of domestic outsourcing and evolution of Vietnamese EPC constructors. Mr. Trung, are you ready for your presentation? Okay, we give a big applause to welcome Mr. Trần Đức Trung to the stage.
Talking about advantages and disadvantages of foreign contractor and local EPC contractor. So what do we have? For foreign contractor, so this is very clear that they have better management and experience. They also have better name and profile. They have better capability for financing arrangement. So they have clear-cut advantage when they do EPC plus F. And also they have a better relationship network with the foreign investor community. How about local one? What do we have? First, we have better price. We also have better relationship with the local authorities. We have better understanding of local codes for the construction and electrical sector. And one important advantage is EPC investor and contractor can be the same. This is the case for Trung Nam and PC1 and also other few more examples. Now I'm doing a short analysis of local EPC contractor. First strength, as I mentioned in the private section, we have better competitiveness in price. We have good local outsourcing, good relationship with the local authorities. We have a good local, we have good understanding of local costs and practice. We have also good relationship network with the local investor. And important is, investor and EPC contractor can be the same. Then it comes to weaknesses. What do we have as our weaknesses? This first is the low awareness of the good investor. Not many good investors, especially foreign investors, are aware of the local contractor. Local contractors also have limited financing arrangement capability. So then it comes to do financing plus, do EPC plus F. This is our disadvantage. And local contractors also have poor relationship with the foreign investor community. And now, what are our opportunity? We can see that now there are more and more local investors come to do the real investment. Real investment means that local investors do the same, do the real investment, not transfer the project to anyone else. And at the moment, local bank starts supporting for financing arrangement, and local contractor can also do EPC plus F. One factor is, now FIT and output price for energy become lower and lower. Then investor must pay more attention to the capex and price. And in this case, local contractor also have more advantages. For threats, first, the internal competition among the local contractor become more and more fierce. Second, because the FIT mechanism will be erased very shortly for both wind farm and solar farm. So then, in case there is no limits or time, investor will have less pressure for payment, and this is also one of the very difficult factor for local contractor. So now, what is happening in the markets? Because the topic is evolution of the domestic EPC contractor. So we can see that for the solar farm FIT 1, very few EPC contractor, and mostly they are in form of joint venture or consortium with a foreign partner, or they do the EPC as an investment at the same time. This is the case for Trung Nam and Gilex. But when it comes to the FIT 2, so there are quite a number of local contractors already become independent EPC contractor, and they already have the almost full control of the technical issue. And now it comes to for the wind farm project, even fit one, only a loss of local contractor become independent, right, in fit one. And even though the market share is a little bit modest, but the role is only considerable. Now I come to part 2, the case study of IPC. So who is IPC? IPC is a group of local enterprises founded in 2000. We are doing steel material, steel structure, foundation for building, electrical and mechanical installation, and now EPC for industrial plants, including renewable products, both wind and solar. IPC's turnover 1 year is 12k billion Vietnamese dong, which is roughly about $500 million US. And we have more than 800 employees in Vietnam. What is our achievement in renewable energy sector? For solar farm, so far we already COD 600 megawatt as EPC contractor. For solar rooftop, we have already achieved 20 megawatt already COD. And for O&M, we have done 175 megawatts in 5 projects. And for wind farm, now we are constructing 612 megawatts. For this 612 megawatt wind farm project under construction, and we have 142 megawatt as a sole contractor. That means that only IPC is the sole contractor. And apart from that, we are also doing 470 megawatts in consortium or joint venture with other foreign partners. For all of this, I can say that IPC is one of the leading players in the Vietnam renewable and EPC markets for both foreign and local sectors. So, what can we provide and what is our advantages? First, we have strong support from local bank, and then this is shown that we have 400 billion Vietnamese dong as a permanent bank credit limit. We have also big resources of self-owned construction equipment. Now for wind project, we already equipped for ourselves 4 full teams of heavy-duty cranes with, let's say, one maximum 800 tons. So for this term, we are the second in Vietnam now. We are only behind Trung Nam for the number of cranes for wind projects. We also have a big team with more than 800 employees under our direct payroll, and we have a big designing team with more than 100 engineers for civil engineering, technical engineering, and also that specialists for wind and solar. And for all of this, all of what I have presented, I have a message. IPC is now providing one more option to be considered for the renewable market, protecting for the both local and foreign investor. Thank you very much. Because of the time limit, we have no Q&A session, so I just leave my contact here. If anyone have interest, please contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chung, very much for your sharing. We need 1 minute to set for the 4 panel session. And after the 4 panel session, we have the lunch break. So the organizer, please set up for the 4 panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, with the forward panel session, we would like to invite all of you. We will go to the topic, how about the community and households and commercial RTS with the corporate PV8 under current incentive, and how to face a pure auction-dominated market in the future without subsidy. And we would like to invite all of you to welcome on stage now our moderator, Mr. Thomas Shaw-Coulson, Managing Director, Indo-China Energy Partners, to the stage. And together with him, we would like to welcome the following speaker. The first one, Ms. Anton from Farm Angel, Ms. Chloe David, Sales Director, Sky On International, and Mr. Marcus Gill, Director of Business Development, and Mr. Sabrat Kumar, the Chairman and CEO Sky Solar, Vina Capital. Please reach to the stage. So all the speaker and moderator, please take your seat. So everyone, can you get a big round of applause for our moderator and speaker? Thank you. So Mr. Thomas, are you ready for your panel session? Okay, you start.
We're not missing one speaker. This is Banan. Yes.
Okay, so you can start your...
We are missing one of our speakers, Miss Banan.
Miss Anton, right? You're Miss Anton?
Can you bring a chair?
We need one more chair cho một cái ghế. Xin mời bà nói trước cho tôi một chiếc ghế nào. Okay, can you come on side, please?
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now doing the last panel discussion before lunch. Welcome, Banan. And we only have 25 minutes, so we will be very brief. But a lot of what we were planning to talk about has actually already been covered. My name is Thomas Jacobsen. I'm Managing Director of Indo-China Energy Partners in Southeast Asia. We have a joint venture with North Solar, which is the biggest Scandinavian privately held IPP, and two development finance banks for a platform for rooftop solar and DPPA. And if I pass the mic that way.
Hi, I'm Clotilde Neve, Sales Director at Shyhawk International. So Shyhawk is a developer in renewable energy. It's a British company. We've been doing renewable energy for about 18 years. We've developed over 30 solar farms to date. And we came in Vietnam in 2019. We have developed mainly in 2020 over 60 megawatts of solar rooftop in the country. And here in Vietnam we are focusing only on solar rooftop for now. We are currently developing also in Indonesia with the idea of keeping Vietnam as headquarters, but to be developing all around South Asia because it's a very dynamic market for solar. And I've been with the company since it started basically in 2019, and I'm in charge of developing projects, mainly looking for international companies trying to understand their needs to decarbonize their factories and decarbonize their operation, primarily through solar rooftop, as currently it's one of the only possibilities in this market.
Yes. Good noon, right? Good noon. I'm Anton from Farm Angels. I'm Director of Sustainability. My company is the agriculture sector, and we focus to the basic food processing, and now we work for rice industry. And sustainability is a quite very broad topic that our company does. But among of that terms, we focus to how to contribute to better agri-food processing and give the better food for the people. And we talk about the water, the people, and also the energy that we use. And I hope that for our user for energy that you talk this morning, and we will have another angle for the energies using especially in the Mekong Delta, where is my company are located, and also working field. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Van Anh and I'm working for 2 projects by the US Agency for International Development, USA. One is the Vietnam Urban Energy Security, VUES, and one is the INVEST. For the VIEWS project, our focus is supporting distributed energy solutions in Ho Chi Minh City and Da Nang, 2 cities in Vietnam. And we have our goal of supporting 400 megawatt of distributed energy solutions deployed, 600 million US dollar investment utilized for these solutions, as well as supporting 20 innovative solutions in the distributed energy areas in 2 cities. For INVEST, we are working with a few we work with EV and MPD as well as a few renewable developers on some larger scale projects of onshore wind, offshore wind, wave energy. And the purpose is about trying to solve those financing issues when it comes to investment into these large-scale projects, and trying to find ways to, whether, like providing investment advisory service, support service, reducing risk, supporting studies, feasibility studies, or environmental impact and social impact assessment in order to support these transactions in renewables energy sector. I'm very nice to see all of you here today.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Marcus Giles. I'm from CME Solar Investments, which is an investment company. We have 2 solar farms generating 140 megawatts and 250 megawatts in a wind project under development in the central region. We're part of the Vietnam-Oman Investment Fund, which is a joint venture sovereign wealth fund between the Vietnam government and the Oman government. VOI traditionally does large-scale critical infrastructure projects in Vietnam, and has done for about 12 years, and now has invested in the renewable energy sector via CME, where I am now.
Already introduced myself, so a bit quickly. My name is Samresh Kumar. I'm the Chairman CEO of SkyX Solar, which is part of the Vina Capital Group. We are a rooftop solar focused developer, only focused on the commercial and industrial segment in Vietnam.
Very good, thank you to everyone. If we start with you, Clotilde, 2020 obviously saw a huge change in rooftop solar. We have talked about that a lot this morning already. But how do you see the risks of rooftop solar in 2021 and the next coming years, given the changes that we have seen in the industry?
Thank you very much for your question. Well, I think the first one that comes to mind that we've already talked about this morning would be obviously curtailment and EVN not purchasing the overspill, the electricity that is not used by factories. That's obviously scaring investors. So everyone is currently looking for self-consumption clients, which is the ideal client, but you can't always find an 80% a factory that is going to be using 80% of the energy. You always have the problems of weekends. You always have the problem of when they are taking lunch break, when we are generating so much power that EVN cannot take it all on board. That's kind of the obvious one. I think what's also important to highlight is the market has developed so quickly, and this is so new in this country, that we might be facing problem in installation, we might be facing operation and maintenance problem, we might be facing asset management problems, because suddenly in 2020 you had hundreds of projects that have been developed. You had companies that needed to hire hundreds of workers over, 2-3 months to make sure they would match the deadline for the fit. And with a rush like that, obviously come quality problems, health and safety problems. You know, when you hire workers just for a single project and they haven't been trained and they're not following the basic rules. This is classic construction problem, especially in emerging economies. But I think solar rooftop is very clear. That's a very clear problem here because we've developed so much so quickly. And obviously that comes with the aftermath, the operation and maintenance problem, because if you have bad quality installation, that will come with low performance and potential problem in the future. I think this is the biggest risk in this market right now for 2021 and obviously for the next few years. And I think this is really important for developers and for investors to be able to oversee the operation and maintenance, to be able to oversee the installation, to have their own technical team in-house, to be able to check what's going on and not to only outsource to EPC and to just be, you know, the investor working with the client, because I think this is where the main risks are.
Very good, thank you, Clotilde. And maybe Marcus, if you have something to add on the risks.
Yes, thank you, Thomas. I guess, I mean, there are some risks from a market development perspective that any market will face in this current growth phase and in its early phase. I think from us, from a bankability perspective, there's probably three things that you would want to ensure are looking okay, and I guess the first one would be an efficiency perspective. So is your technology doing the right job for the jobs at hand? Certainly a legal perspective would be something to consider. Are the obligations of each of the parties clear and able to be fulfilled? And then finally the commercial component from a bankability perspective. And there's been a lot of companies running around in the last year or two securing contracts without the ability to execute from a commercial perspective. Some commercial offers that are not real or certainly too good to be true. That's certainly created a lot of confusion in the marketplace. I think that's been certainly a risk from an investor's perspective, what is real and what is not. And it certainly has affected the uptake of customers now, with some providers unable to complete the contracts that they've signed. So that's, in my opinion, that has been a big risk and a challenge.
Very good. And Samresh, we've talked earlier this morning about self-consumption. We've talked about energy storage. Could you talk a little bit more about the future of energy storage, because you have some very clear opinions about that?
Yeah, energy storage, I think, obviously as an idea, it is very, very attractive, you know, for this variable power production. You know, you add storage, you shift from peak to off peak, you smoothen the production stroke consumption curve. So it is very attractive, right? It is, as I said, it is at the cusp of being commercially attractive. But battery prices are going down every 6 months. So as investors, one thinks whether one should be investing now or after 1 year or after 2 years. Because if I invest now and I save X $million over the next 20 years, rather than, if I invest after 2 years, the investment would become half, I would save the same amount of money, right? And that's not just for me, but the savings are shared with my clients and so on. So, but there is no two way about it that battery adoption would continue to increase. Right now it's almost zero, but as we've seen the rooftop solar development and solar farm development, and that is what battery development would happen in the next 5 years.
So in a post-fit world, or a very low-fit world, then obviously being able to suck that power up and then use it internally a little bit later in the day or peak shift will actually make batteries very viable here. I fully agree with that. If I can switch to you now, Ms. Ann, you are focused on agribusiness. And sometimes when we talk agribusiness and solar, then people become a little bit pale in the face, but of course your focus is a little bit different. That is very much on the food processing industry and so on. Could you talk a little bit about how your approach is a little bit different than, should we say, the foreign IPPs?
Yes, thank you for your question about my sector, agriculture. I don't know as whether my understanding about solar rooftops, solars, or latest renewable energies, how is it? But I will share the situation that I saw in my field. For example, we found out two places. One is farm fields in Mekong Delta. Yes, and another side is we talk about the processing, food processing in Mekong Delta. The first, for farm fields, we have very big farmers in Mekong Delta, 3 million farmers, and also very big land to produce the agri products. And do they need the energy or the electric? Yeah, they need a lot. And how do they access to the renewable energies? And I saw that almost solar rooftop, solar rooftop or other wind will happen in Vietnam in the central or the northern. And in the southern nearby my fields, we just saw like Bạc Liêu, or maybe the solar under the, above the stream farm. And how about the rice field? How about the other areas? So for a very big area like this, I heard about my friend talk about how to the solar panel can install in Mekong Delta. We saw the experience in India. They make the solar panels along the canal. And for the sunshine in Mekong Delta quite hot around here. And my friend said that it's very good. The water cannot and also the fertilizer of the soil in Mekong Delta is very difficult for investor to make the solar farm or something. But along the canal network in Mekong Delta, you can make a little bit, but a little bit can be make a very big change in the fields and make my farmer is very happy, vitalized. That is one side can be some investor think about the Mekong Delta from the ground level. And another side, in Mekong Delta, our factory, like rice milling factories, we need to be very close to the farm to be shortage the transportation to the rice or the food or the vegetable to the factory. And we also have the struggle for the electric supply. For example, the peak hour and the normal hours. And also it will be to the cost of products. And also I heard some friends talk about that, the bankability for the factory, for food processing factory. They can utilize the roof of the factory to make the solar rooftop. And also it's very good for the factory in terms of the cooler the factory. And also another thing is can be very good for the active the energy source for the factory. And when I met some Ben and asked about how about renewable energies in our factory and in my friend factory like this, and they said that we need the investor, solar or some energy experts to come to work with the factory. And because we are the food processing factory only, and we don't have the people or capacity to think about the rooftop solar. And yes, and we have a lot of loss based on the food processing if we sell the raw material. And also, we not like a food industry zone. For example, for rice is a very low value commodity. We try to limit, we have to mitigate the cost during processing, during the farmer side until the factory. That is, I'm thinking about the solar rooftop for the food processing factory. And come to this conference, I think that's with our agriculture business model. I think there's potential for investor, for the banker, work with us and work with the group of company for food processing in the Mekong Delta can make a big change in the future. Even Phase 1, Phase 2 and Phase 3 and coming more. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. As foreign IPPs, which 4 of us are, we often think of creditworthiness as the name of the company. Coca-Cola, Intel, they are great companies. But ask a Vietnamese where there really is money in Vietnam, and they will say Mekong Delta. Because in Mekong Delta, people pay their bills because there's always a harvest, maximum 2-3 months away. So from a Vietnamese point of view, this makes very much sense. Whereas when we are looking at it internationally, banking, then everybody wants the Coca-Cola, the Intel, and so on. Ms. Anna, VUES has just done an expression of interest back in, I think it was January, just around TED time, just before, just after, I can remember. Okay, so can you explain a little bit about the expression of interest that went out? Is there still something that is open for people here? Or how could we interact, those of us who are hearing about VUES for the first time?
Yeah, sure. So thank you so much. I think you have asked me a very good questions. I mean, even before this event, because normally people think about, like development agencies, grant program is just like whether we are really needed, right? Given that the solar booming of the market, where the private sector can actually play their role already. So I'm trying to justify about our program and, like open for discussion, arguments as well, to see that whether we are needed. So I think So prior to that expression of interest, I just want to give you a background about our program because last week we did a study on the financial landscape of the renewable energy industry in Vietnam, trying to talk to international investors, local banks, developers, as well as end users to understand what actually are the financing challenges in this market in Vietnam. And we actually received a lot of interesting comments as well. I'm not sure whether it's valid until now, after just a few months of booming of the market, given the attractive feed-in tariff. But thinking about the market in the long term, when the feed-in tariff is no longer that attractive, and thinking about how to grow the market in the long run, we see a few challenges from like different sectors, as I said. So first about the banks and investors. We think that we receive a lot of comments about, for example, international investors who want to enter the market in Vietnam. They may have like certain international practice, but they really lack of the insight about the pipeline in Vietnam, and there's a need for them to how to aggregate like different smaller projects and smaller deals into a bigger pipeline that makes more sense for them to invest from the international investors' perspective. From the local banks, we see that like there's certain existing products, loans products in the market already, but there's still a need for banks to how to optimize the process of like due diligence process, how to actually reduce the risk, how to better understanding about the renewable energy technologies, given the growing very quick of the market, that they still want to get those kind of support. From the developer's perspective, we hear about Chayok as well, but we also receive other similar comments about how to optimize the O&M process, like trying to like standardize the process of like developers and as well as like raising the, like getting more pipeline from customers. And from the customer's perspective, from end users, we actually receive similar comment from you guys. We know that there's for few, blue chip company, MNC, first they are very easy to get accepted by banks because clearly they are, really reliable off-takers. There's a very constant revenue stream for them to get access to bank. But what about other like less known purchase? I'm not sure, maybe Shayon, you have more perspective about certain deals that got rejected because certain off-takers that do not meet the requirements from bank because of the certain risk assumption, risk perception, right? So there's so many different perspectives there, and we are working with the USDFC and trying to see about like whether development financing is needed for this sector. Yeah, maybe for solar rooftop, not really, but maybe for bigger project when there's a huge need for international financing to the market, and there's certain ways to reduce risk for that. And the FC, they definitely don't want to compete with the private sector, but more about like trying to find areas where the private sector is not ready yet, but we still find a way that to support the growth of the market. So coming back to the two projects I'm working on, so for the Views project, which really focus on distributed energy solutions, like urban energy solutions in Ho Chi Minh City and Da Nang. What we think about is, this is I think same idea with some other speakers that we already talked about the self-consume models. We think that like solar rooftop is there, but what about other integrated solutions in energy efficiency, smart metering, battery storage, other innovative solutions, how to like make even microgrid. We receive some application from microgrid as well, right? So we receive different applications for our program as we called for the expression of interest earlier, and we are very happy to support these innovative solutions, even though we are not sure yet whether this pilot can be successful. But I think that's the main mandate of like a development agency, trying to find areas that there's a huge risk, there's like high cost of investment, but we want to do some pilot, we want to do some feasibility study, we are happy to do technical assistance. We have our own expertise, but we are open to hire other consultants, whether in the US or in Vietnam, trying to support this kind of new pilot innovative solutions to support this market. I just talked to Cloudfield as well. So in case that you have any like battery storage project in Ho Chi Minh City or Da Nang, we are very happy to pilot that. And for the second part of my project, which is about invest, trying to utilize investment, public or private investment into renewable energy. We're trying to do some kind of like PPP, like public-private partnership, but we realize that it's something very challenging. We're working with a few developers and local government here, but I don't have very good news about that actually. But we're also doing some kind of like assistance regarding environmental and social impact analysis or feasibility study or mass for wind measurement data analysis, because we actually receive overwhelming interest from the developer, like private developers, even big companies. I'm surprised as well when we receive this application, that they want us to support in trying to de-risk a very kind of like new projects, for example, offshore wind, that they see that they really want to raise investment from overseas, but they realize that the environmental and social impact analysis that meet the standard of MONRE in Vietnam may not be something that applicable in the international standard in order for them to raise investment. And definitely these are the areas that we are very happy to support to de-risk and have them to find a way to like getting more investment into the sector.
Very good, thank you. We are way over time. And there's two things I've learned in my 15 years in Vietnam. Number one is that the best ODA project that has been run in Vietnam is the US aid on DPPA. So you guys have already set the bar very high for yourself, and I wish you the best of luck. And the second thing I've learned is never ever keep a Vietnamese woman away from her lunch. So given that we are 25 minutes late, I would like to thank the panel. Sorry we couldn't talk more, and wish everybody a very nice lunch, and then I'm sure the MC will say something about when we restart. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you all the speakers for your sharing. Thank you, please return to your seat. Thank you, our moderator, Mr. Thomas Jacobson, for your leading the four panel discussions successfully. Thank you. Và thưa quý vị, trước khi chúng ta cùng đến với những phần chia sẻ tiếp theo của các diễn giả thì chúng tôi xin mời quý vị sẽ di chuyển sang sảnh Sài Gòn 3 kế bên để chúng ta dùng cơm trưa từ thay cho lời cảm ơn từ ban tổ chức ạ. So we have the 1 hour for lunch break at the Saigon 3 next door. So we come back around 2 p.m. today for next following speaker to share with you a lot of useful information. And now please move to the Saigon 3, enjoy the lunch break. Thank you so much. Second part of today's conference. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our event today, the second Solar Wind Congress Vietnam 2021. As spoken previously, we would like to express our deep gratitude to all sponsors for your supporting us to well run the first and the second Solar and Wind Congress in Vietnam as expected. And today, we would like to take this opportunity to introduce to all of you our sponsor. First of all, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Lim Chong Poon, Head of Product and Marketing of APAC. Before he gives the presentation to everybody, I give a short introduction of him. Mr. Lim is handling the product and marketing in APAC at Trailer Solar. He joined Trailer in November 2011 and has been responsible for product management, training and promotion of new product to APAC customer. He has over 9 years of PV industry experience and supporting the broad base of customer in different segments on product and technical matters. And right now, please give a big applause to welcome Mr. Lim Chong Poon on Zoom from Singapore. A big applause. Mr. Lim, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
So I will share my screen now. Okay, I hope everyone can see my screen. Once again, thank you for your time and participation today on this Solar and Wind Congress in Vietnam. So I'm Lim from Trina Solar. I'm the product manager for Asia Pacific. So today I would like to give an introduction of the Trina Solar new Vertex series. So before I start, just a very quick introduction of Trina Solar. So basically, we are founded in 1997. We have been in the solar industry for more than 20 years, and the biggest milestone was last year where we have relisted again onto the Shanghai Stock Exchange. And in terms of bankability, we are ranked 5 times top most bankable module supplier from 2016 to 2020. So to give a brief overview of how the solar module has developed over the last 10 years. So this is a power bin chart or power bin graph that we see since 2009 until now. So you can see that the module power has increased significantly, especially over the last 2 years, where in 2019 we are still looking at 400 watt power bin. And then last year, second half or first half, we are starting to see 500 watt, and this year we are going up to 670 watt. So basically, this is an adoption of different technologies. So from the previous generation of high density, high resistance, then we use the selective emitter, and now we have the mono PERC, which has become a standard technology in most of the solar modules. Then this is the holy grail that all the developers and customers are looking at, especially for the levelized cost of energy. So in terms of as a module component supplier, so our contribution here is in the total cost and also in the total power generation. So this is our roadmap for large-scale utility and large-scale rooftops. So as mentioned, since last year we have started our 210 mm cell size. So we have started off with the 500 watt module, and then 2020 November we have the 550 watt, and then by second half of this year there will be the 600 watt and the 670 watt that is coming into the market. And similarly, we also have a smaller footprint module that is targeted for the smaller residential and the smaller commercial rooftops. So the main product here will be also based on our 210, which is in the power bin of 390 to 400 watt. So this is our comprehensive product model list that we have. So on the top half is the 166 mm cell size. So the power bin it covers is from 350 to 450. Then on the lower half of the table, this is all based on our 210 cell size. So the power bin will covers from 390 all the way to 670 watt. So Trina offers a range of products and a range of power bins that is catered for the different segments. So on Trina technology, the platform that we are using for our solar module is based on the multi-bus bar, the half-cut cell technology, and of course the bifacial glass technology. So all this is the platform that has been in the industry standard for quite some time, and is an extension of this platform that we are using in our new 210 mm Vertex series. So I'll start off with the smaller footprint Vertex S module. So this is based on the small footprint that is targeted for the residential and the CNI market, available in 3 different variants: white backsheet, silver frame, all black, then white backsheet with black frame. So this is the more details of information about this product. So it's based on the 5x12 times layout, 120 cells, 1/3 cut cell. So considering that rooftop application has space constraint, so we have studied the different rooftops layout, and so we have optimized our dimension, this 1.73 by 1.038 meters module, so that we can cater to most of the rooftops, small rooftops, and at the same time be able to maximize the rooftop capacity. So we have done a study for same size rooftop where we use different models with different power bin. The Vertex S series is able to install up to 18.23 kilowatt same size top. So over the lifetime, it actually gives us more than 20% over the previous models that is if it's similarly deployed on the same rooftop. So as our flagship product for residential and the small CNI market, we have also improved our product workmanship warranty. So especially for the black frame and the all black variant, we are offering 15 years product warranty instead of the standard 12 years. So next will be on our larger footprint, which is our Vertex bifacial and monofacial. So the power bin range from 550, 600, 670. So basically, to achieve this is integration of the innovative technology as mentioned earlier. So from the top left is the increase in wafer size. Conventionally, we have been using the 158 cell for quite some time, and then there's improvement to 166. In the new era, now we are using the 210. So this will contribute a significant amount in terms of the power bin increase for the next module. Then because of this larger cell surface area, we have also increased the number of bus bar. Like for 158, we are using 5 bus bar. Then for 166, we have increased to 9 bus bar. And for 210, we'll be using mostly 12 bus bar for the module. Then on the top right would be the half-cut cell. So half-cut cell has been becoming the industry standard, where you see most of the different module suppliers are using this technology. For Trina here, we have upgraded our cutting technology to a non-destructive cutting. So instead of using mechanical separation, now we are using the low temperature laser to slice through the cell so as to maintain the mechanical integrity of the cut cell to almost as similar as a full non-cut cell. Then on the bottom right is our high density encapsulation technology. So the idea here is to minimize the white space between the cells so that we can optimize the overall dimension of the module. And this will help to improve the module efficiency by 0.2 to 0.3%. So this is the product details for our 550 watt. So as mentioned, based on the 210 mm solar cell, the multi-bus bar, non-destructive cutting, high density interconnection, high density encapsulation, and the 5x11 layout. So basically this is a 110 cell module and it's based on a low voltage, high current design. So when we put this low voltage, high current design into the system perspective, we'll be able to see what is the benefit of this feature. So basically when we compare to others in the market, for a same site condition of lowest temperature minus 10 degrees and a 1500 volt system, we are actually able to put more modules into one string. So over here we can see there's about 35% more power per string as compared to the others. And this will have a significant impact on the cost of the balance of system. So we have worked with both internally and with different customers and also the third-party DMPGL certification body to do simulation and calculation of these high-power modules as compared to the lower ones. So in this particular scenario, it's a one-portrait tracker. We have done this simulation in Spain and US. So on the left, you can see the comparative result shows that overall the EPC cost will decrease when we use a higher 545 watt module. So these savings will be coming from because of the higher power bin. So there's less number of modules that need to be installed for the same size project. Then the low voltage, high current design, basically we are able to use less strings, so there's less DC cable cost. And then in terms of the tracker, we also has a lower total length of the tracker for the project. So these are the more specific details of this simulation and study. So you can see that the savings will come from this three part. The tracker, the total length of tracker is shorter, the DC cables saving, and on the labor cost and installation cost savings. This is the specific details when we do a side-by-side comparison, when we compare a 545 watt versus a 535 watt. So in terms of tracker, we're actually saving almost 11 kilometers in terms of length on the tracker. Then on the DC cables, it's up to 32% cost savings for these particular projects. And lastly will be the labor cost saving because of the less number of modules. So there's less mounting required and overall less time required for the installation. So besides the one portrait tracker, we have also made a scenario out in different scenarios, like two portrait tracker, two portrait fixed tube, four landscape fixed tube. So we do see quite consistent results of the higher power bin being able to achieve a lower cost as compared to the other lower power bins. So it's quite conclusive that if we use a higher power bin Trina Vertex module, we are able to get more cost savings in our projects. So I think 2 weeks back, we have officially launched our latest 170 watt ultra high power module. So you can see this is a 2.3 by 1.3 dimension module. So the weight for backsheet is about 3.9 kilo and for bifacial is 38.7 kilo. Highest efficiency up to 21.6% and similarly is based on a low voltage high current design. So a lot of times we get questions on as the module becomes bigger, is there any impact on the loading or the mechanical integrity of the module? So we are happy to announce that we have passed all the required testing in terms of mechanical load So we are able to fulfill the IEC requirement of the 5,400 Pascal front and 2,400 Pascal back because of innovative and optimized design of our module frame. So another question that we commonly get is, how about logistics? Will this large size module be able to fit into the current shipping containers that is used? So on the left, you will see that this is the conventional packing method, or horizontally placed 2 stack in the 40-foot container. So on the right will be our new packing method, which is the vertical placement. So this will allow us to fit it into the 40-foot high-cube container without any problem. So this is how it will look like inside the container itself. So you can see, as compared to the other module power bin, we are actually able to load more kilowatt in the container by up to 12% when we compare between the 670 watt and the 540 watt. So in terms of compatibility with major inverter suppliers, on the left is a central inverter, so there's no problem for a central inverter to handle the higher current from these high power modules. So the change here is the upgrade in terms of the field capacity from 15 amperes to 30 amperes. Then on the right is the string inverter. So we have also worked with the major inverter suppliers, as mentioned in this slide, to have a compatible model so that the inverter is able to handle this higher current from these high power modules, and at the same time we are able to achieve the required DC-AC ratio and 2 string in parallel to the inverter. So for mounted projects, now we see that there's a lot of traction, a lot of interest, and projects that is starting to deploy bifacial modules together with trackers. So we have also worked with the top 8 tracker suppliers in the market, mainly as listed in this slide. So they have a compatible design that will work with Trina 550, 600 watt, and 670 watt module. So you can choose any of these tracker suppliers for your projects. So we are very excited about this 210 mm Vertex module. So to prepare for this, Trina has also ramped up our capacity. So we have 4 major factories in China that is able to supply this module, and 2 factories overseas that is supporting other markets. So besides the module itself, we also have the Trina tracker. So this is a innovative, I would say a sort of a one-stop solution where we combine Trina bifacial module with Trina tracker and our smart tracking algorithm so as to achieve the maximum power generation from both the front and back module. So there's 2 product series that we have for Trina tracker. One is the Vanguard and one is Gel. So this is really targeted for different geographic condition. So Vanguard is 2 in portrait and Agile is 1 in portrait. So lastly, I'd just like to give some examples of the deployment of the modules. So this is for like a Trina residential rooftop where we can use the Vertex S module. And then this will be for a commercial rooftop where we can use 500 watt or 550 watt module. And lastly is on the utility-based project where we can use the high power 550, 600 or 670 watt together with the tracker. So lastly, to end the presentation, this is our Trina Vertex family. So you can see starting from the left, we have the Vertex S for residential rooftop, and then the 18 and 19 series for the commercial rooftops, and 20 and 21 series mainly for the ground-mounted utility projects. Yeah, with that, I'd like to end my lecture. Thank you everyone for the time today.
Thank you, Mr. Lim Chong-Fu, for your sharing. And next speaker, we would like to introduce to all of you guys Ms. Wang Chen. So I give the short introduction about Ms. Wang Chen to all of you. She, Katina Wang Chen, is the project development VP in South Asia of Thousand Solar. She in charge of project development and EPC execution in South Asia, and each of the brand company thousands in Vietnam. And now we give a big applause to welcome Ms. Wang Chen to the stage.
Hello everyone, I'm Katrina Wang Tian and I'm from Tailsung Solar. Okay, so Tailsung Solar is basically one of the top 10 module manufacturers in China, and we have a few factories in China and a factory in Thailand. Tailsung Solar is a wholly owned subsidiary of Zhongli Group, which is a public listed company in Shenzhen in the year 2009, and Tailsung is incorporated in the year 2010. And now we compared with other module manufacturers, so we are more a developer and a founder in China markets. And now we have already our own project development, subsidiaries and branches in Europe, in Japan, and now in Vietnam. So our Vietnam branch is incorporated in the last year, and we are located in District 7. And now we have about 10 staffs here in business development and engineering. And so last year we have successfully executed and developed about 7 megawatts CNI rooftop projects in Binh and Long An. This is our engineers and site managers on the site to supervise and to the works. So basically the business scope of the Vietnam entity is number one, sales of the modules, and to cooperate with our China HQ. And here we are able to provide local service and the local supports for the customers in Vietnam, and we can successfully to approach those small distributors and small clients more easily when we are located in Vietnam. And now we are also considering of having stocks or in Vietnam to service those smaller clients and distributors. The most important target here is also development and execution of solar rooftop projects in Vietnam, and also co-finance with other projects with our partners. So Tailsung is the core competitiveness, the global network. So compared with other players, we have a global networks, and we have more channels to approach rooftop owners, and from China, from Hong Kong, from Taiwan, and we have a very wide network here in Vietnam to approach rooftop owners. And we have a manufacturing and a complete a production chain for modules, which gives us a advantage in cost and delivery schedule, and to ensure the execution plan of the EPC, the projects. And the financial strengths we have, we are listed, and we are more capable of to approach the banks and to have the financial supports from different entities. So this is basically the milestones of the companies. In the 2009, the Zhongli Group is set up and is listed. And 2010, the company is set up. In 2011 and 2010, we are come to be top 10 solar EPC enterprise in China and completed 100 megawatt PV power plants. And in the 2015, we come to be top 10 solar module manufacturer globally. And in 2016, we come to be also Tier 1 module supplier in BNEF, and we are sub-ranking in top 20 China PV power plant investment enterprise. And up to now, we have already to 2020, we have established a new production line, 5 gigawatt production base in Shandong in China for production of high efficiency of solar modules. The products range is many, the headquarters like solar modules, diversified solutions, and solar storage. The global network, we are, as just spoken, and the Telsan is covering globally, and we are very strong in Europe and in the United States by selling modules and from the factory in Thailand. And of course we are strong in China, and now we are very strong in Southeast Asia, not only by selling modules, but we are having a team, and we are more service oriented, and direction is the next step of the company. The product, the portfolio, we are now the most popular trim is 445 and 450 watts solar module for this year, and the next. And we are also able to supply modules of 550 or 560 or even 600 watts, depending on the customer requirements and the markets. For Vienna, this year our strategy is still more focused on the 445 and 450 watts. We have the full series from 12 bus bar, 10 bus bar, 9 bus bar, and from 320 and to 665 watts solar modules with a product warranty 12 years and performance guarantee 30 years. This is a B-Star style. It's we can supply from 280 watts to 665 watts. The product warranty is 12 years, and the performance guarantee is about 25 years. So the manufacturing, we are now increasing 5 gigawatt capacity in Shandong. So from this year we will be more capable of providing solar panels and to Southeast Asia and other countries. And now we are also expanding our production line in Thailand to meet the requirements of Europe and the United States. Telsan is also more focused on R&D, constant innovations. We have about 300 over staffs in R&D to develop the most high efficient solar modules and follow the market trend and requirements. This is the development vision of the headquarters, and our Vienna entity is also to in line with our HQ requirements and vision. Here is we are not only identifying ourselves as a solar module manufacturer, but we are more in provide a better service and covering a wider scope of the works project development, engineering, design, and local service and transportation of the service. We are able to approach a customer in a very close way as a service provider plus a module manufacturer. So we as in Southeast Asia, our project development pipeline for the next 3 years is 100 megawatts, including CNI and rooftops. And we're going to work with those projects with our founders and partners. And we also will execute the projects most of the projects by ourselves. and to build a strong EPC team in Southeast Asia. Last year, because as we all know, Vietnam is very hot, and we totally about almost 10 gigawatts, 9 over gigawatts of a solar system has been connected to the grid. And we have sales about 70 megawatts solar modules last year, and we successfully developed a COD 7 megawatts CNI roofs last year. And this year, because this morning we are talking a lot about like the self-consumption and FIT, because this year is going to be much lower, or the vision of the new FIT coming out is come to be very dim, and we don't know. So for like self-consumption projects, we already have a pipeline 30 megawatts, and this year at least we can execute another 10 or 20 megawatts of full self-consumption projects. If there's FIT, we will be more ambitious, and we are going to do maybe at least 50 megawatts for this year. This is one project we did in Binyong, and this is also in Binyong. And this is also in Mingyong, and this is in Long An. So the target here, based on the Vietnam branch, is like we do projects, we develop and execute. We were going to build a team here in Vietnam to service the whole Southeast Asia market, to do the development, construction, and maybe financing in the future. And we are going to also expand our branches to mid of Vietnam or north of Vietnam to service our customers who buy our modules and better. Not only here, but as I mentioned, last year I think not only last year, until to last year we have developed, our European team has developed over 300 megawatts in Europe, and it has been also constructed, and also we have constructed but developed 350 megawatts ground-mounted projects in Argentina together with Shanghai Electric. This is a monitoring system, and we can do the O&M in China, and we are also able to do the monitoring and energy according to the customer requirements, and customize the softwares. This is some a project portfolio. Globally, we have done about over 20 gigawatts globally, and one very special feature, if you see from the picture, is the solar farming. We are the first company in China who have the idea of do solar farms in China, and we are one of the largest one who has executed some solar farms in China. This is 1 megawatt project we did in Ningxia in China. This is another 100 megawatts we did in China in Gansu. Some 30 megawatts and 24 megawatts in Italy. And this is the 350 megawatts, 15 megawatts I just mentioned in Argentina. And this is Mexico, Germany, and a lot of others. So basically I'm the person here in charge of the Vietnam branch, and if anything you want to deal with Telson, or to check the cooperation possibilities, you can always contact me. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you, Minh Wan Chen, Project Development PB of South Asia, from Telson Group, to share a lot of information to all of you. So next sharing, we'd like to invite everybody pay attention again to the stage and welcome Ms. Sarina M.A.'s GM Asia Pacific TPEA. Please give a big applause to welcome Ms. Sarina.
It's really my great honor to stand here today to discussing something about green energy for our better life with all of you today. And today our theme is best choice for your PV and wind system. Within this, we hope we can share you something more about TVE's advanced technology and idea to the renewable sector in the Vietnam section. And first of all, please allow me to give you a brief introduction about our TVEA. Let me learn to use this. Okay. So first of all, from this slide, you can see that TVEA is a group company with 3 public listed subsidiaries, 2 listed in Shanghai stock and 1 listed in Hong Kong stock. TVEA has mainly 4 business sectors. For the first one is power transmission and the distribution industry. I guess most of you have heard the TVE transformer maybe 10 years before in Vietnam market already. And the second part is new materials industry. Here we mainly mean high purities aluminum, mainly used for the aerospace. And the third part is traditional energy. For traditional energy here, it's mainly for the thermal power plant and also the pit height for the coal mining also. Right now, TVEA owns several pit height thermal power plants in China. The fourth part, which is also the upper side, is the new energy industry. This is also where I am from, also the main topic I'm going to talk about today. For the renewable energy here, the first main product is silicon product. The main company is Xinte Energy, listed in Hong Kong stock. So TVE's silicon production is top 2 globally. Right now we have long-term contracts with many top module suppliers in China, such as LONGi. And the second part for renewables here is TVEA Sonoasis. Sonoasis is actually our mother company. We are doing the PV development, also wind development in China. And the third part for TVEA Sonoasis here is TVEA Xi'an. So this is the company I am from, TVEA Xi'an. We also call it Tai'an in Vietnam language. It's in the middle part of China. And TVEA Xi'an is the world top supplier for the power inverter and the SVT product. Until right now, we have 3 class bases, production bases in China, and 1 in Xi'an, the other one in Mongolia, also the third one in India market right now. Also, until now, TVEA has more than 32 gigawatts for global references and more than 10 gigawatts for SVT global references. Later, I will show you more about the picture. Here, this one shows the main things TVEA Xi'an is doing. From the first one, we can see the power generation part. TVEA is doing both the string inverter and also the central inverter. And then let's go to the transmission part. TVEA mainly doing the SVT product. It's also called STATCOM in some countries. It's equipment for the reactive power generation. Then let's go to the third part, is the distribution part. Distribution, TVEA is mainly doing the BSS and the PCS, also for the energy router. And also to ensure the very stable operation of all these equipments. Right now we are also doing the TVEA eCloud. If it's only for one project, we call it a PV SCADA system. If you want to monitor many projects, maybe at your office, then we call it eCloud. Later I will show you more about that. So right now, let's come to the first part, the innovative PV power system. Just right now, I have heard Trina talk about LCOE, because this is really a very important concept, talking about PV power plant. Previously, for the voltage, we are all using the 1000 volt, but until now, right now, both for the PV modules and also the solar inverters, it's all upgraded to the 1500 volt. And also for the block design, we all know that right now the block design is much more bigger, and the DC-AC ratio is also higher and higher. For the largest middle voltage block design right now I have seen, it's in India market. The middle voltage design is up to 12.5 megawatts. Because right now we see in Vietnam market we are 6.25 or 6.8, but some other market is much more higher. Then the third part is structure optimization. This is mainly for the mounting system and the angle design. Especially for the mounting system, like for the low latitude regions such as Vietnam, the tracking mounting system is much more popular, and it's also very important right now. Then for the fourth part is the OM. Right now, we don't need any manpower. We use e-cloud, we use AI, we use big data to replace many manpower and to ensure the in-time O&M service. This is the main, bestseller for TB right now concerning the string inverter. The capacity is 228 kilowatts at 40 degrees, while it's 250 kilowatts at 30 degrees. So it can be designed according to the situation, according to conditions which this project is actually suitable for. And also the highlights for this 228 kilowatt string inverter. The first one is this one can match 20 amp PV current and can match 182 210 millimeter bifacial modules. So it's suitable for the most popular, the large modules right now in the market. Also, it can support 24 inputs, 12 individual MPPT. Can help you avoid the overshading because of maybe the mountainous region. And also it can support DC-AC ratio up to 1.8 times. That means if you want to build some power plant in the north part of Vietnam, you can maybe make the DC-AC ratio higher to ensure the very effective power generation of your power plant. So based on the 3 points just now I have said, it can help you to higher the LCOE for at least 3%. And then talk about the friendliness of the grid of this string inverter. Right now the 228 string inverter can support the interface for the storage. Because right now most of the clients or the investors in Vietnam market, we are worried maybe in the future, maybe the government regulations in the Vietnam market will have the policy for the power storage. So right now our inverter is ready for this. If you use TBA inverter, you don't need to worry. It has the interface for storage. So in the future you can just add the battery, then everything is in time. And also it can support the extremely weak grid access. That means the LCOR is equals to 1.5 times. Also low current, harmonic and fast active support. So everything here is supported for the friendly grid connection to ensure the grid to be stable. Here is talking about the protection grid for this string inverter. For the string inverter, the IP grade here is 66, IP66, and the anti-corrosion grade is C5, which is the highest one right now in the industry. And the second part is for the AV curve scanning. This string inverter supports the AV curve scanning, also for the DC arcing. Thank you. And so within this we can save it for at least 1%. Also, you can see this shows the logic for the AV curve. And it for 100 megawatt station, it only uses 5 minutes. Here is our central inverter. This is 6.25. It's also 6.8. IP65, so the IP grade. Here is the logic of our e-cloud. You can see it's for the solar watch bar and the solar analyst, also TB e-cloud to monitor every plant. Here is some typical applications. First in Vietnam, 300, Thailand, and Pakistan, Bulgaria, Algeria, and Chile. So it's a global reference. Later we can discuss more. The second part is about SVT. This is going to be a very popular product, I think, this Vietnam market, because the wind industry is quite hot these days. The reason why we need the SVT is because the nature of the wind and also the sunshine is not continuously. So if for this kind of like wind power plant or it's solar power plant, there are going to be the problem for the high randomness or strong fluctuation for the power generation. So you need some equipment to stable the power, to higher the power quality. Also for the power transmission, because of the insufficient short circuit capacity, so it's easy to be affected by the load or system failure, also voltage up or voltage flicker. Very often to happen. I guess most of you have heard maybe the incident happened in 2016 in Australia. Just because a typhoon happened to the wind power plant in South Australia, then it occurred a blackout incident in the South Australia. No electricity at all. And after that, Australia has a very high regulation on the power quality. Then they have very regulation for you to install the SVT. Here shows the development of the SVT. It's a long term. For the first generation, it's MSC. It's also called a mechanical switching type capacitor. So this one, because it's mechanical switch, so it's fixed. The response time for this is more than 100 milliseconds. Well, then it goes to the second generation. We call it SVC, static var compensator. So this one, the technology is a little bit higher. It's using the thyristor valve, but this thyristor valve is only half control. It's semi-control, semi-protection. So the response time is still 20 milliseconds. But right now, we go to the third generation, which also is the highest, most advanced technology. It's called STATCOM or SVTs in different countries. This one is using the high-tech IGBT valve, so it's a full control switch. So with this SVT, the response time is less than 5 milliseconds. Here I have a simple solution comparison about these three solutions. From this, you can see that capacitor bank is fixed switching. So for the compensation effect, it's fixed, not flexible. Well, for SVT, it's continuous adjustment, so it's flexible. It can be adjusted, can be customized according to your real-time situation. Also for the compensation range here, for capacitor bank and also SVC, it's all only for capacitive reactive power. Well, for the SVT, it's both inductive and also the capacitive reactive power, so it's much more wider here. Also, response time I just mentioned now. And for some like harmonic, like voltage footprint, you can see SVG is much more advanced than the traditional solution like capacity bank or SVC. So here is about something TBE is mainly doing. For the SVG, we do from 3.3 kV to 35 kV, from 1 megawatt to 100 megawatts. So it's customized according to your need. And it's cooling type or it's other type. Also, our product is widely certified by the third party like TUV or CE. And you can also go to our factory to do the vendor assessment with TUV, as I said. And until now, I'm talking about the goodness of SVG, but I guess still maybe some friends will have the question why we choose SVG, because they think SVG is not as stable as capacitor bank. They think capacitor bank is much more stable. But I think this question is just like the difference between notebook and the intelligent computer. It's just like the traditional Nokia and right now the smart iPhone. Also, it's like the traditional thermal power plant and the renewable power plant, what we are doing right now. So why we can try to use all this electronic and this advanced technology, but we dare not to try the advanced technology of SVG. So that's why I want to introduce you more about right now for the reliability and the safety for SVG we have done. For the first part is actually right now for the SVG we have done automatic bypass and N4 redundancy. That means any failure, if it happens to one power module, it can change to the backup module automatically. So you don't need to worry, it's seamless here. And also second part for the IGBT, we have the technology to monitor every IGBT module's temperature. So to ensure the well condition, the balance of every IGBT. The third is the carrier frequency here. So it means the working frequency of the SVG can be adjusted according to the real-time working condition. It can help you to lower the power loss, because some firms may think if we install an individual SVG, then the power loss will be higher. So here we have the technology to help you to lower this. The third part is about the large-scale power system simulation. So actually we have the model to support any kind of simulation to ensure you is stable here. And also the last one is the low voltage read-through and high voltage read-through. This is the newest regulation right now Chinese government is requiring. So we also have this. If in the future in any other country, maybe also in Vietnam, we have new regulation here, TBE can satisfy. Here shows the picture of the logic for the IGBT temperature monitor. From this picture, you can see that every IGBT, the temperature is being monitored. If the system feels that any particular IGBT is a higher temperature, then the cooling system will strengthen more to ensure the balance here. Here it shows the technology for the power module integration. From the first picture, you can see the transfer bus and the DC capacitor bank. There is quite a large space here. But for the second picture, you can see that our module, our technology, the transfer bus and the DC capacitor, small DC capacitor, is highly integrated in one power module. This technology can help you reduce the IGBT peak voltage and improve the LGBT operation life. Why I said a lot of things about LGBT? Because LGBT is head, it's like the brain for the SVG. So as long as we can ensure the stable condition of LGBT, then that means the operation life and reliability of SVG is being higher protected. And the lower one, that shows the PCB sealing technology. This is the TBE patent technology, so only TBE had this one. We use the silicone gel to seal the whole PCB board to protect it from the high humidity or salty environment. Well, many manufacturers, they can only do, you see the whole PCB board is exposed to the air, so it's not good for the long-term operation. Here shows some typical application about our SVG. From that corner, you see the first one we have done is in Australia market. That Australian market is, that plant is for oil and gas company. The company name is Santos. And at that time, because their power station is far away from their factory, so the voltage is always very low. They cannot start up their factory normally. So then they install the SVG to support voltage. Then the factory can run very generally. Then after that, first overseas reference, then we got many more references in Australia, also in Turkey, in Pakistan, as you can see. And since the year of 2019, it's another stage, another boom for TBE's SVG product, because we started our market in Middle East country. Here you can see the first one is in Saudi Arabia solar plant. That solar plant, the solar capacity is 330. Well, the SVG here used is 75 megawatts. The project owner is Aqua Power, and then after that one, the second one in Oman solar plant, also for 68 megawatts SVG. The third one in Dubai for DBA 5 solar plant, also use our SVG for 180 megawatts. Also, I have to say this 3 projects in Middle East countries. It's all from the same plant, Aqua Power. So why I want to say this is I don't want to say how good TBE is, but from this plant you can see they are keeping giving TBE orders year after year. That shows the user clarification here that SVG is reliable and it can really solve the problem for the power plant. And until now, I also want to say something about SVG here because this I have a lot of discussion with friends or some clients in Vietnam market. A lot of clients, they are asking me, right now there are actually no regulation about SVG in EVN, no clear regulation. But some plants, they are still insist on install the SVG. Well, some plants, they don't have this actually. But because we are worried, maybe in the future, this thing will happen because we already send the power curtailment and the very weak power transmission side in the southern part of Vietnam. So I want to share something more about my idea for the SVG reactive power regulation. Right now, even though Vietnam don't have clear regulation here, but in Australia it's like they require every power plant before development this power plant. You need to do the system simulation during the design, and you submit your system simulation and your design to the government. Then you'll see how many reactive power you should provide if you want to build a new power plant in this region. Then you know right now in Australia, for my experience, the largest percentage here is 80%. That means I remember my projects like the solar plant is only 5 megawatts, but they are requiring 4 megawatt of SVT. So that is up to 80%. And also in China, right now they have the compulsory regulation here. Every plant in China, you need to install the SVT here. And the percentage is from 10% to 20%. But here, for the specific percentage, it's also due to the simulation, due to the power system design when they support this to the state grid. And for the Midwest here, they have a very clear regulation here. They require every power plant to have 50% of reactive power. Well, between this 50% of reactive power, they must have 25% from individual SVT, because they think that first of all, because right now also inverter itself has a PQ curve, and it also sometimes have the SVT function. But inverter is the equipment to generate the active power. If you use this one to generate the reactive power, that means you have power loss for active power. Also, for the response time, inverter is not as fast as SVT. So they think SVT is the fast one and the most reliable one to solve the problem. And right now, they have clear regulation in Middle East for 25% from individual SVT. It goes wrong with the machine again. Third part is the smart microgrid. Why I talk about this? Because these days a lot of clients asking me about a battery here. We all feel that in Vietnam, maybe very soon they will have a clear need about the battery. So for the microgrid, TBU has several main products. The first one is the energy router. For energy router, we can also call it electronic transformer. So compared to the traditional transformer, it's a traditional transformer. It only has one DC, one AC voltage. While for the electronic transformer, energy router here, it can have several DC and several AC output in the same time. That means you can replace several traditional transformers with only one this equipment. This can help you reduce the construction duration, reduce the energy consumption, and increase the IRR. The second part is for the battery. So TB integrate battery and the PCS and the BMS together. We have made the solution for the BESS. So this can help, because it's highly integrated, it can help reduce the duration for the construction by at least 10%. Also because multiple PCS is working in parallel, so it can support fast and seamless switch on and off grid within less than 20 milliseconds. And the main revenue model for the BESS here, right now I think Vietnam only have the make a peak price and the valley price. But right now out of Vietnam there are several, like the low frequency support. That means you support some time of low frequency or adjust the frequency. The grid will pay you a amount of money.
Ms. Sabrina, could you shortcut your presentation?
Okay.
Because we have a lot of
this is the last one.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, anyway, all in one, I want to say TBA is a good company. We have done the electronic transformer for many reference. So TBA is a group company. We are doing global business. We wish we can serve all you in Vietnam for a long term. We love Vietnam. We hope for a long-term cooperation here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sabrina, very much for your presentation. After Ms. Sabrina, so we also have Mr. Andy Su, Vice President of International Department of Silent Electric. Before he comes to the stage and give the short presentation to everybody, I just give the short introduction about Silent to everyone. Silent Electric is the leading global high-tech enterprise specialized in power electronic product, covering its business in power generation, power supply, distribution, and power utilization. It provides the customer the full range of solar inverter, energy storage system, and power quality control solution. Sina offers the broad range of the solution and services spanning from commission, installation, and maintaining across the world. And now, we would like to ask your attention, get a big applause to welcome Mr. Andy Su to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. I would like to make a brief introduction about Sina. The topic of my presentation is how to maximize your PV plant benefits through optimized inverter selection. Let me give you some brief introduction about Sina. Sina Electric was founded in 2012, and in 2014, Sina has acquired all of the PV business from Emerson. And Sina started its international business from 2017. And in 2018, Sina set up its overseas production bases in India, Bangalore. And in 2020, Sina was listed in Shenzhen stock market. These are the two production bases of Sina. One is in Wuxi, China, and the present production capacity reached up to 10 gigawatt. And in Bangalore, it's up to 3 gigawatt. But it will be very soon, the total production capacity of Sina will be increased up to 30 gigawatts in the quarter 3 of 2021. This slide shows the major presence of Sina in the international market. We have the market center and the reference project in Southeast Asia countries, in India, in Europe and South America. These are the major information about the Vietnam market. The total installation up to 1.7 gigawatt with around 20 projects. And we have very close cooperation with the major clients, the developers and the EPC companies. But most of the projects we are using the central inverters with the 1500 voltage. This is a reference project. This project is equipped with a 5 megawatt inverter station. This is the latest skid inverter station we have used in most of the project in 2020. The capacity of this inverter station is 6.25 with 2 inverters. The second part, I just make some brief introduction about the technology, PV technology trends. So from this slide, we can see the module efficiency and the inverter capacity and the installation of the Vietnam market have increased a lot. But the LCOE has reduced up to 96% lower. So that means the PV power generation has really entered the era of the full parity. From this slide, we can see the latest bidding price in Portugal in 2020 has reached up to 1.3 US dollar cents. So economic, stable, safe, and digitalized PV plants have become the general trend at this time. Another trend is the increasing size of the module. So the latest module can reach up to 210 millimeters. So with the increasing size of the modules, the inverter also are facing a very violent impacts. And the maximum current can reach up to 20 ampere. Okay, the third part, I would like to give you some information about the inverter selection for the PV plant. Sinan, as a professional and leading PV manufacturer in China, the product lines covered the full range from the central inverter, central distributed and string inverters. The capacity from central inverter starts from 1 megawatt up to 3.125. And another advantage of the central inverter is also very easily to integrate it into a very easy installation and a very easy operation and maintenance MV station. This is what I just mentioned is 6.25 inverter station. Now it's widely used in most of the project. The total installation of the 3.125 inverter have reached up to 10 gigawatts. For the string inverter, Sinan has just launched its larger capacity up to 275 kilowatt, which can greatly reduce the LCOE for the solar farm and for some of the rooftop projects. This is the one we have widely used in most of the big scale solar farm. 1,500 voltage outdoor central inverters. The capacity including two models, 2.5 and 3.125. The typical features including 1,500 voltage in DC side and IP65 design and protection levels. It can apply for the high DC AC ratio up to more than 1.8, sorry. And at 50 degrees, the capacity of the power will keep the full power without any derating. And another advantage is very easily to integrate it into a very MV station. Another trend is that the inverter become became the control center of the whole PV power station. It can realize the data collection, the processor, the control, and most of the other functions. These are the some advantage of the Sinan outdoor inverters. It with the two-phase heat exchanger, it can increase the efficiency of the ventilations. This is one of the reasons why at 50 degrees, Sinan central inverter can keep full power without any derating. and the protection level can reach up to IP65, and the anti-corrosion level can reach C5. The central inverter can better solve the problem of high current PV module and high DC AC ratio. You know, with the current trend, with the increased size of the module, the current will become bigger and bigger, up to 20 ampere. And also, in different countries, with different regulations, the DC-AC ratio can be very high, up to more than 1.8. So the central inverter can better solve all of these kind of problems. This is a typical Siemens 6.25 megawatt station. This kind of MV station we have applied for more than 600 megawatt in Vietnam, and all of the products is running well. With 2 inverters and 1 transformers. And the features is that with everything is built in the factory, it will be more easier to installation in the PV plant without any extra problems. Siemens also have the BESS system, and all of the PV system can be integrated very intelligent in a deep integration for the inverter system and the power storage system. This is the model we just launched at the end of the year 2020. It's 1,500 voltage string inverters. The max power can reach up to 275. The maximum string current can reach up to 20 ampere, and the string numbers reach 24. These are the product line of Siemens string inverters. Besides this one, Siemens also have another model is 40 kilowatts with a fanless design. So all of this model, the string inverters, especially the latest one, 275, can be very easily compatible to the big size modules. This is a typical Siemens inverter for the system solutions, with features that can have the large block design and the lower LCOE and the smarter cloud, and also smart IV scanning with the IP66 protection levels. Siemens inverters can apply for very harsh environment, including with its IP66 protection level, C5 anti-corrosion grade, and the temperature can apply up to 30 degrees minus up to 60 degrees. Especially in some of the reference projects, Siemens has been proved to apply for the high temperature, high salty, and high humidity environment. For the commercial and industrial rooftop project, Siemens has the lower capacity for 50, 60 kilowatt and up to 110 and 120 kilowatts for the commercial and industrial rooftop plant. The main features including can be applied for the large capacity and the PID integrated design, and can be suitable for the bifacial modules, smart air cooling, IV curve scanning, and with IP66 protection and C5 anti-corrosion. These are some reference in Vietnam of the rooftop project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Edison, very much for your presentation. Thank you. Before we come back with some following speaker, we would like to invite all of you. We take 10-minute break and we come back shortly. Thank you. Everyone, can you set up and we have a 10-minute break and come back shortly with our following speaker. Và thưa quý vị, chúng ta sẽ có 10 phút giải lao và sau đó mình sẽ quay trở lại khán phòng để tiếp tục với những diễn giả còn lại. Xin cảm ơn sự hợp tác của tất cả quý vị.
Yeah, but the technique is not working. Em ơi, cái này không hoạt động được. Okay. So this is the agenda here. I walk you through the agenda. Vietnam's latest economic developments. Vietnam is booming. Vietnam has the money to pay for renewable energy. The energy sector overview, potential of renewable energy in Vietnam, current government policy on wind, solar energy, investment guidelines for foreign investors, and my recommendations. Vietnam's latest economic developments. Here, a country, boom. In COVID corona crisis, Vietnam is probably one of the first countries which managed COVID corona the best. So we have $360 billion GDP. It's a 6.7 growth, a record-breaking growth. Here you have nearly 100 million people, and the demographic situation in Vietnam is very good. Average age is 30.9 years old. Vietnam is also one of the most dynamic countries on this planet. Saigon is the second most dynamic city on this planet, and Hanoi is the 8th most dynamic city on this planet. Vietnam is has one of the fastest growing middle classes. You see here the high rate of foreign direct investment, nearly 30 billion. Vietnam has the highest GDP growth in Southeast Asia. You can see that here in 2020. Vietnam is the fourth fastest growing high net worth country with 10.1% double-digit growth. Now the energy sector background here. Vietnam on short term, mid-term will face an energy crisis because they cannot put so many projects into the grid. So basically you have here by 2030, 877 billion. By 2045, by 2030, the total installed capacity of Vietnam's electricity sources is predicted to be at about 137 gigawatt here. So you have a lot of it still is thermal, 27% gas thermal, 21 hydroelectricity, 18% renewable, 29% imported energy, about 4% pumped hydroelectric. The energy sector background, electricity of Vietnam holds a monopoly on electricity transmission and distribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about 2021. Within the next 2-3 years, there will be a remarkable change according to Power Development Master Plan number 8, which is now in draft version. EVN will lose its monopoly. You will have a liberalization of the off-taker market, and this is very interesting for you, because if you start to negotiate, develop projects now, you should put that in your project documents. should put in your project documents basically your right to negotiate offtake with different off-takers. And you should put in also change in law clauses. It's absolutely critical. So, Electricity Vietnam now is holding a monopoly. This will be over in 2 years from now on. Petro Vietnam, under control of Ministry of Industry and Trade. They do the oil and gas. Vinacomin is doing the coal. Total investment capital for electricity development from 2021 to 2030 is roughly 128 billion US dollar, 95 billion for power sources, 33 billion for grid. The average structure of the capital investment shall be 74-26%. Current government's policies on wind energy here, you have pretty clear policies here. You have for onshore projects a feed-in tariff, and this basically, those projects has to reach COD before 1st of November 2020. Of course, it is very close now. One question always comes up: when can I ask for the FIT? When you have first wind energy turbine tower installed, you can ask for that. So offshore projects here, I'm currently working on one of the largest offshore projects. I am also allowed to tell you it's Kamau offshore project here. And we basically got 9.8 US dollars preliminary approval already. We will be in time to get that done within the time from at least the first stage of the wind towers here. Now I'm talking about the PPA template. Ladies and gentlemen, the total capacity of wind power put into operation by the end of 2020 is 600 megawatt. It's much less than the total wind power capacity approved to be included in the revised PDP has reached 12 gigawatt. By 2021, the remaining projects are expected to come into operation mainly in the southwest and south central regions here. The wind PPA template has some improvements, and I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, this is the key. If you have EVN, people who have worked in EVN 20, 30 years and are retired now on your payroll, and I have done now 12 projects, renewable energy projects, and I have basically introduced my clients, these people. They negotiate, they do the legwork for you with the negotiation. They are retired, they can work for you, they can help you to negotiate, and they get a bankable PPA done. Don't make pictures, please ask me for my presentation, I will send it to you. There are some issues here basically on bankability. The PPA relieves EVN from payment obligation in case it's unable to take, so no take or pay. The PPA is governed by Vietnamese law and that's not itself bad, but does not exclude the possibility of the parties to agree on international arbitration to resolve this, but you should do that. But ladies and gentlemen, what I have done with my project and what I will always do is a change in law clause to make use. This is absolutely critical of the international agreements Vietnam has signed. For example, the Investment Protection Agreement Europe-Vietnam. In the Investment Protection Agreement and in the CPTPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, you have indirect investment chapters, and there is one clause, this is gold for you. This clause is so-called ISDS, Investor-State Dispute Settlement. Yeah, I know, the IPA and the CPTPP, the clauses will be in effect 3 to 5 years from now on, but you can have a change in law clause that gives you the right to put this dispute resolution clause into the project documents upon effectiveness. And this is absolutely key, because I'm telling you one thing, you have the situation of curtailment, and you will ask me in future, is there curtailment? Can there be curtailment? There is curtailment, yes. Yes, but the issue is, if EVN is summoned all the projects, the legal department of EVN will compare the project documentation and the rights of the investor. And I'm telling you one thing, I have done 12 solar projects, I've done 4 wind projects, And in all of them I have this changing law clause in. So they will scrutinize, they will see what are the weakest project documents, and those they will curtail. They will not go for projects where they face ISDS, investor-state dispute settlement, with offshore enforcement, ladies and gentlemen. So make use of these international agreements in your project documents. If you do not know, come to me. Investment protection agreements don't have automatic protection. Free trade agreements, they have it. I'm the lead advisor for the European Commission for the next 2 years for the free trade agreement. But those free trade agreements, they give you automatic protection if you're a WTO member or you're a signatory. But in IPA, the investment protection agreement, the CPTPP, don't. You have to invoke them. You have to work with them. You have to ask for it. If you don't ask, you don't get it. Now, of course, the PPA is required to follow a specific template here. But the amendments of the PPA here are subject to negotiation with EVN. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the reason why at the beginning I'm talking about utility scale projects. Why? Use the new BOT structure under the PPP legal framework. Go to the Prime Minister, get a preliminary assessment from the Prime Minister on that you can basically alter, amend the PPA. Have I done it? I have done it for my project now. Did we get it? We got it. But only for utility scale. So please, it is very critical that you do that. If not, you end up with a non-bankable PPA. This is basically here what I told you. We have now the IPA, Investment Protection Agreement. The IPA implements investor-state dispute settlement. Make sure that you have a change in law clause in your project documentation that points to the ISDS. If you have the ISDS in your agreements, EVN won't touch your project. They will curtail others, but they won't touch your project. Because EVN is under the order of, here, Prime Minister, up. And the Prime Minister will, in Vietnamese, say, cut go, cut go. They will basically cut the head of the people who cause the Vietnamese government more to pay, more money to pay, damages to pay, compensation to pay. That is all under the ISDS. And that is offshore enforceable. Meaning, if I win a case, my project basically faces issues. If I win a case, I have the IPA, I have the change in law clause. If I go to the tribunal in New York City, I won the case. I sit myself with an award in a taxi, Joe F. Kennedy, go basically to Joe F. Kennedy Airport, submit the award to the customs, and wait for the next airplane of Vietnam Airlines. Is mine. Direct offshore enforcement. No restriction on state-owned assets. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the level of legal certainty the German Bundestag has not even agreed to, but Vietnam has agreed to it. So be careful, make use of these international agreements in your project implementation. Okay, now here is basically a little bit about the draft national power plan, PDP-8 projects here. You see huge amount of projects here in a list of potential offshore wind energy projects to be considered for investment. Offshore wind is the future. Onshore wind is a problem. Please don't make pictures. You get my presentation. I will send you my presentation. So offshore wind is the future. Vietnam has a huge potential of offshore wind. More than 2,000 kilometer low-level coastline, no problem. Onshore, Vietnam is a country with one of the highest density of population. Onshore land use rights, difficult. So go offshore. Here you see even more offshore projects. Current government policies on solar energy. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 years ago, I helped the government via the GIZ to draft the first solar laws, and nobody believed that 4 years ago that we would have now in 2021 17 gigawatt in operation. This is huge. This is the power of some nuclear plants. And this is in operation now. Vietnam is one of the countries on earth with the best or the fastest success in developing solar power. It's a fact. And I'm very happy about that. But the problem is the grid, transmission grid. Historically, you had one line and 50 feeding points. Now we have one line, still the old line, and from being Twatten down, you have 400 feeding points. Bingo. No candula. Very difficult. So they have to basically upgrade the grid. This will happen in the next 2 to 3, 4 years. So these are the issues. Grid upgrade here. You see the amount of project is amazing. Now, investors must bid to develop solar projects soon. The Vietnamese government will move from the feed-in tariff into an auction system here. No FIT rate is applicable for projects with COD from January of 2020 onwards. In late 2021, the MOIT issued a draft decision on basically Prime Minister guiding the selection of investors implementing solar projects. According to the draft, the decision would be applicable for projects with grid connection connected directly to the national power network. Every 2 years, the MOIT shall issue a price framework for electricity generation. So this is all in development. Once the draft comes into effect, the feed-in tariff mechanism will no longer apply to solar energy projects. Of course, the old licenses, don't worry, they will be grandfathered, you know. But you don't get new licenses with a FIT. Now you have here the draft decision on the auction mechanism. How will that work? Applicable solar power price will be the price for the connection point proposed by the winning bidder investor in the bidding dossier. You have rules on adjustment to investment schedule here. Make sure that you plan commercially, that you plan well timing, because delay will cost you points. Delay will cost you basically 4%, for example, for every 90 days of scheduled delay here. So this is basically a problem. So be conservative with your planning now. Bidding procedure, people's committees of localities to publish the bidding procedure, so you have to deal directly with the people's committee. Ladies and gentlemen, if you take anything out of my presentation today, take this. If you want to develop a utility scale project in the provinces, you have to make love with the chairman of the people's committee. You know why? If you don't do that, they don't like you. If you do that, if you make love to the chairman of the People's Committee, then you get 50 or 60% of the project done already. Of course, they always have to go back to Hanoi and ask, but if you have the full backup of the People's Committee chairman, you have more than half the rent of the whole project. So consider that. It is very critical. Make friends and make love and make peace with the chairman of the People's Committee of the province where you want to invest. It's critical, absolutely. Now moving to rooftop solar projects here. I had some questions over the last months. Who can be the electricity buyer for rooftop? Now, the answer is now already. There can be electricity EVN, electricity Vietnam, or an authorized representative of EVN, or in case the rooftop solar system is not connected to EVN's power grids, mostly for systems that are below 1 megawatt. Organization, individuals purchasing electricity from the seller, developer or an authorized representative of such organizations. So you do not need for such projects necessarily to have the off-taker EVN. Please don't make pictures, I send you my presentation. Okay, in case the buyer is EVN, the seller and buyer must sign the standard power purchase agreement. For small-scale projects, you can hardly do anything. Yes, but I have developed 12 projects under 50 megawatt in the last 4 years. It's not too much, but I've succeeded in each of the PPAs to put just 2 sentences in addition with EVN didn't really acknowledge or knew the impact and that was a change in law clause. And I'm telling you, if EVN curtails, they don't take my project. If they know, and they legally analyze what these two sentences mean, and they wake up. So make use of it. Try to amend. If you have the guys from Ban Ti-Chuan, retired EVN guys who have worked 20, 30 years in EVN on your payroll for your negotiation, I'm telling you, you get that done. They do the legwork for you. So you have to listen. Ban Ti-Chuan EVN. Okay? Make them your friends. Here you see rooftop solar power projects. The proposed fit rate here is, you see, ranges from 684 to 589 here. The fit rate for rooftop solar projects with COD in 2022 and beyond shall be submitted by the MYT for the Prime Minister approval soon. Solar power financial incentives, you have a preferential CIT rate here, 10%, so they have 10% for 15 years, then a CIT exemption for 4 years and 50% tax reduction. You have duty exemption, that's pretty standard for all equipment that's imported, forming fixed parts of the assets. You have this, it helps. Land and water surface for solar project, power project, transmission lines and transformer stations for connecting to electricity grid, you get incentives. And the land and water service rent shall be exempted during the fundamental construction period. This exemption does not exceed 3 years. But you have to get that into your business proposal. You have to get that into your license. If you don't have that, you don't get these incentives. After the above fundamental construction period, the land rents and water surface rents shall be exempted for 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is rooftop solar and the future is floating solar. Challenges in solar power project development, of course, in principle, a non-negotiable PPA. But listen to me, and you only get that from me in the presentation. If you hire people who have worked 20, 30 years for EVN, they make your life easier, I'm telling you. And even if it's not only about including a changing law clause, 2 sentences in the PPA in addition, it changes a lot. Grid connection issues. Of course, I'm commented on that here. Congestion happens in some provinces with the most solar potential, Bingtuan, Ningtuan, for example. Generation exceeds transmission capacity. This is a question, not whether, but when it will be improved. Vietnamese government knows exactly what they have to do that. So it's a question of time. So it probably takes 3 to 5 years to improve the grid capacity. Can a power producer contract now directly with off-takers? The answer is yes. Even EVN has a monopoly now. Yes, you can. They can contract directly with authorized off-takers. It's called, the term is authorized off-takers. At this stage, EVN and its subsidiaries remain the key authorized wholesale off-takers. But there is an exception for rooftop solar system, where authorized off-takers may be independent enterprises which purchase power directly from the rooftop solar power producers. According to the roadmap provided under Decision 63 of the PM, the Vietnam electricity market would be liberalized as follows. And then we go into the future, what I told you. Once again, I'm sending you my presentation. No need to make pictures. Okay, so I have 2021 fully competitive wholesale power market. Now in 2 years from now on, 2023, you have a pilot competitive retail market. This is all on the way already. It's all channeled in already. And 2023 onwards, fully competitive retail power market, EVN, will completely lose its monopoly. And ladies and gentlemen, those EVN guys, they know that there will be history 2, 3 years from now on. So hire them. Make them your partners. Cooperate with them. Work together with them. They do all the legwork for you. They will help you. In order to implement this roadmap, enterprise other than EVN, its subsidiary must be allowed to become authorized wholesale off-takers for real sale. Resale, you can apply for this, you can get an IRC, investment registration certificate for that. Here is my message you don't get from anybody else in any presentation. Everywhere in Vietnam. Nobody gives you that. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the key department of EVN. I was wondering, I was asked, my Vietnamese friend, I'm living here and working here for more than 20 years. And I said, hey, yeah, there must be a solution. There must be something, the golden key. And I found the golden key. Ban Thi Chuong, EVN. Oh, of course they cannot work with you if they're still working for the Ban Thi Chuong. The young guys, they still have to work some years for EVN, okay? To make a little bit money, okay? But the old guys, yeah? The retired guys. Huh? I got some retired guys where I went to their home and the wife said, oh, get me this guy out there. Give him a work. Give him a service agreement. I need him to work. And the guy said, yes, I want to work. So this is really critical. Come to me. We are about to establish now is a company. It's only working with this. It's called Senior Expert Service. Senior Expert Service, where you all have all these lovely retired EVN guys there, and they're waiting for a good service agreement and a good payment. So, but now the current Ban Thi Chuong, I give you even the name, the responsible person is Mr. Chan Dang Khoa, head of market department, and Ms. Ming Luan, Mr. Ming Tuan, Mr. Chum, deputy heads of market department. That you do not tell me, okay, well, he doesn't know what he is talking about. I know these people, okay? EVN, is it bankable now? Yes, it got an update from Fitch Rating, basically, and even is assigned an issuer default rating here of BB with a stable outlook for long-term foreign currency from Fitch Ratings, EVN's first and positive credit rating. This is based on EVN's strong linkages to the state, its market position, strong demand. And let me tell you one thing, it's flawless payment record for the BOT projects, FUMI 2.2, FUMI 3. Has never happened that EVN curtailed only on 1 second. For the large projects, for the utility projects, EVN's track record for payment is flawless, ladies and gentlemen. And this is very impressive. But of course in future you have another form, when we talk now about the renewable energy market, you have about on-grid, you will have in 2-3 years another 400 renewable energy projects on-grid. It will be the nature of the beast that you might face curtailment. So be prepared with good project documentation. And your friends from EVN, retired. My investment guidelines for investors. Market access and forms of investment here. There's no foreign ownership restriction. Why I mention it? You say, oh, Oli, that's normal, nothing special. No, that's special. Because if you want to invest in the Philippines and you want to establish a 100% foreign-owned power generation company in the Philippines, cannot do that. Geht nicht, auf Deutsch. Kommt den Handbuch und den Wirt. Why? Because Philippines market access service sector commitments are unbound, meaning the maximum what you get is, and don't be disappointed, 40%, 40%. So that makes Vietnam very special. Vietnam has one of the highest liberalized market access service sector commitments, also for energy. So you, as a foreign investor, can establish 100% foreign-owned here. You don't need to have a joint venture partner. Now, don't get me wrong. Should I have a joint venture partner or not? Sometimes it makes sense to have a joint venture partner 5-10% in there, but be careful, limit the exposure. Yeah, you don't want to have a heart attack. You want to have a renewable energy project and not a heart attack. But okay, it's worked. 5%, 10% can also work. You put them in the boat, they help you, and they get a profit share. Now, oops, forgot one thing. If you go utility scale, The Economic Committee of the National Assembly invited me last year to do together with them the first PPP law, public-private partnership law, the BOT laws and so on. I did it, and I can tell you one thing. You would make a huge mistake if you do go utility scale and you do not make use of the BOT legal framework for power projects, renewable energy projects in Vietnam. You should do that. Make use of it. Because the new PPP laws are very progressive. I don't want to go too much into detail. They have a government guarantee, basically, and they have a much better implementation procedure on state participation. So make use of the BOT legal framework. The BOT legal framework was basically done for about 10 foreign invested power projects, also coal-fired and so on, in Vietnam. And all of these projects are successful. Now, you can also in future purchase of shares in EVN, a subsidiary, or a private IPP holding power access. EVN, there are privatization plans from EVN. So this is the analysis I have done, and it says it all. If you want to go and invest in Vietnam, Vietnam has one of the most liberalized market access service sector commitments. I have compared all Asian nations with regard to the typical restrictions, and there are a number of open sectors, whether you have to legally have a joint venture partner or not, limits of foreign-owned shares and permission requirement. Vietnam is on par with Singapore, ladies and gentlemen, on par with Singapore. So that says it all. When I helped the Vietnamese government to negotiate WTO access in 2006 and 2007, we saw the seed of what is growing now. What the Vietnamese government is reaping now. You see double-digit growth. A market, a Vietnamese market that can develop solar power from 0 in 4 years to 17 gigawatt. Ladies and gentlemen, that's impressive. Financing options for power projects here. Government investment funding and preferential policies, yes, but don't talk about money from the government. The Vietnamese have a saying, "Cung có tiền, cung có tình." No money, no honey. The Vietnamese government is planning very well. I'm not saying that, but the issue is they are a developing mid-level country. And 30 years they were one of the poorest countries. So be realistic. They have 100 million people to feed. And they have very limited resources. Naturally, that's the case. That doesn't mean that they don't want investment. Of course they want investment. And they are very pragmatic people. If you learn one thing about the mentality from me today, it's pragmatism. It's called in Vietnamese "Tuk Zo." The Vietnamese are one of the most pragmatic people on this planet. But they need financing. So where? ODA. The Vietnamese love ODA, yes. But ODA is not sustainable for power. Loan from commercial banks, okay. Clean development mechanism, public-private partnership. And if I want to pick from these 5 bullet points for the future, this is the future. Public-private partnership based on the new PPP law. This is the best investment form. New law on investment in form of PPP came into effect 1st of January 2021. It's easier to negotiate more favorable electricity rates. It's easier to obtain more government guarantees, especially in terms of EVN's obligation to purchase all electricity. You can have that. There will be a guarantee that is directly enforceable. And remember, offshore enforceable. That EVN cannot curtail your project. So why shouldn't you make use of BOT? There's no question. For utility scale. I'm only talking about utility scale level. More fiscal financial incentives, and now the precedents of large-scale BOT, which were successful in the past. Phu My 2.2, Phu My 3, Vong An, Mong Dung 2, Dong Quat 2, Som Hao 2, and many others. So these projects are successful, and they all make use even of the old PPP laws, old BOT structures. Project planning, what you have to plan. First, investors have to obtain prior agreement of EVN on power purchase prior to the licensing procedure. And here again, ladies and gentlemen, if you have these lovely retired EVN guys on your payroll, they will do the legwork for you. They're doing that. I have 12 of them on my payroll, on the payroll of my client. 12. Yeah. And then there are more out there that want to work. Get them to work. Get them to help you. Commitment of banks, credit institutions. Here you have to, based on financing the project, must be obtained prior to issuance of the IRC. Principal approval of the local people's committee is required prior to issuance of IRC. Again, make peace and love to the chairman. Obtain power generation permit from the competent state authority to conduct power generation operations. The MOT here, DOT. Then term of permit, maximum 20 years for large-scale power plants with particularly important meaning on economy, society, national defense, as security, as per list approved by the Prime Minister. There's a list. If you want to have it, I can send it to you. And 10 years for other power plants projects. The permit cannot be renewed, but the investor may apply for a new one within 60 days prior to the expiry date of the current permit.
Project with the Oliver, we have, okay, sure.
3 minutes, sorry. Project licensing, step 1. You have to obtain approval from the competent authority, PM, approving the power plant. Step 2. The investor obtains in principle approval from the competent People's Committee. Step 3. Application for issuance of the IRC and the ERC. Step 4. Preparation of construction, operation of the power plant, for acquiring land use right, and so on. Step 5. Project company to obtain necessary permits and relevant agreements. Step 6. Construction of the power plant and operation. My recommendation for investors, make use of public-private partnership. BOT should be the first form for utility scale. You take due care on negotiations of the PPA. Get your people from EVN, put them on your payroll. Sound financing structure, accurate prediction of where the market is heading to. Of course, the market is heading to parity. We have seen it already. Renewable energy is the solution, short-term, mid-term. More pressure on the government to adequately address key issues on tariff increase, demonopolization of the power market. Vietnam is leading there. Vietnam's market is extremely in need of financing and EPC capability. There are rooms for cost-effective and high-quality EPC contractors and resourceful lenders. In many cases, you can test the waters with a small power project first, and then you go large scale. Working with government agencies, please, again. I am working since more than 20 years here. Zero tolerance for corruption, bribe, though it will take time to comply with the law. Your currency is time, if you're patient. Your currency is time and patience. Okay? Gift giving and Vietnam's anti-corruption laws. Just simply don't stay away. Latest immigration rules for COVID. You need a valid passport, approved for entry. You need test results, health insurance, and approval from the hotel to transfer you from the airport, and approval from the hotel for quarantine facility. Ladies and gentlemen, here you are only allowed to enter Vietnam if your company can issue for you a document stating that you are an expert, investor, business manager. Upon arrival, you must quarantine at the registered facility for 14 to 21 days. Thank you very much. Tôi cảm ơn rất nhiều quý vị và các bạn. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Connect with me on LinkedIn. Thank you. Sorry for the delay.
Thank you, Dr. Oliver Masman, for your sharing and keep our news lots of useful information. Thank you. You return to your seat.
Any questions?
Because we limited time, so we still have some more speakers.
Yeah.
So all of us will make the question for you.
Any questions you can ask me later. I'm sitting over there, and I will be also in the break. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oliver. So next, I would like to invite your attention to the stage to welcome Mr. Danny Chang, project developer, sector ASA. We will share with you lots of information right now. Thank you. A big applause for Mr. Dennis.
Hello. Thank you. thank you very much for staying until these hours. My name is Hưng, or you can call me Dennis. So I'm working at Scatec. We are originally a solar company, solar IPP, and now we changed our name to Scatec since we are now investing in solar, wind, battery, and hydro. So we are a fully integrated IPP instead of just solar a few years ago. So just quickly go through who we are. So we have office in 21 countries with operating assets in most of those 21 countries globally. And we have full-time employees. We have more than 500 employees by now. And we are either operating or constructing 3.4 gigawatts of renewable assets. We were founded in 2007 in Oslo. So this is just quickly go through the operating assets that we are having. So as you can see here, we have operating assets in South Africa, Egypt, Malaysia, Brazil, Ukraine. So we have operation in many areas of Africa. In Southeast Asia, we have operating assets in Malaysia. And in Eastern Europe, we have the Czech Republic and Ukraine. Our gross capacity, as you can see, is reaching among the top tier global IPP. And recently, a few months ago, we also announced the acquisition of SN Power. So SN Power is one of a strong hydro player in the region. So they have operation in Philippines, Laos, Uganda. Total is 1.4 gigawatts. In Vietnam, we recently also acquired Đầm Nại Wind Farm. So Đầm Nại Wind Farm is probably by far the most internationally well-developed wind project in Vietnam. Đầm Nại Wind Farm, to be honest, the recent wind projects, most of them cannot have enough time to develop such high international standard anywhere near the Đầm Nại Wind Farm. And because of the close execution timeline of most of the wind projects in Vietnam, it is very unlikely that any of the projects have the high quality of development compared to our first acquisition in Vietnam. And we also planning to expand the existing wind plants. We are also have a ready-to-build wind project in Sóc Trăng, and we are reaching close to financial close of to start construction of this nearshore wind project in Sóc Trăng. So I just quickly explain about the floating solar development. So floating solar would be 60 to 70% similar to ground-mounted solar, with the exception that you need to understand about the lake, because most of the equipment would be very similar to ground solar, except that they can be a little bit more resilient to the environment versus the regular ground solar. But the most important part is the balance of plant, which is basically the construction of on the lake and the installation of the floating solar on the lake. That requires us to understand about the lake very clearly before we have engineering solution. So in terms of site inspection, these are the list of works that we need to identify to understand about the lake. First is we need to understand the lake history. How was the lake being formed? Is it and what type of lake is it? Is it a drinking water lake, or is it a hydroelectricity lake, or is it a irrigation lake? We need to understand the topography and the vegetation of the surrounding for the lake. Most importantly, we need to identify the area where we need to put the float installation machine. And the lake need to have a good site for the installation machine. We need to also understand the bathymetry of the lake, which is basically to understand the bottom part of the lake. So when we start the anchor and the mooring system installation, we know exactly where to put it, basically. We need to understand the existing facility around the lake, and identify any nearby hydro dam with potentially hydroelectricity installation. So there might be possibility of utilizing the hydroelectricity grid to basically converting a hydropower plant from a base load plant to become a peak load plant. We need to understand the water body, the aquatic plants, the soil condition and the characteristic of the soil condition in the area. Most importantly is to identify the potential substation location, and this is not an easy task for developing floating solar projects in terms of choosing or even have the ability to find a good location for substation. Because as you know around the lake, normally the soil and the condition of the land is not as strong as most of the ground-mounted solar sites. Other things like shading source, site accessibility like access road, condition of the access roads, potential logistic and hazardous issue. We also conduct drone survey to basically look at the lake fully, and we need to the best time to visit the lake to drone is basically the lowest level time of the year for the lake, because we need to install to make sure that the float will be always stay afloat even when the dead water level is reached. Dead water level is the water level basically regulated by either Ministry of Agriculture or even the Prime Minister in some important lake like Cheyenne Lake or Thakmer Lake. So for this, I have been visiting more than 100 lakes around many provinces in Vietnam. So let me try to summarize into 3 specific types of lakes in Vietnam. Lakes, or sometimes you can call reservoir or pond. I put the exception of natural lake, like Lake Ba Bể or Lake Lac in Đắk Lắk. Those are natural lakes, and the government would not allow people to install floating solar on. Also, if you want to install on the type of salted water lake near the coast. Sometimes it could be very difficult because those kind of lake normally for people to grow seafood, and you would face a lot of obstruction from the local community for putting floating solar on those type of salt water lake near the coast. So normally, I think we can look at three specific type of lake. The first type is the irrigation lake. So this type of lake is normally used for irrigation of, say, if a community of 3,000 or 4,000 people, the type of lake is used for irrigation and drinking purpose of the community. And they normally have flatter lake bed with ability to hold a large volume of water. The second type of lake is normally the smaller type of lake, built by many hundreds of small to medium scale hydroelectricity power plants. And this kind of lake have deeper lake bed, very steep topography, because sometimes they sit on some section of very steep river with very strong current. So when we find an engineering solution to install in those type of hydroelectricity lake, we need to take into factor of this very steep topography, very difficult to install the mooring and anchor cable, as well as having very strong current during the high rain season. Example of those lakes like Đà Khai Lake, Đại Nga Lake. The third type is basically hybrid. Those types can be medium size, like Đam My Lake in Bình Thuận, which is where the first large-scale floating solar project in Vietnam was constructed, or the Triang Lake, which is one of the largest man-made lake in Vietnam. So this is the first type of lake. This type of lake is for mostly irrigation. So for the irrigation lake, they are managed by the Ministry of Agriculture, with the exception of some big important lake like Dầu Tiếng. Dầu Tiếng is feeding toward the Saigon River, so it is very important. Also supplying drinking water for Hóc Môn water plant. And because of such important lake, to support Ho Chi Minh City, installing floating solar in this kind of lake is very difficult in terms of development and permit. The lake on the right is Ia Súp Thượng Lake. This is 15 kilometers square in Đắk Lắk province. So this lake is much smaller than Triang Lake or Dầu Tiếng Lake. The problem with developing floating solar in this irrigation lake is the net water level of them is normally, when it's dropped, the lake area become a lot smaller. So if we look at the average area, this is around 1,500 hectare. So 15 kilometers square is 1,500 hectare. But when that water level is reached, which is around July, the total area become around 150 hectare. So you can see there is a big difference between the highest water level and the lowest water level. And for the floating solar project to be successful, unless you are willing to put your floating solar on the bottom of the lake during the dry season. If you want it to be fully afloat every year, you have to take into the account of the smallest, the lowest water level, which is the government call net water level. The second type lake is just for hydroelectricity, so they are very small. So on the left-hand side is Da Khai Lake, 8 megawatt hydro plant. The one on the right-hand side is Dai Nga Lake, 10 megawatt. So they are very small and very steep, and water level also fluctuates quite heavily during different seasons. This is the hybrid type. So what I mean hybrid is the main purpose of this lake as still irrigation and water source for for drinking. But they do have some good potential for hydroelectricity, but not a lot. So for big lake like Trị An, even though the area is 323 kilometers, which is around half of Singapore total area, they only install 400 megawatts of hydro plant. In comparison to Dam My Lake, which is where the first floating solar is, the total area is only 25 kilometers square, which is 2,500 hectares. But the hydroelectricity scale is 300, which is almost equal to Trị An Lake. And this type of lake, some of the big ones like Trị An or most of the big lake in the Đồng Nai river system in the south is directly controlled and managed by the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister will set a certain water level during a certain period of the year, and the lake management will make sure that at the specific time of the year, the water level is exactly the same as the Prime Minister decision. Because of such important water source for the whole economic hub of the southern part of Vietnam, Đồng Nai, Ho Chi Minh City, Long An. So that's why some of the lake is the good thing is that because the government regulated we always expect the water level to be exactly the same every year, or mostly the same, unless there are some super high rainy season where the lake can have a big problem. But it's normally, in their case, we are not going to see those kind of events happen. But normally we would expect the government to regulate the water level almost exactly the same every year, which is safe in terms of installing floating solar and map planning. So I go to the pros and cons of floating solar PV. In terms of pros, FPV normally have less social and environmental impact. However, I also put situational. So sometimes depend on there are certain type of lake that might have some environmental destination that developer will need to be careful when they develop it. But normally compared to land-based PV system, floating solar have much less social and environmental impact. They are normally also very close to demand center because the history of mankind is that we live nearby fresh water, and lake normally are close to the area with population. They are also complementary for the hydro plant operation because of, like I said, utilizing the grid, support reserving water body from evaporation. So when you put PV system on the lake, this will somewhat reduce the evaporation and preserve the water better. Efficient energy production with low requirement of land. So normally we only need a few hectares of substation, even for say 300 or 400 megawatts floating solar. We only need around 3 hectares of up to 5 or 6, depending on how long is the grid connection. Low, the water surface lease cost is normally very low, so it say 5 million depending on the area, but the lease cost could be like 5 million Vietnam dong for 1 hectare lease cost, which is a lot cheaper compared to land. The con is the system, the installation is very complicated because of the way the water level move up and down. That we need to take into account a lot of the risk in terms of installation. For ground mounting, you only make sure that you do hydrology reports properly, and they show no problem with the hydrology, and then you can install. For FPV, you need to take into account a lot more factors. Also more prone to natural disaster, like in high wind season, in typhoon, that can move, that can damage the floating solar system. So natural disaster normally impact FPV a lot more than ground mounted. Also, FPV have very low track record with the bank. So the first floating solar project is Dami, was financed by ADB, and ADB is basically support EVN to do the pilot FPV project. There are a few more projects under FIT too. Those are Tam Bo Lake or Yahweh Lake. But normally ground mounted solar have a lot more track record with the bank, so you would expect to get a better loan agreement term with the banks for ground mounted versus floating solar. Insurers also a lot more comfortable with ground mounted solar versus floating solar. OPEX for floating solar, obviously when you put a very large structure of installation, you would expect the OPEX cost is higher for floating solar. Sometimes we also need to work with the water management authority of the lake. So sometimes it's managed by EVN, sometimes it's managed by the Ministry of Agriculture, or sometimes even managed directly with the decision of the Prime Minister. So we need to work with those lake management company. Overall capex of FPV is around 15 to 20% higher than even the most expensive tracker system. So overall, FPV would gonna need a lot more support from the government in terms of say ceiling price for auction or feed-in tariff, which is very less likely. So this is just to talk about the regulatory framework, what is going on with the floating solar in Vietnam. So there has been around, by my count, around 5% of solar auction draft, including FPV and ground PV. Sometimes in one or two graph, they even put FPV and ground PV to compete with each other, which is going to kill our FPV project. But we would expect the final decision from the government to separate FPV auction versus ground PV. Simply FPV until now, the capex, the OPEX, everything is way uncompetitive compared to ground solar. EVN is also developing a list of 5 gigawatts of FPV projects all across Vietnam. A lot of projects in the mountainous area like Lâm Đồng, Đắk Lắk, Gia Lai, even Kon Tum. So we would expect EVN at some point to work with MOET to auction the floating solar project. Floating solar is also developed by some independent IPP or developers independent IPP, such as Scatec ourselves. We also developing 2 floating solar projects. ADB also have 1 or 2 floating solar projects under planning for auction. Overall, I think there would be government support for FPV development simply because land in Vietnam is a very valuable resource, and for a lot of the situation in the market show that when people sell their land to the solar developer, they can spend it quickly and then run out of livelihood. So the government understand that in the long run, FPV have probably better social impact versus ground solar. So we could hope that the government will provide better support for FPV in the long run. And it shows that EVN is developing quite a number of projects, floating solar projects. The challenge ahead, some of the challenge is the lack of coordination between hydro plants and developer of the floating solar. So even though the grid can be shared to maximize the potential of the transmission line, in most of the case, if it's not developed by EVN, most of the case, developer or IPP will have a different grid connection, which is not optimal to utilize the grid for both hydro and FPV. Price competition with ground solar is still quite difficult, and we need the government to separate any future auction for FPV and ground solar. The common challenge shared with the solar and other renewable like wind is the grid and high curtailment risk. So curtailment is a very difficult situation for a lot of solar projects these days, and floating solar will face the same difficulty and risk. The latest version of PDP-8, which rumor said that maybe today or tomorrow will be signed. I think it could happen either today or tomorrow. PDP-8 have very small solar development. So until 2030, we have only around 2 gigawatts.
The time limited, thank you.
Yeah, just one more minute. Yeah, so just maybe 1 or 2 gigawatts for the next 10 years is very difficult for the market. PPA is still not internationally bankable. Okay, thank you very much for staying.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis John. Ladies and gentlemen, we in front of you today we receive a lot of support and companions from our sponsor, and one of our sponsor is Goodwin. Và để quý vị hiểu rõ hơn về các sản phẩm của Goodwin thì chúng tôi xin phép mời quý vị chúng ta dành ít phút hướng mắt về khu vực vận hành. Now I would like to ask your attention to the screen and take a short view of the product from Goodwin, one of our sponsors. đến với phần giới thiệu sản phẩm biến tần điện năng lượng mặt trời lớn nhất của Google. But you have watched the short video to show the outstanding version of the product from Google. Còn bây giờ thì chúng tôi không để quý vị phải chờ lâu hơn nữa. Now we don't let you wait anymore. May I have your attention to the stage. Và kính mời quý vị, chúng ta dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn và nồng nhiệt để chào đón sản phẩm HT 1500V của Google. A big applause to welcome the product of Google. Chúng ta cùng nhau chào đón này thật lớn thưa quý vị. To the street, and all of us will count down from 10 to 1. Thank you. Thưa quý vị, chúng ta vừa đến với phần giới thiệu sản phẩm của Google. Còn bây giờ để quý vị hiểu rõ hơn về những tính năng ưu việt và vượt trội của sản phẩm, xin được kính mời đại diện Google, Mr. Đào Trọng Hà, Technical Service Manager Vietnam, will make a presentation more detail about the product. Please give me a applause to welcome the representative of Google.
Thank you for the support. Thanks, support teams. And hello everyone, I'm Jackie from Goodwill, Vietnam. Today I'm very proud to be here to introduce you our new products of utility scale inverters, solar inverter with the input DC 1500 volts. As you know, of the trend of the PV modules that increase the high powers very quick. In the last year, you know, we heard about something like 400 or 400 around something watt, but this year the trend is very quick. So you heard about 500 somethings, and our inverter here is ready to support you with the high module powers, high power modules, and up to 30 amp per MPPT. That means so it's compatible with the, also most of the high power modules and bifacial PV modules or tracking system. You may have those around 13 or 14 amp per string, but now with the bifacials or tracking system, you have the around up to 20, I think, up to 28 per strings, and our inverter here ready to support you and maximize your power. Imagine that you have a very big solar farm, it's around 100 meg or something, with a very wide range of the installation PV modules. You have the occlusion of the mountains, even occlusion from the size of PV modules or dust coverings. Very wide range, so the dust covering thickness of the dust is quite different. So with 12 MPPT, we solve your problem very easy. And thanks our R&D team with the PID function, they integrated in inside the inverter. So you no need to spend more time in operation, In operations, the PID is very smart and intelligent detection automatically of the PID and automatic adjust the output voltage. This means it can bring you the restoration of the effect up to 99%. We also support the very big cables. You can use the aluminum cables, AC cable, or copper cable, depend on your designing. And up to 300 square mm. Also from the DC side, we have the cost saving because we support compatible with the wide branch connectors. Then it means you can save maybe around 50% of the DC cable cost. For big farm, this is quite a big numbers of the capex. Of course, how we monitoring our system at night, how we know our system, our status, our system of in the night time without the electric from our PV system. We have these functions, advanced of FVG, based on the integrated of IGBT. So the feature, the reaction time is less than about 10 milliseconds, and capable of the generating both of the capacity or inductive reactive powers. This means filtering your harmonics about 50%. So you no need to imagine that you have about 100 meg, right? The power factor cost, you need to buy individual cabinets is about, I think, 2,000 or 3,000 US dollar per meg. So you can save up to 300,000 US dollar for power factor control. And I think once again we need to thank our R&D teams with they save your cost in communication cable. With our inverter, you don't need to run the communication cable separately. We use PLC protocol. It means the power line control. You can use the existing of the AC cable you have to communicate between the inverter up to 60 inverter in string. Of course, through our communication device, we call it SCB3000, and as you see on the videos, we also have provided a FCI version 2 for actual quickly and precisely determine that whether faults and the system can alarm, give your operation teams about the defected of the defected of the outflows and the power utilities. Our products also comply with UL and IEC certificate standard, with the trip time is less than 0.5 seconds. We also provide these solutions. You don't need to open your inverter to check what happened inside when the inverter is down or reduce the powers. We have the internal sensor of the temperatures and humidity sensors to let you know what happened exactly inside the machine. So based on that, your operator teams can solve your problems very easy, very quickly, determine what we have here. Not stop right there, we also provide some other information like your PV string voltage or currents, DC currents. Of course, based on that, we also care about the safety of the investor. If we provide the IP protection up to IP66, and with the cooling fans, very sensitive. We have the IP68, the protection. And we also provide both DC and AC side, the SPDs, it means surge protection device for type 2s and communication board, communication device. We provide these type 3 of the SPD. Our inverter also working very well with the emergency buttons. Imagine that you have the very big farm, you have very big power plants, and what happens if you have a problems? There is a risky from electric shock or something like that. So you want to stop your whole system? Just press one button here. Our device working very well with third parties emergency buttons, and if you want to know what exactly brand working well with our inverter, please send it an email, or we provide the compatible brand list. At the nighttime maintenance, so you want to know exactly what happened with your system at the night times. We have the solution to provide you by monitoring system on both power on the AC side or on DC side. You know you have no interrupted of the informations or during the days or night times. Of course, based on our monitoring system, the full relays or online IDQs give you the, based on our monitoring system, can provide you very exactly by graphic design, like you have the, what happened with your currents, what happened with your PV voltage, your AC voltage, and the grid connectors is good or not. This means it can save your cost not only in CapEx, even in OpEx operations, your operator teams. No need to spend very long time to determine what happened with your system. And we also, as you say, we also provide the shutdown, emergency shutdown buttons. Of course, very easy to set up with our inverter. Just use your smartphone. We provide the application on our web portals. You based on RS485 or PLC connections, even by Bluetooth, using our application SolarGo. Just, I think my experience for setting up one inverter is about 5 minutes, so very quick. Then, once again, thank you for your attention, and please help to celebrate this moment with me, share with me this moment, and help to celebrate our new products here, ST1005 voltage DC. So thank you. Any question, please feel free to contact our support team of would-be support or PV box support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Down Chopin, Technical Service Manager from Wing. Can you remember the state? I would like to represent the organizer to deliver the flower for your companions and your support for our event today. Please give a big applause for our sponsor, Good Week, everybody. Và chúng ta dành một tràng vỗ tay thật lớn từ quý vị. Thank you so much. Thank you. We go to the last panel discussion. Given 1 minute for preparation. With the last panel discussion, we also have the moderator, some of our speakers, will share with you a lot of useful information. So right now, we would like to invite back to the stage Mr. Đức Quý Hải, Renewable Energy Advisor, and our speaker, Mr. Ron Shen, Vice President of International Sales and Service from Google, and he will join us on Zoom. And Mr. Nguyễn Quang Vinh, Director of Power Market Development Research and Training Center, Electricity Regulatory Authorities of Vietnam. And Mr. Thomas Jacobson, Managing Director for Indochina Energy Partners. Mr. Nguyễn Văn Toàn, Director of EPC Management Board. And Mr. Nguyễn Việt Hùng, Vice Chairman of HSTC, Investor Solar and Wind Powers, and Mr. Lezen E, Head of South Power and Renewable China Goods. This is also joined on Zoom. Please go to the stage right now. We would like to invite all the speakers and our moderator to move to the stage and join the final panel discussion. Thank you.
Again, hopefully you are not getting too bored of me. And it is my great honor to moderate the first session and the last session of today's event. And I know that all of us are looking forward to the cocktail party, which will happen right after my session. So I will try to make it efficiency and interesting, and so hopefully you will stay with us. So I will introduce myself again, just in case some of you have not listened to my first session in the morning. My name is Nguyễn Hải Đức, the Renewable Energy Advisor coming from USAID Philippines. We are supporting MOIT to complete the direct power purchase agreement, pilot programs, the DBPA, together with have the capacity building to develop the power development plan, the PDB-8. And next to me is Mr. Tuan from PECC2. So just make some brief introduction about yourself and your company, please.
Okay, thank you. And hello everyone. On behalf of PECC2, I myself am very honored to be here. And my name is Nguyễn Văn Toán. I'm in the EPC business of PECC2. PECC2, we are involved in the EPC business for more than 6 years ago. And besides that, we are in our scope business in the consultants for the engineering in the power business, and the last one in the investment for the solar, for the wind, and the small hydro power plant. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think that in order to save the time, my information and my experience already is mentioned in the handout document you have. So, very short introductions. My name is Minh. I'm working for IRAP. Is Electricity Regulatory Authority of Vietnam. Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Most of you have also seen me a little bit earlier today. I'm Thomas Jacobson from Indochina Energy Partner. Indochina Energy Partner has a joint venture with a Norwegian IPP called Norsk Solar. We are the largest privately held IPP in Norway, but we're only actually about a third of the size of Scatec that you heard from earlier today about floating. But as they are a listed company and we do not list until the middle of April, we can still call us the largest privately held IPP in Norway. We, together with two investment banks, Norfund and Finnfund, have a platform that allows us to do rooftop solar for C&I market, purely for self-consumption, and DPPA if and when that gets launched. So that's what we do.
I want to say hello evening everyone. We would like to more energy with our coffee. Yes, I think now it's less, so I want to talk to bring for all of you my gift. Yes, my gift for all of you. And so after my introduction, I'm Hans from Identity Foundation. Identity is diversity of the private funds. Because we translate international and local investor account for 60% and 40% self-accordingly. And we not only invest our projects, but also invest the shares and bonds of RE firms and projects in Vietnam. Some name, Sun Airsoft, BB Power Sunrise, and GLS Chiltang Group. So now in Vietnam we are developing first RE is e-commerce platform in Vietnam. That was launched by MOIT in February 2021. So this we are running the betas, the version for Vietnamese market. So I want to talk to them about this platform by Vietnamese for deeper understanding. Again, of course, I email for all of you speakers my gift. Sure. And so now I want to talk detail about this platform by Vietnamese because there is a lot of Vietnamese delegates now in here, and I have some gift for you for thank you for your standing until now. Right. Cái sàn thương mại điện tử Việt Nam của chúng tôi là một sàn đã được Bộ Công Thương cấp phép và đã hoạt động. Chúng tôi đang chạy một cái bản beta và đây là một cái liên quan một chút đến cái chuỗi cung ứng thì chúng tôi mong muốn xây dựng một cái sàn thương mại điện tử để tạo ra một cái sự minh bạch hơn đối với chất lượng và giá cả liên quan đến các sản phẩm năng lượng tái tạo tại Việt Nam. Với cái sàn thương mại này thì đây là một cái mô hình đầu tiên tại Việt Nam B2B2C cũng như là thương mại điện tử kết hợp với một cái diễn đàn công nghệ, và chúng tôi mong muốn là mang đến cho thị trường Việt Nam một cái sự kết nối tốt hơn các lĩnh vực liên quan đến cái sản phẩm năng lượng tái tạo, đặc biệt là kết nối cả các lĩnh vực liên quan đến việc đào tạo các cái nguồn nhân lực cho cái lĩnh vực năng lượng tái tạo mà rất là cần cho Việt Nam trong cái thời gian sắp tới, đặc biệt liên quan đến cả cái lĩnh vực cái mảng về điện gió ngoài khơi. Và nhân cái sự kiện ngày hôm nay thì tôi có một cái món quà nhỏ gửi tới tất cả quý vị đại biểu tại đây. Sau cái chương trình này, nếu quý vị gửi lại tôi một cái name card thì chúng tôi sẽ tặng lại quý vị 1 năm sử dụng miễn phí các cái dịch vụ trên cái sàn thương mại điện tử của chúng tôi, và hy vọng rằng với cái sự ấm lên của thị trường và những các chính sách sắp tới được công bố thì chúng tôi hy vọng rằng là cái món quà này có thể đem lại quý vị vài ngàn đô la Mỹ quà tặng trong thời gian tới. Và xin cảm ơn.
Thank you, Mr. Hưng. And we still have 2 other panelists that will, discuss with us via Zoom. So may I invite Mr. Ron Chen, the Vice President of International Sales and Service of Goodwe, to speak some things about himself and Goodwe. Can you help connect to Mr. Ron Chen, please?
Yeah, I'm online.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ron Chen.
Hi, good afternoon. Nice to see you here. It's a pity that I'm not able to show up on site, but I can feel the very warm atmosphere in there. I'm Ron Shen. I'm running the international business for Goodwe. As you may have seen, our colleague just introduced our products, these 1500 watts products, in this conference. I'm also feeling very excited because it's a kind of debut for Goodwe to present ourselves in Vietnam market for the utility size project. Actually, Goodwe, the inverter manufacturer, we are providing all the string level inverter technology and the relevant solutions. It covers from residential, CNI, and into the utility. We also provide the full solution on the storage, particularly at this moment for residential. Last year, we were listed in the main stock market of China, and which gives us very broad access to the different financial channels and technical pool. We also now have more people joining us locally. It's proof our philosophy to be more international but very localized. So we hope that we can work with all of you in the Vietnam market and make the solar business more booming than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ron Chen. I also would like to introduce Mr. Legend Ji from Utmak Utmakasi. Are you with us, Mr. Legend?
Yes, could you hear me?
Yes, so please introduce yourself and about Utmak.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon everyone, and I'm so glad to be here and join this panel. Even I'm on the remote side, but I still feel kind of really grateful that we can exchange our mindset and understanding for the business here. Before we start, let me quickly introduce who we are. I'm from Wood Mackenzie, one of the most famous research and consulting companies. Our business covers energy, power, and all the renewable energies like wind, solar, energy storage, and also hydrogen, EV. So we have a huge analyst based upon different locations of the globe-wise actually, like Singapore, China, India, Japan, Korean. That was in Asia Pacific. We also have a team in the Europe, in the North America. So our business cover from the supply chain, cover from technology, from the project, from the utility-wise distribution energies for the solar business here. We share the knowledge of the market trends of future. We are understanding what's the supply chain demand and requirements, also supply and demand in the global wise. So I hope we can share some understanding of our insight about the global solar market and for future and the next few years. Thanks everyone.
Thank you. So in order to start our session of panel discussion, I will not focus too much on the 33% of the generation capacity that solar has been contributed in January 2021. I will not, remind you, because we all know that, 3.5 gigawatt of solar farm together with 9 gigawatt of rooftop has been built in 2020. But I would like to concentrate or focus on the booming of solar development in the second half of 2020. So the market seems to be idle or silent in the very first half, but right after the Decision 13 release in April of 2020, the market is just like burning. And I have prepared a background information that's showing a steady increase of solar rooftop just in the very last month, in November or December of 2020. So that is also the great opportunities for developer to extend their pipeline or acquire their projects, but it also create a significant impact on the supply chain. If somehow I listen or I hear some information in the market saying that the imbalance between the supply and demand together with the logistics, it create the shortage of equipment, especially the main equipment supply. So how did it impact your company and the difficulties that you're facing? Thomas, can you share some thoughts?
Well, because we are 100% self-consumption oriented and are not interested in the EVN PPAs, we're never in a hurry. In the same way, as long as it's legal to make a rooftop solar installation.
Right.
So, but of course, we know what the market was like, and you couldn't talk to an EPC if you were not planning on making the prepayments tomorrow. You couldn't talk about building in early 2021 as we are now. Nobody was interested in talking to you in September, October, November, and that's just how it was. I can fear a little bit the quality of what has been put up. Because in any construction, if the main criteria is speed of construction, then there may be some corners that have been cut. I think that's the softest I can say it. So I could be a little bit worried about what has actually gone up, especially on real rooftops where there are people living underneath, or working, or shopping, or whatever they're doing. That I could be a little bit worried about when everything was oriented only around speed.
So people are talking about self-consumption, these recent days, but it seems like you're really ahead of the market for 1 or 2 years. Congratulations. And for the next panelist, I would like to ask Mr. Duan about the impacts from the supply chain to your company in 2020. Can you share some thoughts?
Thank you. For the high demand in the second half last year, in the PECC2, we faced many difficulty and the much challenge to manage the supply chain, to manage the delivery schedule, how to keep the project schedule, and that is the big challenge for us. And the second thing, we need to manage the logistics as well. For our experience in the last year, I remember in the October or November, we faced the big problem with the logistics, and will be the big impact to delivery schedule. Yeah. And the second thing is we find the difficult on the price, and the high demand will very difficult to negotiate the price and the schedule with our supplier. But with our management focus to the project, and with the support from our strategic and the long-term partnership with the supplier, luckily all of the EPC contract from PC2 we complete and put into the COD end of last year. Thank you.
Has to be, great contribution from you yourself together with the PECC2 team that make the success of our rooftop development in 2020. Thank you. So I heard a lot of things about the logistic delay in schedule together with the increase from the price. So I would like also to have some insight from Mr. Ron Chen as a supplier together with Mr. Lee Chen-ji, the expert coming from Woodmark. So can you share your thought? First, may I invite Mr. Ron Chen.
All right, thank you. Yes, it is a very challenging environment for now. I think if you look at the global market, it has been a challenge for almost all the markets relevant. Since in Q1, Vietnam probably just because it's a kind of low season, people waiting for the feed-in tariff, don't fit in that way. But the global situation is actually quite turbulent, and you see the logistics fees rising up. If you look at the ocean freight, it's increasing, and it's getting worse in the last couple of weeks because of the Suez Canal situation. Unfortunately, it's gone, but it will still take around 1 month to totally get things recovered. However, it will not be affecting to the business in Vietnam. But if we look at the global commodity trade market, almost all the key materials, like aluminium, copper, steel. The prices are going up, and all this is going to be affecting directly the cost of not only on the module side but also on all the BOS side. First of all, I probably just talk a little bit about the modules, even though I'm from the inverter side, but I think because modules still represent the significant part shares of the overall investment. I think somehow the price increase on the module in the last couple of quarters, not only because of the cost increase, just also it's because of the kind of out of balance situation from the upstream to the downstream. The reason why we are saying that, we have seen that, for instance, on the module side, people had a big plan, an ambitious plan to expand the capacity very aggressively since last year. But on the very upstream side, then you see the wafer still quite limited. So when some people try to grab the market, grab more business, but then the whole this kind of situation was not conducted to the other side of the chain. So that makes the situation to be very stretched out. On one hand, you see the overall capacity, overcapacity issue on the very downstream side. On the other hand side, you see very kind of shortage of the capacity for the wafer, like the silicon even. So that somehow caused the price increase. But I would say this kind of situation probably gonna last for another couple months. But I would expect a break-even point to be reached by all the parties, particularly some of the major suppliers on the upstream also make a statement that they want to protect the market as well. On the inverter side or on the BOS side, as I said, like the racking system, of course, can be increased. Then inverter, because we have also all the PCB needs the copper or the raw material, and IGBT also facing the sort of pricing increase. So we are trying to absorb the additional cost, to try to maintain the price, not to transfer to our customers. But we also going to see this picture more clearly, in the next couple of months. So in general, I would say, this is a sort of a necessary reshuffle in the industry. What I could suggest to the people here is that, when you do the project, you need to make sure that you will have more quality control on your supplies, because it could be very mixed with different types of supplies into the market, particularly when you are facing some shortage in the near term. But on the other hand, you don't necessarily, I think, of course, you have to plan your IRR for your project, financially, but you don't have to rush. You don't have to just wait, because we believe the situation could be stabilized, but the price will not be able to drop as usual, even though this is not very the normal situation you have seen in the last 10 years for the solar business. So that's some of the opinion from my side. Thank you.
Okay, so it is the strong demand in both the upstream and downstream, together with the shortage of raw material supply. So it create the increase and delay the schedule. How do you think about that, Mr. Lee Junji? And the trend will be a short term, long term. Your expectation?
Okay, thanks. Let's go back to the cost actually price increase. Actually, really starting from the end of last year, global-wise actually the rushing for installation, which result kind of price increase, and also like glass and also some material price increase result price increase also. And if you see another angles last year, we see a lot of with the top 5 or with the tier 1 panel suppliers. The first one is due to price of the panel increase a little bit more than expectations. Some company already stopped their developing or construction for the well, or they may keep on hold for a while until the price kind of decrease a little bit. Secondly, you see the glass price going down 20 to 30% compared with the first quarter. The third one is we see those silicon materials panel suppliers, they are trying to increase more capacity as a strategy there, and also due to the pressure of the cost. We will see next second quarter or third quarter, we will have something price a little bit going down as a trend. Eventually, we always see return rate of the investment always very important for any countries, whatever Vietnam, Europe, North America, India, and China, any other countries. That was most basic ones there. If the price going up too much, the really strong impact the business of the solar development. So in long term wise, we will see the trend of the price of the trend will go down somehow. Similar as the Mr. mentioned, probably on the second quarter, here we're starting either stay price will stable or a little bit going down a little we see signal you can see here. One is a glass price already starting sharply going down from last week. And secondly, we see those top 5, I would say the top 3 panel suppliers already give the signal saying they will not increase the price of the panels. Third one, we see the silicon material suppliers, they always say they are going to increase the capacity and try to get more increase on the supply side. So overall, we see the price will start going down a little bit, may not really sharply go down to the certain level, like 20 or 30%, but long-term wise, we see the price still will be going down as a should. Thanks.
Thank you. Also, here another statement from the market. They're saying that the late release of and short validity of the solar season that create the burning demand for solar equipment in Vietnam in 2020. So I would like to have some insight from Mr. Quang Minh for that statement, and can you share some thoughts?
Thank you, sir. I think that I agree with you that the decision 13 was released later than I think around 9 months compared with the deadline of the June 2019. But even too late, but we still have more than 8,000 of the watt of solar, rooftop solar. So it means that we still achieve a lot of success, a lot of the impressive the results. But so I think that the release decision 13 today is not the key. I think it's not the key reason to create the shortage of the solar supplier, something equipment, something like this. And you know that between the demand and supply market, it depends on a lot of the conditions, like the policies, like the the requirement from the seller and buyer, something like that, and like I think that one of the very important condition is the price. You know, the price, and sometimes it depends on the business strategy of the supplier. Sometimes, so I think the main reason is the price, not is the decision 30. You know, I think that every market it depends on the price and depends on the requirement. But I think that even the policies too late. But I think that all of us, or most of us, less or more, we can foresee the vision of development of the solar rooftop solar market in Vietnam after June of the 2019. So we should have the preparation. I think that it's the reason why, because we have the preparation, it's the reason why we have the more than 8 GW. So from the policy maker, I agree that it led the destination, but it's not the key reason to make the shortage of the solar equipment on market. Yeah.
So just a bit, just one, the reason, a bit of the whole impact, and so it is the financial attractive of 8.38 cents for rooftop solar, or the 7.09 for ground mounted, that still be financial, attractive to the developer that create the booming. So in the interest of time, I will only make just one last question to all of the panelists before we can go to the Q&A. And we all know that MOIT and government of Vietnam are drafting the new mechanism for solar promotion in Vietnam. It is the victory for solar rooftop. It is the DPP pilot programs together with the competitive biddings. If you can make a proposal or recommendation to MOIT or government of Vietnam, so what will it be? And what is your expectation for the development in 2021? So can I ask maybe my left-hand side, Mr. Ban, can you go first?
Okay, thank you. In the my views, I think in the new tariff or the new proposal mechanism to encourage the rooftop or solar farm still development in Vietnam. But before we thinking about it, we have to find a way how to resolve the currently development now for the transmission line. Now with the high, the renewable energy, the solar and the wind already input to network. How to resolve the transmission line to ensure to the benefit to the investor, to the developer as well. That's why I think in the near future, the renewable in the short term may be more difficult to develop in Vietnam. And the second thing, if we input to the high ratio in renewable in the electric network, we are thinking the second problem, how to sustain the system. To be soon, we are still thinking to the battery storage system to keep the renewable already input to the stable and reliable for the network. This is my view. Thank you.
How about you, Mr. Minh?
I think that if you have you have to give me the right to propose the good policy to for the solar development in Vietnam, I think that it's very difficult to meet all the expectation of the all kind of stakeholder like you, like me, like stakeholder or supplier or we are consumer of electricity. So I think that Vietnam we have the lesson learned from 3 or 4 years ago when we have the phase 1 and now we have the phase 2. And I think that the problem is we don't have time. You know, we don't have time to do something we want. So I think that if I propose the policy for the solar or any kind of the renewable energy and any kind of the generation like the traditional something like this, we should have the sustainable, the transparent and fair policy, very clear policy to support any kind of stakeholder to contribute to develop the generation and particularly solar in Vietnam. And in order to do it, I think that you know, some people said that in Vietnam we don't have the law. I mean that the renewable energy law, or we don't have any specific roadmap to develop the solar or wind or something like this. Even we have the master plan, but we should have the roadmap to apply the mechanism for Vietnam. You know, in Vietnam, I think in over the world, I'm not sure. We have a lot of, I don't know how many countries apply in the same time. We can apply the FIT, we can apply, and we study the option scheme, and we study the DPBA, something like this. I don't know who and which the country in over the world can apply at the same time 3 kind of the mechanism. It means that sometimes we go very fast. So I think that we have the lesson learned from 3 or 4 years ago, and we achieved a lot of the successful results, but we should have reviewed to propose the very suitable, sustainable, and transparent and fair policy for solar.
Thomas? Thank you. It's definitely no easy task being MOIT or ERAF when things move this fast.
Right.
Anyone who has ever spoken to me will probably know that I'm not a big fan of feed-in tariffs. I don't believe that taking the market mechanisms out of the market is a good thing. It has meant that we have achieved the next 5-year plan ahead of time already. PDP 8 is obsolete before it's even acted into law. So in some ways it is good, but it also means that EVN is now on the hook for PPAs of around $80 billion for intermittent power that has to go through not the best transmission grid in the world, produce places where it's not needed, at times where it's not needed. Just wait until all the nearshore or intertidal wind gets online and you find out how much the wind blows at night when power is not needed. And you start calculating the true cost. So there are some negative effects of this great success also that will take a long time to work through, and where MOIT and ERAF really do need to sit down, take a deep breath and say, how do we move forward? So I'm very happy to hear that from Mr. Min. If I could just say a little bit about rooftop. We have a cap of 1.25. I think that's very fair. It makes it workable for many, many factories, and it will be a long time until all the factories where we need to have a higher cap are the only ones left. A new feed-in tariff of 5.89, even though I'm not a big fan of feed-in tariffs, if they are very low, I can accept them, because then they do just help a little bit on our bankability in case a factory where we're selling for self-consumption has to shut down for 6 months due to COVID. then if we are allowed to sell at a very low rate so we can just stay alive, that helps incredibly much without putting an unreasonable burden on EVN. Another thing you could look at is transformer size compared to how much capacity. Those are the Cambodian rules, which means that you don't have big installations on factories or empty warehouses that don't actually have any self-consumption and thereby blast all the power out into the grid. So there are some things we can do to protect the grid as much as possible and still allow the private sector to go nuts on making rooftop solar and thereby reducing the demand from each individual factory or installation.
Thank you. Mr. Hưng?
Okay, thank you. I agree with Marcus with some ideas. So our expected about the rooftop solar in north of Vietnam, yeah, with I think with a special FID, yeah, I think so. So yes, our expected. So I want to talk about the BPD8. We are planning LNG power plant with capacity approximately 40 watts. Expected to be included BPD8. So now we can wait for that. Yeah. So which delay affects a lot for us for strategy planning. Yeah. So as investors, I need to BPD8. Yeah. So for our strategy planning. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ron Chen, can you share?
Okay, yeah, so actually it was amazing to see such a great achievement last year for Vietnam in terms of solar development. In particular, for December, we see that the new installation jack up, right, to up to 9 gigawatts in total at the end of the year. But in the meantime, the challenge arose, it's a big challenge for the grid when you just try to accommodate so many PV stations. So I think it will be very natural that we, in the near future, the regulator going to introduce the solar storage system in the market. I think it's also going to be the end user who will have such a strong demand, because on one hand you can do, for big utility that you probably can do the FM, but for the residential CNI, just now Thomas also mentioned myself, no matter you do consumption models, or you could apply the storage solution to different scenarios where either you have high electricity cost, or you have unstable grid supply, or you just do the backup for the important loads on some occasion. Sometimes, when we also look at the other country, probably upon one point in time that you are also going to have the power export limit. So then, among all the scenarios, you do need the storage solution. If you look at all the countries around the world, actually almost all the countries, no matter developing countries or developing countries, have experienced the same situation. At the beginning, you do have a big utility, then you grow on the rooftop, then the storage kick in. Like in South Africa, they do have unstable grid supply. So that's the reason why they propose this load sharing program. And Japan, where you have all this feed-in tariff just getting expired, then they almost have a big incentive plan for the residential rooftop storage system as well. So I think all this giving the good examples for the further policy making process locally in Vietnam. In the meantime, I would say it will definitely make perfect economic sense when we see the total cost of ownership for the solar storage system. In particular, then the battery the price is definitely dropping, but the technology is just moving very fast, and the package could be, then eventually I think could be providing the very affordable solution to the market. So it could cover again from residential and to CNI rooftop. That's what I see. It will be probably the next path of Vietnam solar market.
Thank you. How are you, Mr. Lee Chun-ji?
Yes, thanks. Actually, from our side, we feel whatever short-term, long-term, the development in the Vietnam project base will be increased as always. Whatever the new installation by year or accumulate for next few years, that was a trend. That was always. And from the understanding here, we should understand at the current stage, solar probably is the best, power generation products which has a better level as cost of energies compared with any other like a gas thermal or even compared with the onshore wind. So solar was the best power generation for the renewable energies right now, and also Vietnam has a pretty good solar resource there. So I would say if we see the growth, solar will be the big portion of the renewable in Vietnam. But of course, here is some challenge there. One is the grid connections. Whatever we see, even Vietnam has a huge development on the grid connections and build up for the constructions there, but it still has some pressure try to connect all the power plant to the grid. So that would still some need further investment for the grid connectors. Second one is how to use the rooftop with low voltage connections, try to support the grid stable. That will be as the Mr. mentioned here. Energy storage probably was one of the best solutions also. And obviously, cell price is going down. We see next few years still a huge price going down for the energy storage. So solar plus energy storage will be one of the best solutions for the future project development. And also here, we can see the feed-in tariff or the PPA price is going down, or either auctions, whatever. That was a trend because cost of energy is going down. The incentive will be decreased a little bit as always. If we see the global experience, that's something never changed. But at the current stage, solar is still one of the best for the invest as equity here. I would say in this year or long-term west or short-term west, the pipeline or project development or installation for the solar in Vietnam still will be a big jump in the next few years. So we see the next a pretty good future for this one. That's from our side. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'd like to summarize a little bit just before we move to the Q&A session. So a lot of expectation and recommendation for the upcoming term. First, we expect to have a more transparent and more clear policies to be released that will, really promote the development of the solar market. And in one hand, we also want to implement the solar or renewable energy roadmap, or later on will be renewable energy law. But we may need to have sufficient time just to make it a concrete and really concise version. But in the meantime, I also heard that some of us want to have the new PTP 8 come into, to be released as soon as possible. So it's a bit, two sides of a coin. And we also received some recommendation to have the regional fit just to promote the development of solar in general, or solar rooftop in the northern side of Vietnam. So it will a bit balance and bring the generation closer to the demand. And also we expect to solve the current transmission issue, that we increase the stability of the transmission by some advanced technology like the BESS, the battery energy storage system, just to reduce the overload, the curtailment or congestion situation that happened in the recent day. So as of now, I would like to, in the interest of time, I would open the Q&A session to all of you, but maybe 2 questions from the audience. Any of you want to raise a question to my panelists here? Any specific question to my panelists?
Không biết là quý vị có câu hỏi nào dành cho các speaker của chúng tôi ạ? If you have any question, please raise your hand. We will pass the microphone to you. So we have 5 minutes for Q&A. Chúng ta sẽ có 5 phút dành cho phần trả câu hỏi cho quý vị.
Seems like I have a very silent conference at this moment. Okay, so I will not take it any longer. Seems like our panelist has provided a pretty really comprehensive view of what happened in 2020 and expectation in the 2021. So thank you very much, and thank you all.
Okay, can you remain on the stage? Xin mời các diễn giả chúng ta cùng ra lại sân khấu và Miss Jessica will represent the organizer, deliver the flower to Mr. Minh, and then we had a group photo together before enjoy the dinner with our organizer. Mr. Minh, can you move forward and receive the flower from our organizer? A big applause for our organizer, Miss Jessica. Ladies and gentlemen, một trọng tay cho cô Jessica thưa quý vị. Mr. Minh, okay, can you move forward? Xin mời các anh chị và bộ phận hỗ trợ chúng ta đưa bàn ghế về vị trí ạ. Okay, can you deliver the flower to him? Take the flower. Và xin mời quý vị bên dưới chúng ta cùng di chuyển lên sân khấu để chụp bức hình lưu niệm trước khi mình dùng buổi tiệc tối và đội giúp đỡ bạn. We would like to invite all of you here. We move to the stage, have a group photo together before moving to the segment 3, enjoy the dinner together with our organizer. Xin mời các bạn trong bộ phận hỗ trợ chúng ta mời các vị khách bên dưới mình di chuyển đến sân khấu để có bức hình lưu niệm với nhau ạ. Và thưa quý vị, như vậy rằng là buổi hội thảo của chúng ta đã diễn ra thành công từ 9 giờ sáng ngày hôm nay đến giờ phút này. Xin được thay mặt cho ban tổ chức, Chính quyền xin phép cảm ơn tất cả quý vị đã dành thời gian để tham dự sự kiện của chúng tôi ạ. So we move to the stage and have a group photo together. And now our conference has come to the end. I would like to represent the organizer. I would like to say thank you very much for your joining us and being present. Our event have taken place successfully from this morning until now. And after taking the group photo, I would like to invite everyone. We move to the segment 3 next door. Enjoy the gala dinner. Xin mời bạn chúng ta cùng cho hai chiếc bàn xuống khu vực hậu cận ạ. So we move to the stage. Everyone, we move to the stage. We invite everybody still in the home. We move to the stage and have a group photo together. Xin mời các chị bên dưới mình cùng lên sân khấu với chúng tôi rồi. Chúng ta cùng có một bức hình lưu niệm trước khi khép lại chương trình ngày hôm nay ạ. We still have to see a few people around the hall. Please move to the stage now. Okay, quickly. Okay, so everyone say yeah, we put the figure in front, okay, to express our event successfully today, okay, quickly. So everybody say, okay, say yeah, okay, I ask you, everybody say, you just say yeah, we put the figure in front. Everybody say, okay. And give a big applause for our event taking place successfully. Give a big applause. Okay, after taking a photo, we give a big applause. Okay, Jessica and supporter, please guide on the distinguished guests. We move to the segment 3.